Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 6, Beside Beautiful Waters. When Gaston tried to sleep, he found it impossible. His brain was on fire, every nerve quivering with some new mysterious power, and his imagination soaring on tireless wings. He rolled and tossed an hour, then got up and sat by his open window looking out over the city sleeping in the still white moonlight. He looked into the mirror and grinned. "What is the matter with me?" he exclaimed. "I believe I'm going crazy." He sat down and tried to work the thing out by the formulas of cold reason. It's perfectly absurd to say I'm in love. My wild romancing about a passion that will grasp all life in its torrent sweep is only a boy's daydream. The world is too prosy for that now. Yet in spite of this argument the room seemed as bright as day, and the moon was only a pale sister light to the radiance from the face of the girl he had seen that day. Her face seemed to him smiling close into his now. The light of her eyes was tender and soothing like the faraway memory of his mother's voice. "It's a passing fancy," he said at last, after he had sat an hour dreaming and dreaming of scenes he dared not frame in words even alone. He stood by the window again. "What a beautiful old world this is after all," he thought, as he gazed out onto the tops of the oaks, whose young leaves were softly sighing at the touch of the night winds. Turning his eye downward to the street, he saw the men loading the morning papers into the wagons for the early mail. "I wonder what sort of report of my speech they put in," he exclaimed. Unable to sleep, he hastily dressed, went down, and bought a paper. On the front page was a flattering portrait, 2 columns in width, with a report of his speech filling the entire page, and an editorial review of a column and a half. He was hailed as the coming man of the state in this editorial, which contained the most extravagant praise. He knew it was the best thing he had ever done, and he felt for the minute proud of himself and his achievement. This contemplation of his greatness quieted his nerves, and he fell asleep. He was awakened by the first rolling of carts on the pavements at dawn. He knew he had not slept more than 2 hours, but he was as wide awake as though he had slept soundly all night. "I must be threatened with that spell of fever Auntie has been worrying about since I was a boy," he laughed as he slowly dressed. "It's now 6 o'clock, and my train don't leave till 9," he mused. "But am I going on that train? That's the question." The fact was, now he came to think of it, there was no need of hurrying home. He would stay a while and look this mystery in the face until he was disillusioned. Besides, he wanted to find out what McLeod's visit meant. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness when he recalled the way McLeod had assumed about the General's house. He had told Sallie he must hurry home on the morning's train for no earthly reason than that he had intended to do so when he came. So after breakfast he wrote her a little note. "My dear Miss Worth, my train left me. Will you have compassion on a stranger in a strange city and let me call to see you again to-day? Charles Gaston." He waited impatiently until he heard the train leave, and then told the boy to make tracks for the General's house. A peal of laughter rang through the hall when Sally's dancing eyes read that note. "Oh, the storyteller!" she cried, and this was the answer she sent back. "Certainly, come out at once. I'll take you buggy driving all by myself over the lovely road up by the river. I do this in acknowledgment of the gracious flattery you pay me in the story you told me about the train. Of course I know you waited till the train left before you sent the note. Sallie Worth." Now I wonder if that young rascal of a boy told her I wrote that note an hour ago. I'll wring his neck if he did. Come here, boy. The negro came up grinning in hopes of another quarter. "Did you tell that young lady anything about when I wrote that note?" "No, sir, neber told her notin'. She just laugh and laugh, fit to kill herself, dis quick as she reads de note." Gaston smiled and threw him another tip. "Yes, sir, she's a knowin' lady, sho's you bone. I been dere lots of times befo' dis." Gaston was tempted to ask him for whom he carried those former messages. He walked with bounding steps. His being tingled to his fingertips with the joy of living. The avenue leading the full length of the city toward the General's house was 2 miles long before it reached the woods at the gate. It seemed only a step this morning. As he passed through the cool shade of the woods, a squirrel was playing hide and seek with his mate on the old crooked fence beside the road. His little nimble mistress flew up a great tree to its topmost bough and chattered and laughed at her lover as he scrambled swiftly after her. She waited until he was just reaching out his arm to grasp her, and then with another scream of laughter leaped straight out into the air to another treetop, and then another and another until lost in the heart of the forest. "I wonder if that's going to be my fate," he mused as he turned into the gateway. Again the majestic beauty of that gleaming mass of ivory on the hill with its green background swept his soul with its power. It seemed a different shade of color now that he saw it with the sun at another angle. Its surface seemed to have a soft sheen of creamy velvet. He paused and sighed. "Why should I be so poor? If only I had a house like that, I'd turn that big banquet hall on the left wing into a library, and I'd ask no higher heaven." And he fell to wondering if it would really be worth the having without the face and voice of the girl who was there within, waiting for him. No, he was sure of it this morning for the first time in his life. The certainty of this conviction brought to his heart a feeling of loneliness and despair. When he thought of his abject poverty and the long years of struggle before him, and of that beautiful, accomplished young woman, rich, petted, the belle of the city, the gulf that separated their lives seemed impassable. "I'm playing with fire," he said to himself as he looked up at the graceful pillars with their carved and fluted capitals. "Well, let it be so. Let me live life to the deepest depths and its highest reach. It is better to love and lose than never to love at all." And he walked into the cool hall with the ease and assurance of its master. Sallie greeted him with the kindliest grace. "I'm so glad you stayed today, Mr. Gaston. I should have been really chagrined to think I made so slight an impression on you that you could walk deliberately away on a prearranged schedule. I'm not used to being treated so lightly." He tried to make some answer to this half-serious banter, but was so absorbed in just looking at her he said nothing. She was dressed in a morning gown of a soft red material, trimmed with old cream lace. The material of a woman's dress had never interested him before. He knew calico from silk, but beyond that he never ventured an opinion. To color alone he was responsive. This combination of red and creamy white, with the bodice cut low showing the lines of her beautiful white shoulders, and the great mass of her dark hair rising in graceful curves from her full, round neck, heightened her beauty to an extraordinary degree. As she walked, the clinging folds of her dress, outlining her queenly figure, seemed part of her very being and to be imbued with her soul. He was dazzled with the new revelation of her power over him. "Have you no apology, sir, for pretending that you were going home this morning?" she said, seating herself by his side. "You didn't ask me to stay with fervor." "It ought not to have been necessary." "Didn't you really know I was not going?" "Yes." "I'm glad." "Yes, you see, I am 21 years old, and I've seen such things happen before." She purred this slowly and burst into laughter. "Now, Miss Sallie, that's cruel to throw me down in a heap of dead dogs I don't even know." "Don't you like dogs?" "Four-legged ones, yes, but I like my friends alive." "Oh, I didn't kill any of them. They are all strong and hardy. But if you're so domestic in your tastes, why haven't you settled in life?" "Been waiting to find the woman of my dreams." "And you haven't found her?" "Not up to yesterday." "Oh, I forgot," she said archly. "You're so timid." Honestly, I was. "Up to yesterday," she murmured. "Well, tell me what your dreams demanded. What kind of a creature must she be?" "I have forgotten." "What? Forgotten the dreams of your ideal woman?" "Yes." "Since when?" "Yesterday." "Thanks. We are getting on beautifully, aren't we? You will get over your timidity in time, I'm sure." He smiled, looked down at the pattern of the carpet, and did not speak for some minutes. His soul was thrilled and satisfied in her presence. As he lifted his eyes from the floor, they rested on the piano. "Will you play for me, Miss Sallie? Auntie says you play delightfully." Auntie? Who is Auntie? Mrs. Durham, my foster mother, of course. Excuse my unconscious assumption of your familiarity with all my antecedents. I can't get over the impression that I have known you all my life. And that reminds me that I started to say something to you yesterday that was perfectly ridiculous, but caught myself in time. I wish you had said it. Mrs. Durham is a great flatterer of those she loves. She thinks I can play, but I'm the veriest amateur. Let me be the judge. She was looking over her music, and he had opened the piano. I'll play for you with pleasure. Sit there in that big armchair. I'm sorry I tired you so early in the day with my chatter. And before he could protest, her fingers were touching the piano with the ease of the born musician. He sat enraptured as he watched the sinuous grace with which her fingers touched the ivory keys, and heard their answering cry, which seemed the breath of her own soul in echo. She had an easy, apparently careless touch. To old familiar music she gave a charm that was new, adding something indefinable to the musician's thought that gave luminous power to its interpretation. He had no knowledge of the technique of music, but now he knew that she was improvising. The piano was the voice of her own beautiful soul, and it was pulsing with a tenderness that melted him to tears. Suddenly the music ceased, and she turned her face full on his before he could brush away a big tear that rolled down. She flushed, closed the piano, and quietly resumed her place by his side. "And now you haven't told me how well I played. You're the first young man so careless." "I have told you." "How?" "The way you told me yesterday that you understood me, with a tear." "I appreciate it more than words." "So did I," he slowly said. Again there was a long silence. "But we do love to hear folks say in words what they think sometimes. I confess I was immensely elated over the fine things the paper said about me this morning. It's a wonder, too. Our editor is a cranky sort of fellow. I was afraid he'd say a lot of mean things about you, but Papa says you swallowed him whole." "Did you wish him to say kind things about me?" "Of course, of course," she said, and then the look of mischief came back in her eye. "Were you not our guest, I should have felt like whipping him if he hadn't said nice things." "Then I'll tell you what I think about your playing. You gave those strings a soul for the first time for me, beautiful, living, throbbing, that spoke a message of its own. The piece you improvised I shall never forget. Much music seems to me the grasping of the infinite by hands that touch the impalpable, and bringing it for a moment within the sphere of matter that a kindred soul may hear and see and feel." She started to make some reply, but her lips quivered, and she looked away across the valley at the river and made no answer. At dinner the General was in his most genial mood, laughing and joking, and drawing out Gaston on politics and cotton mill developments, and trying with all his might to tease his daughter. As he took his departure for the mills, he said, "Young man, I'd ask you to go with me and look at the machinery, but I see it's no use. I heard her twisting you around her fingers with that piano a while ago." "Papa, don't be so silly," cried Sallie, slipping her arm around him, putting one hand over his mouth and kissing him. "Go on to your work. I'll entertain Mr. Gaston." "Indeed you will," he shouted, throwing her another kiss as he left. "He's the dearest father any girl ever had in this world. I know you loved yours, didn't you, Mr. Gaston?" "Mine was killed in battle, Miss Sallie. I never knew him. But I had the most beautiful mother that ever lived. I lost her when a mere boy, and the world has never been the same since. I envy you." "I forgot. Forgive me," she said softly, looking up into his face with tenderness. "If I had only had a sister. How my heart used to ache when I'd see other boys playing with a sister. My poor little starved soul was so hungry I would go off in the woods sometimes and cry for hours." "I wish I had known you when you were a little boy. I can't conceive of a dignified orator, swaying thousands, running around as a barefooted boy. But you must have gone barefooted, for I think Papa said so, didn't he?" "Indeed I did, and sometimes I am afraid, for the very good reason I didn't have any shoes." Well, you wouldn't have worn them if you had. I always wanted to be a boy just to go barefooted. I think girls lose so much of a child's life by having to wear shoes. But you never knew what it meant to want shoes and not be able to have them, he said, looking at the shining tips of her slippers peeping from the edge of her dress. No, but I never thought these things made a great difference in our lives after all. I believe it is what we are, not what we have, that gives life meaning. He looked at her intently. I must get ready now for our drive. The horse will be here in 10 minutes. Enjoy the view on the porch until I am ready. And she bounded up the stairs to her room. In a few minutes she was by his side again, dressed in spotless white, as he had seen her first. She lifted the lines over the sleek horse, and he dashed swiftly down the drive. Oh, the peace and bliss of that drive along the lonely river road by its cool green banks! How he poured out to her his inmost thoughts, things he had not dared to whisper alone with himself and God. And then he wondered why he had thus laid bare his secret dreams to this girl he had known but 24 hours. Nonsense! Down in his soul he knew he had known her forever. Before the world was made, ages and ages ago, in eternity, he had known her. He turned to her now, drawn by a resistless force as a plant turns toward the sunlight for its life. How he could talk that day! All he had ever known of art and beauty, all he knew of the deep truths of life, were on his lips leaping forth in simple but impassioned words. For hours he lay at her feet, where she sat on a rock, high up on the cliffs overlooking the river, and poured out his heart like a child. And she listened with a dreamy look, as though to the music of a master. At last she sprang to her feet and looked at her watch. "Oh, mamma will be furious. It will be after sundown before we can get home. We must hurry." "I'll make it all right with your mamma," he replied, as though he were skilled in meeting such emergencies. "Don't you speak to her. It'll be all I can do to manage her." The twilight was gathering when they reached the house, and an angry, anxious mother was waiting high up on the stoop. "Watch me smooth every wrinkle out of her brow now," she whispered as she flew up the stairs. Before her mother could say a word, a white hand was on her mouth and pretty lips were whispering something in her ears she had never heard before. There was the sound of a kiss, and he heard Sallie say, "Not a word." And the mother greeted him with a smile and a curiously searching look. She chatted pleasantly until her daughter returned from her room, and then left her. Again it was nearly 12 o'clock before he reached the hotel. The next morning Bob St. Clair broke in on him before he was out of bed. "Look here, you sly dog, what are you doing slipping and sliding around here yet?" "Bob, you're the man I want to see. Tell me all you know about the Worths." "The Worths? Which one?" "There's only one so far as I can see." "Well, you may find out there's two if you should happen to collide with the general." "Does he cut up at times?" "He's all right till he turns on you, and then you want to find shelter." "Did you ever run up against him?" "No, I never got that far. He's hail fellow well met with every youngster in town. He will laugh and joke about his daughter until he thinks she is in earnest about a fellow, and then he swoops down on him like a hawk. I'll bet $100 he's playing you now for all you're worth against the latest favorite. But Miss Sallie, she's an angel." "Look here, Bob, you're not in love with her?" "Well, I'm convalescing at present, my boy. Every boy in the town has been there, but I don't believe she cares a snap for a man of us unless it's that big red-headed McLeod. I can't make his position out exactly." "Did she jolt you hard when you hit the ground?" "Easiest thing you ever saw. She has a supreme genius for painless cruelty. When the time comes she can pull your eye tooth out in such a delicate, friendly way you will have to swear she hasn't hurt you." "You still go?" "Lord, yes, we all do. Sort of a congress of the lost meet down there. They all hang on. She keeps the friendship of every poor devil she kills." "You know you make the cold chills run down my back when you talk like that." "Are you in love with her, Gaston?" "To tell you the truth, I don't know." "Then what in the thunder have you been doing out there 2 days and nights, if you haven't made love to her?" "Just basking in the sun." "Well, you are a fool. 11 hours the first day, and 15 hours yesterday. Confound you, don't you know a dozen fellows in town are cursing you for all they can think of?" "What about?" Why, for trying to hog the whole time, day and night. She won't let a mother's son of them come near till you're gone." "Well, that's immense!" exclaimed Gaston, slapping his friend on the back. "Don't be too sure. She's just sizing you up. She's done the same thing a dozen times before." "I don't believe it." And he didn't go home until the end of the week, when the last cent of his money was gone. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 7, Dreams and Fears. He was on the train at last, homeward bound. Gazing out of the window of the car, he was trying to find where he stood. He must be in love. He faced the remarkable fact that he had spent a whole week in Independence at an expensive hotel and squandered every cent of the small fee he had received for his address in what would be otherwise a perfectly senseless manner. Yet he felt rich. He was sure he had never spent money so wisely and economically in his life. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, he was in love, desperately and hopelessly committed to this one girl for life. He said it in his heart with a shout of triumph. Life was not a sterile desert of brute work. It was true. Love, the magician of the ages, lived in this world of lost faiths and dead religions. Now that he was leaving, he felt a tingling impulse to leap off the train, cut across the fields, and run back to her. And he laughed aloud, just as the train came to a sudden stop, and everybody looked at him and smiled. A drummer looked up from a novel he was reading and said, "It is a fine day, partner, isn't it?" "Never saw a finer," answered Gaston with another laugh. He dwelt long and greedily on the consciousness of this new vitalizing secret he felt for the first time throbbing in his soul. He bathed his heart in its warmth until he could feel the red blood rush to the ends of his fingers with its new fever. He breathed its perfume until every nerve quivered. "I have never lived before. No matter now if I die, I have lived," he said slowly and reverently. He wondered long and wistfully what was in her heart while this wild tumult was going on in him. He wondered if it were possible she loved him. It seemed too good to be true. He was afraid to believe it, and yet his whole soul, with every power of his being, cried out that she did. He could not have been mistaken in the message he read in the liquid depths of her eyes and the delicate tenderness of her voice. Words may say nothing, but these signs are the language of the universal. Still, others had been equally sure and been deceived. Might not he too make the fatal mistake? It was possible. And there was the pain. She had not uttered a single word in all the hours they spent together that might not be interpreted in a conventional, meaningless way. Yet he had given to every one of these words a soul meaning that spoke directly to his inner being and not his ear. He had never spoken a word of shallow love-making to a woman in his life. To him love was too holy a mystery. It would have been the blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, a sin that would not be forgiven in this world or the world to come. His college mates had called him a crank on this subject, but he shut his lips in a way that always closed the argument, and they let him alone with his idol. "I am afraid yet to be put to the test," he said at last. "I must have time to reveal my best self to her. I must see her again, live close to her day by day, and bring to bear on her every power of body and soul I possess." Mrs. Durham met him with dancing eyes. "Oh, I've heard from you, sir." "Kiss me, auntie, and be kind. I'm in the last stages of delirium." He took her hands both in his and looked at her long. "How good you've been to me, auntie, in all the past. You never looked so beautiful as today. I want to thank you for every word you've said to Miss Sallie for me. It may have helped just a little anyway." "Well, you are in the last stages," she exclaimed gleefully. "And you are glad of it?" "Of course I am. It will make a man of you." "But suppose I lose?" She was silent a moment and then slipped her arm gently about him, drew down his ear and whispered, "You shall not lose. I've set my heart on it." He pressed her hands and said, "How like my sweet mother's voice was that!" and then they fell to discussing plans for giving Miss Sallie and her friend a jolly time at the Springs. "But, Auntie, these plans don't seem to me exactly what I'd like. You see, I want to be the whole thing. It may be hopelessly selfish, but I can't help it." "Well, that isn't best. Say, Auntie, what do I look like, anyway? How would you describe my makeup? Let's get at the weak spots and splint them up a little. You know, I never seriously cared a rap before about my looks." "Well," she answered, slowly regarding him, "I'll be perfectly frank with you. You are tall, at least 2 inches taller than the average man, and your muscular body gives one the impression of power. You have black hair, dark brown eyes that look out from your shaggy straight eyebrows with a piercing light." "You think the brows are too shaggy?" "No, I like them. They suggest reserve power and brain capacity." "Good. I never thought of that." "You have a face that is massive, almost leonine, and a square-cut, determined mouth that, always clean-shaven, sometimes looks too grim." "I'll remember that and look pleasant." "You have a big hand and sometimes shake hands too strongly. You have a handsome, aristocratic foot when you wear decent shoes. You often walk hump-shouldered and sit so, too." "I'll brace up." "You have deep vertical wrinkles between your eyes, just where your straight eyebrows meet." "Heavens, I didn't know I had wrinkles." "Yes, but they mean habits of thought like your stooping shoulders. I don't object to such wrinkles in a man's face. But the best feature of all your stock is your eye. Your big brown eyes are about the only perfect thing about you. There's infinite tenderness in them. Now and then they gleam with a hidden fire that tells of enthusiasm, thought, will, character, and dauntless courage." She looked, and they were misty with tears. He pressed her hand. "Auntie, I didn't know how much you loved me all these years. How love opens one's eyes." "You have a high temper, plenty of pride, and are given to looking on the dark side of things too quickly. You lack poise of character and sureness of touch yet, but with it all, yours is a masterful nature." "One you think that a perfect woman could love?" "There are no perfect women, but I'll match you against any woman I know. So there now, take courage." "I will," he gravely answered. He hurried to his office and read his mail. There were 2 letters retaining his services for jury work in important cases. His heart leaped at the sign of coming success. What a new meaning love gave to every event in life. He turned to his books and began immediately a searching study of every question involved in these cases. He would carry the court by storm. He would lead the jury spellbound by his eloquence to a certain verdict. How clear his brain! He felt he was alive to his fingertips, and Argus-eyed. He worked hour after hour without the slightest fatigue or knowledge of the flight of time. He looked up at last with surprise to find it was night, and was startled by the voice of the preacher calling him from below. "What's the matter with you? Mrs. Durham sent me to find you. She was afraid you had gone up on the roof and walked off." "I'll be ready in a minute, doctor," he called from the window. "I haven't known you to take to law so violently in 4 years. What's up? Got a capital case?" "Yes, I believe I have. It's a matter of life and death to one poor soul, anyhow." "Now, honor bright, haven't you been working all this afternoon on a love letter that you've just finished and addressed to Independence?" "No, sir. To tell you the fact, I didn't dare to ask her to write to me. I knew I couldn't control a pen." "My boy, I wish you success with all my heart. It makes me young again to look into your face. I've had my supper. When you've finished your confab with your auntie, come out here in the square to the seat under the old oak. I want to talk to you on some important business." "What have you been doing?" asked Mrs. Durham. "Building a home for her," he cried in a whisper. He went behind the chair where his foster mother sat, pouring his tea, bent low and kissed her high white forehead. "My own mother, I'll never call you auntie again." Tears sprang to her eyes, and she kissed his hand, tenderly holding it to her lips. Love is a wonder worker, isn't he, Charlie? "Yes, and I can't realize the joy that lifts and inspires me when I think that I am one of the elect. It's too good to be true. I have been initiated into the great secret. I have tasted the water of life. I shall not see death." She looked at him with pride. I knew you would make a matchless lover. I envy Sallie her young eyes and ears. You need not envy her. You will never grow old. So much the worse, if we miss the dreams that fill the souls of the young, she said with an accent of sorrowful pride. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 8. The Unsolved Riddle. Gaston found the preacher quietly smoking, seated on the rustic under a giant oak that stood in the corner of the square. Under this tree the speaker's stand had always been built for joint debates in political campaigns. Here, when a boy, he had heard the great debate between Zebulon B. Vance and Judge Thomas Settle in the fierce campaign which followed the overthrow of Legree, when the Republican Party, under the leadership of Judge Settle, made its desperate effort for life. Settle, who was a man of masterful personality, eloquent and in dead earnest in his appeal for a new South, had made a speech of great power to a crowd that were hostile to every idea for which he stood, and yet he dazzled or stunned them into sullen silence. And then he recalled with flashes of memory, vivid as lightning, the miracle that had followed. He could see Vance now as he slowly lifted his big lion-like head and calmly looked over the sea of faces with eagle eyes that could flash with resistless humor or blaze with the fury of elemental passion. He reviewed the terrible past in which he had played the tragic role of their war governor, and tore into tatters, with the facts of history, the logic of his opponent. And then he opened his batteries of wit and ridicule, wit that cut to the heart's red blood, and yet convulsed the hero with its unexpected turn. Ridicule that withered and scorched what it touched into ashes. 5,000 people now in breathless suspense as he swung them into heaven on the wings of deathless words, now screaming with laughter, and now hushed in tears. The scene that followed this triumph? Two stalwart mountain men snatched him from the rostrum and bore him on their shoulders through the shouting, weeping crowd. Women pressed close and kissed his hands, and old men reached forward their hands to touch his garments. Ah, if he could inherit the power of this king among men! Tonight, as Gaston walked under that tree with his heart beating with the ecstasy of a new-found source of life, he felt that he could do and that he would do what the master had done before him. Charlie, I've heard some startling news since you left home, and I can't sleep nights thinking about it. You've heard of McLeod's scheme. Exactly, and it means the ruin of this state and the ruin of the South, unless it can be defeated. How are you going to do it? It's a puzzle, but it's got to be done. Half the farmers in the strongholds of democracy are crazy over their fool sub-treasury and 100 other fakir dreams. McLeod has promised them everything. Sub-treasury, pumpkin leaves for money, anything they want if they will join forces with his niggers and carry the state. You are the man to begin now a quiet but thorough organization of the young men and oust the fools from control of the party. When the white race begins to hobnob with the Negro and seek his favor, they must grant him absolute equality. That means ultimately social as well as political equality. You can't ask a man to vote for you and kick him down your front doorstep and tell him to come around the back way. I think you exaggerate the social danger, but I see the political end of it. I don't exaggerate in the least. I am looking into the future. This racial instinct is the ordinance of our life. Lose it and we have no future. One drop of Negro blood makes a Negro. It kinks the hair, flattens the nose, thickens the lip, puts out the light of intellect, and lights the fires of brutal passions. The beginning of Negro equality as a vital fact is the beginning of the end of this nation's life. There is enough Negro blood here to make mulatto the whole republic. Such a danger seems too remote for serious alarm to me, replied the younger man. Ah, there's the tragedy, passionately cried the preacher. You younger men are growing careless and indifferent to this terrible problem. It's the one unsolved and unsolvable riddle of the coming century. Can you build in a democracy a nation inside a nation of two hostile races? We must do this or become mulatto, and that is death. Every inch in the approach of these races across the barriers that separate them is a movement toward death. You cannot seek the Negro vote without asking him to your home sooner or later. If you ask him to your house, he will break bread with you at last. And if you seat him at your table, he has the right to ask your daughter's hand in marriage. It seems to me a far cry to that, but I see the political crisis. What is your plan? This. Organize the young democracy in every township in the state, and put yourself at its head. Control the primaries and down the old crowd. They've got to follow you. Fight the campaign with the desperation of despair. If you are defeated, God have mercy on us, but you will be ready for the next battle. I'll do it, said Gaston with emphasis. Then I want you to go on a mission to Colonel Duke, the president of the National Farmers Alliance. He's a good Baptist. He means well, but he's crazy. He dreams of the presidency when he has established the sub-treasury for the farmers. He's afraid of the Negro, and is nervous about using them. He knows I am the most influential Baptist preacher in the state. Tell him I say you will win, and that we will give him the nomination for governor and put him in line for the presidency. When shall I go to see him? Immediately. Get ready tonight. The next week McLeod was seated in his office at Hambright, receiving reports from his political henchmen at Raleigh. I tell you, McLeod, there's a hitch. Something's dropped. Duke's as coy as a maid of 16. He says no decision can be made now until he submits a lot of rot to all the lodges of the Alliance, and the referendum decides these points. You'd better get a hold of him and comb the kinks out of him quick. McLeod's eyes flashed with anger as he twisted the points of his red mustache. It's that damn Baptist preacher, he said. I'll get even with him yet if it's the only thorough job I do on this earth. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michelle Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 9, The Rhythm of the Dance. Before boarding the train he was to take for Raleigh, he lingered with Mrs. Durham, talking about the wonder of his love. As he arose to leave, he said, "Now, mother dear." "Charlie, you just say that so beautifully to make me your slave." "Of course I do. What I was going to say is, I can't write to her. I don't dare. You can. Tell her all about me, won't you? Everything that you think will interest and please her, and that will be discreet. Your intuitions will tell you how far to go. Tell her how hard I'm working, and what an important mission I've undertaken, and the tremendous things that hang on its outcome. And tell her how impatiently I'm waiting for her to come to the Springs. Be sure and tell her that." "All right. I'll act as your attorney in your absence. But hurry back. She must not get here first. I want you to be on the spot." "I'll be here if I have to give up politics and go into business, and you know how I hate that word business." "I'll telegraph you if she comes." "Don't let her come till I get back. Tell her the hotel isn't fit to receive guests yet. It never is for that matter, but anything to give me more time to get here." He worked with indomitable courage for 2 weeks, visiting the principal towns in the state, and everywhere arousing intense enthusiasm. There was something contagious in his spirit. The young fellows were charmed by his eager, intense way of looking at things. They caught the infection, and he made hundreds of staunch friends. "You're just in time," cried his mother, greeting him with radiant face on his return. "She's coming to-morrow. I have a beautiful letter from her. I think one of the sweetest letters a girl ever wrote." "Let me see it." "No." "Why, mother, I thought you were all on my side." "But I'm not. I'm a woman, and you can't see some things she says." "Then it's something awfully nice about me." "Maybe the opposite. Then you'd resent it for me." "I love her too, sir." Let me see the tip end of it where she signs her name. You can see that much. There. Doesn't she write a lovely hand?" He looked long and lovingly. "That pretty name, Sallie. So old-fashioned and so homelike. It's music, isn't it?" "I didn't know you could be so silly, Charlie." "It is funny, isn't it? You know, I think after all we are made out of the same stuff, saint and sinner, philosopher and fool. The differences are only skin deep." "You don't think she's made out of ordinary clay?" "Oh, Lord, no. I meant the men. Every woman is something divine to me. I think of God as a woman, not a man, a great, loving mother of all life. If I ever saw the face of God, it was in my mother's face." "Hush, you will make me do anything you wish." "No, no, I don't want to see that letter unless you think it best." "Well, you will not see any more of it, sir." When Gaston met them at the depot with the carriage to take Sallie, her mother, and Helen Lowell, her Boston schoolmate, to the Springs, the first passenger to alight was Bob St. Clair. "What in thunder are you doing here? This town is quarantined against you," said Gaston. "Hush," said Bob in a stage whisper. "She's here. There's her valise." "That's why you can't land. Two's company, three's a crowd. I like you, Bob, but I won't stand for this." The crowd was pouring off the train and had cut off Sallie's party in the center of the car. "Gaston, I just came up for your sake. I'm looking after Miss Lowell. I'm lost, ruined, scared to say a word. I thought maybe you'd help me out. We'll pool chances. I'll talk for you and you talk for me." "It's a bargain, St. Clair." "I want a separate carriage. Get me one quick." In a few moments, the brief introduction over, Gaston was seated in the carriage facing Sallie and her mother, whirling along the road, over the long hills toward the Campbell Sulphur Springs in the woods, 2 miles from the town. How beautiful and fresh she looked to him, even in a dusty traveling dress. He was drinking the nectar from the depths of her eyes. "Now, don't you think Helen the prettiest girl you ever saw, Mr. Gaston?" she asked. "I hadn't noticed it." "Where were your eyes?" "Elsewhere. I'm so glad you're going to spend a month at the Springs, Miss Sallie. I used to go to school there when a little boy. They had a girls' school there in the winter, and the boys under 12 were admitted. I know every nook and corner of the big forest back of the hotel. I'll see that you don't get lost." "That will be fine, but you must bring every good-looking boy in the county and make him bow down and worship Helen. She is not used to it, but she is tickled to death over these Southern boys, and I'm going to give her the best time she ever had in her life." "I'll do everything you command, except bow down myself. Bob's agreed to do that." She smiled in spite of her efforts to look serious, and her mother pinched her arm. She laughed. "So you and Bob St. Clair were out there plotting before we could get out of the train?" "Nothing unlawful, I assure you." The first day she allowed Gaston to monopolize, and then began his torture. She declared there were others with whom she must be friendly. She determined to give a ball to Helen the next week, and began preparations. It was a new business for Gaston, but he did his best to please her, in a pathetic, half-hearted sort of way. He ran all sorts of errands, and executed her orders with tact. "Oh, Sallie, let the ball go. I don't care for it. I can do nothing to ever repay you for the good time I've been having," said Helen as they sat in her room one night. "We're going to have it, I tell you. I don't care how much Mr. Gaston sulks. I'm not taking orders from him." "No, but you'd like to. You know it." "What an idea!" "You know you like him better than all the others put together." "Nonsense. I'm as free as a bird." "Then what are you blushing for?" "I'm not." But her face was scarlet. "You Southern girls are so queer. The moment you like a man you're as sly as a cat, and deny that you ever know him. When I find a man I love, I don't care who knows it, if he loves me." "What do you think of Bob St. Clair?" "I like him." "Hasn't he made love to you yet?" "No, and the only one of the crowd who hasn't. I don't mind confessing that I never had love made to me before this visit. In Boston it's a serious thing for a young man to call once. The second call means a family council, and at the third he must make a declaration of his intentions or face consequences. Down here The boys don't seem to have anything to do except to make their girlfriends happy and feel they are the queens of the earth and that their only mission is to minister to them. And some of your girls are engaged to 6 boys at the same time. Don't you like it? It's glorious. I feel that if I hadn't come down here to see you, I'd have missed the meaning of life. Don't our boys make love beautifully? I never dreamed of anything like it. They make it so seriously, so dead in earnest, you can't help believing them. And Bob hasn't said a word? Hasn't breathed a hint? Then you have him sure. They are hit hard when they are silent like that. Bob made love to me the second day he ever saw me. Don't tease me, dear, said Helen as she put her pretty rosy cheek against the dark beauty of the South. Do you really think he likes me seriously? He's crazy about you, goose. There was the sound of a kiss. I can't tell stories about it like you, Sally. I'm afraid I'm in love with him, she whispered. Well, I'll make him court you tomorrow, or have him thrashed if you say so. Don't you dare. Then do just as I tell you about this ball, and get yourself up regardless. On the night of the ball, Gaston, sitting out on the porch, felt nervous and fidgety, like a fish out of water. He knew he had no business there, and yet he couldn't go away. They had a quarrel about the ball. Sally had insisted that Gaston honor her by coming in evening dress, whether he danced or not. But, Miss Sally, I'll feel like a fool. Everybody in the country knows that I never entered a ballroom. Do you care so much what everybody thinks about you? No, but I care what I think of myself. Well, if you don't come in full dress suit, I won't speak to you. He turned pale in spite of his effort at self-control. Then a queer, still-like look came into his eyes. I shall be more than sorry to fail to please you, but I have no dress suit. I have never had time for social frivolities. I can't afford to buy one for this occasion. I couldn't be nigger enough to hire one, so that's the end of it. I'll have to come dressed in my own fashion, or stay at home. Then you can stay at home, she snapped. I'll not do it, he coolly replied. Well, I like your insolence. I'm glad you do. I'll come as I come to all such functions, an outsider. I'll sit out here on the porch in the shadows and see it from afar. If I could only dance, I assure you I'd try to fill every number of your card. Not being able to do so, I simply decline to make a fool of myself. For that compliment, I'll compromise with you. Wear that big pompous Prince Albert suit you spoke in at Independence, and I'll come out on the porch and chat with you a while. He sat there now in the shadows, waiting for this ball to begin. It was a clear night the first week in June. The new moon was hanging just over the treetops. His heart was full to bursting with the thought that the girl he loved would, in a few minutes, be whirling over that polished floor to the strains of a waltz with another man's arm around her. He never knew how deeply he hated dancing before, that rhythmic touch of the human body set to the melody of motion, and voiced in the passionate cry of music. He felt its challenge to his love to mortal combat, his love that claimed this one woman as his own, body and soul. The music from the Italian band was in full swing, its plaintive notes instinct with the passion of sunny Italy, a music all Southern people love. He felt that he should choke. A sudden thought came to him. Tearing a sheet of paper from a notebook, he scrawled this line upon it. Dear Miss Sally, please let me see you a moment in the parlor before you enter the ballroom. Gaston. At least he would see her in her ball costume first. Yes, and if she should hate him for it, he would beg her not to dance that night. He saw McLeod bowing and scraping in the ballroom, arrayed in faultless full dress, and glancing toward the door. He knew he was waiting for her to ask her to dance. How he would like to wring his handsome neck. The boy returned immediately and said the lady was waiting in the parlor. He entered with a sense of fear and confusion. She came to him with her bare arm extended, a dazzling vision of beauty. She was dressed in a creamy white crepe ball gown, cut modestly décolleté over her full bust and gleaming shoulders, sleeveless, and held with tiny straps across the curve of the upper arm. He was stunned. She smiled in triumph, conscious of her resistless power. Forgive me for my selfishness in keeping you here just a moment from the rest. I wished to see you first. What? To inspect, like Mama, to see if I look all right? No, with a mad desire to keep you as long as possible from the others. Then she looked up at him and said slowly and softly, "Would it please you very much if I were not to dance tonight?" "I wouldn't dare ask so selfish a thing of you. It is with you a simple habit of polite society, and you enjoy it as a child does play. I understand that. And yet if you do not dance tonight, I feel as though I would crawl round this world on my hands and knees for you if you would ask it. There are men waiting for you in that ballroom whom I hate." She looked at him timidly as though she were afraid he was about to say too much, and replied, "Then I will not dance tonight. I'll just preside over the ball and let Helen be the queen." Words have no power to convey my gratitude. I count all my little triumphs in life nothing to this. You promised to join me on the porch. Don't change that part of the program. I will talk to your mother until you come. Gaston went downstairs treading on air. He sought her mother and devoted himself to her with supreme tact. He discovered her tastes and prejudices, and paid her that nightly deference some young men express easily and naturally to their elders. He had always been a favorite with old people. He prided himself on it. This faculty he regarded as a badge of honor. As he sat there and talked with this frail little woman, his heart went out to her in a great yearning love. She was the mother of the bride of his soul. He would love her forever for that. No matter whether she loved him or hated him, he would love the mother who gave to his thirsty lips the water of life. Drawn irresistibly by the magnetism of his mind and manner, Mrs. Worth forgot the flight of time and thought but a moment had passed when, an hour after the ball had opened, Sallie came out leaning on McLeod's arm. "Mamma, have you been monopolizing Mr. Gaston for a whole hour?" "He hasn't been here a half hour, miss," cried the mother. "He's been here an hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to tell Papa on you just as soon as I get home." "Go back to your dancing." "No, thank you. I have an engagement to take a walk with your beau. Come, Mr. Gaston." They walked to the spring and along the winding path by the brook at the foot of the hill, and found a rustic seat. They were both silent for several moments. "I saw you were charming, Mamma, or I would have come sooner." "I hope she likes me." "She has been praising you ever since your visit to Independence. I never saw her talk so long to a young man in my life before. You must have hypnotized her." "I hope so." A strange happiness filled her heart. She was afraid to look it in the face, and yet she dared to play with the thought. "Are you enjoying your triumph tonight? I've had war inside." "I feel like I am the emperor of the world, and that the evening star is smiling on my court." She smiled, tossed her head, leaned against the tree, and said, "I wonder if you are in the habit of saying things like that to girls?" "Upon my soul and honor, no." "Then thanks. I'll dream about that, maybe." They returned to the hotel, and McLeod claimed her. They went back to the same walk, and by a freak of fate he chose the same seat she had just vacated with Gaston. "Miss Sallie, you are of age now. You know that I have loved you passionately since you were a child. I have made my way in life, and I am hungry for a home and your love to glorify it. Why will you keep me waiting?" "Simply because I know now I do not love you, Alan, and I never will. Once and forever, here, tonight, I give you my last answer. I will not be your wife." "Then don't give the answer tonight. I can wait," he interrupted. "I am just on the threshold of a great career. Success is sure. I can offer you a dazzling position. Don't give me such an answer. Leave the old answer, to wait." "No, I will not. I do not love you. If you were to become the president, it would not change this fact, and it is everything." "Then you love another?" "That is none of your business, sir. I have known you since childhood. I have had ample time to know my own mind." "All right, we will say good-bye for the present. You have made me a laughing stock of young fools, but I can stand it. I'll not give you up, and if I can't have you, no other man shall." "If you leave my will out of the calculation, you will make a fatal mistake." Women have been known to change their wills. Before leaving her that night, Gaston held her hand for an instant as he bade her good-bye and said, "Miss Sallie, I thank you with inexpressible gratitude for the honor you have done me." "I've just been wondering what you have done to deserve it." "Absolutely nothing. That's why it is so sweet. This has been the happiest day I ever lived. I cannot see you again before you go. I leave tomorrow on urgent business. May I come to Independence to see you?" "Yes, I'll be delighted to see you. Good night." Gaston was the last to return to Hambright. He walked the 2 miles through the silent, starlit woods. He took a short cut his bare feet had traveled as a boy, and with uncovered head walked slowly through the dim aisles of great trees. It was good, this cool silence and the soft mantle of the night about his soul. The stars whispered love. The wind sighed it through the leaves. He had withdrawn from the church in his college days because he had grown to doubt everything: God, heaven, hell, and immortality. Tonight, as he walked slowly home, he heard that wonderful sentence of the old Bible ringing down the ages, wet with tears and winged with hope: God is love. He said it now softly and reverently, and the tears came unbidden from his soul. He felt close to the heart of things. He knew he was close to the heart of nature. What if nature was only another name for God? And he whispered it again: God is love. Ah, if I only knew it, I would bow down and worship him forever, he cried. When Sallie reached her mother's room that night, Mrs. Worth was seated by her window. "Why didn't you dance?" "Didn't care to." "Sly miss, you can't fool me. You didn't dance because Mr. Gaston couldn't. That was a dangerously loud way to talk to him." "How did you like him, Mama?" "Come here, dear, and sit on the edge of my chair. I wish I knew when you were in earnest about a man. I like him more than I can tell you. He talked to me so beautifully about his mother I wanted to kiss him. He is charming." "Why, Mama?" "I'd like him for a son. There's a wealth of deep tenderness and manly power in him." "Mama, you're getting giddy." But she kissed her mother twice when she said good night. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 10, The Heart of a Villain. MacLeod had developed into a man of undoubted power. He was but 32 years old and the dictator of his party in the state. He had the fighting temperament which Southern people demand in their leaders. With this temperament he combined the skill of subtle diplomatic tact. He had no moral scruples of any kind. The problem of expediency alone interested him in ethics. MacLeod's pet aversion was a preacher, especially a Baptist or a Methodist. His choicest oaths he reserved for them. He made a study of their weaknesses, and could tell dozens of stories to their discredit, many of them true. He had an instinct for finding their weak spots and holding them up to ridicule. He bought every book of militant infidelity he could find and memorized the bitterest of it. He took special pride in scoffing at religion before the young converts of Durham's church. He was endowed with a personal magnetism that fascinated the young as the hiss of a snake holds a bird. His serious work was politics and sensualism. In politics he was at his best. Here he was cunning, plausible, careful, brilliant, and daring. He never lost his head in defeat or victory. He never forgot a friend or forgave an enemy. Of his foe he asked no quarter and gave none. His ambitions were purely selfish. He meant to climb to the top, and as to the means, the end would justify them. He preferred to associate with white people, but when it was necessary to win a Negro, he never hesitated to go any length. The center of the universe to his mind was A. MacLeod. He was fond of saying to a crowd of youngsters whom he taught to play poker and drank whiskey, "Boys, I know the world. The great man is the man who gets there." He was generous with his money, and the boys called him a jolly good fellow. He used to say in explanation of this careless habit, "It won't do for an ordinary fool to throw away money as I do. I play for big stakes. I'm not a spendthrift. I'm simply sowing seed. I can wait for the harvest." And when they would admire this overmuch, he would warn them, "As a rule, my advice is, get money. Get it fairly and squarely if you can, but whatever you do, get it. When you come right down to it, money's your first, last, best, and only friend. Others promise well, but when the scratch comes, they fail. Money never fails." A boy of 15 asked him one day when he was mellow with liquor, "McLeod, would you rather be President of the United States or a big millionaire?" "Boys," he replied, smacking his lips and running his tongue around his cheeks inside and softly caressing them with one hand while he half closed his eyes, "they say old Simon Legree is worth $50 millions and that his actual income is 20% on that. They say he stole most of it and that every dollar represents a broken life and every cent of it could be painted red with the blood of his victims. Even so, I would rather be in Legree's shoes and have those millions a year than to be Almighty God with hosts of angels singing psalms to me through all eternity." And the shallow-pated satellites cheered this blasphemy with open-eyed wonder. The weakest side of his nature was that turned toward women. He was vain as a peacock, and the darling wish of his soul was to be a successful libertine. This was the secret of the cruelty back of his desire of boundless wealth. He had an intellectual forehead of his Scotch father, large, handsomely modeled features, nostrils that dilated and contracted widely, and the thick, sensuous lips of his mother. His eyebrows were straight, thick, and suggested undoubted force of intellect. His hair was a deep red, thick and coarse, but his mustache was finer, and it was his special pride to point its delicately curved tips. His vanity was being stimulated just now by two opposite forces. He was in love, as deeply as such a nature could love, with Sallie Worth. Her continued rejection of his suit had wounded his vanity, but had roused all the pugnacity of his nature to strengthen this apparent weakness. He had discovered recently that he exercised a potent influence over Mrs. Durham. The moment he was repulsed, his vanity turned for renewed strength toward her. He saw instantly the immense power even the slightest indiscretion on her part would give him over the preacher's life. He knew that while he was not a demonstrative man, he loved his wife with intense devotion. He knew, too, that here was the preacher's weakest spot. In his tireless devotion to his work, he had starved his wife's heart. He had noticed that she always called him Dr. Durham now, and that he had gradually fallen into the habit of calling her Mrs. Durham. This had been fixed in their habits, perhaps by the change from housekeeping to living in a hotel. Since old Aunt Mary's death, Mrs. Durham had given up her struggle with the modern Negro servants, closed her house, and they had boarded for several years. He saw that if he could entangle her name with his in the dirty gossip of village society, he could strike his enemy a mortal blow. He knew that she had grown more and more jealous of the crowds of silly women that always dog the heels of a powerful minister with flattery and open admiration. He determined to make the experiment. Mrs. Durham, while 9 years his senior, did not look a day over 30. Her face was as smooth and soft and round as a girl's, her figure as straight and full, and her every movement instinct with stored vital powers that had never been drawn upon. She was in a dangerous period of her mental development. She had been bitterly disappointed in life. Her loss of slaves and the ancestral prestige of great wealth had sent the steel shaft of a poisoned dagger into her soul. She was unreconciled to it. While she was passing through the anarchy of Legree's regime which followed the war, her unsatisfied maternal instincts absorbed her in the work of relieving the poor and the broken. But when the white race rose in its might and shook off this nightmare, and order and a measure of prosperity had come, she had fallen back into brooding pessimism. She had reached the hour of that soul crisis when she felt life would almost in a moment slip from her grasp, and she asked herself the question, "Have I lived?" And she could not answer. She found herself asking the reasons for things long accepted as fixed and eternal. What was good, right, truth, and what made it good, right, or true? And she beat the wings of her proud woman's heart against the bars that held her, until, tired and bleeding, she was exhausted but unconquered. She was furious with McLeod for his open association with Negro politicians. "Allen, in my soul, I am ashamed for you when I see you thus degrade your manhood." "Nonsense, Mrs. Durham," he replied. "The most beautiful flower grows in dirt, but the flower is not dirt." "Well, I knew you were vain, but that caps the climax." "Isn't my figure true, whether you say I'm dog fennel or a pink?" "No, you're not a flower. Will is the soul of man. The flower is ruled by laws outside itself. A man's will is creative. You can make law. You can walk with your head among the stars, and you choose to crawl in a ditch. I am out of patience with you." "But only for a purpose. You must judge by the end in view." "There's no need to stoop so low." "I assure you it is absolutely necessary to my aims in life, and they are high enough. I appreciate your interest in me more than I dare to tell you. You have always been kind to me since I was a wild, red-headed brute of a boy, and you've always been my supreme inspiration in work. While others have cursed and scoffed, you smiled at me, and your smile has warmed my heart in its blackest nights." She looked at him with a mother-like tenderness. "What ends could be high enough to justify such methods?" "I hate poverty and squalor. It's been my fate. I've sworn to climb out of it, if I have to fight or buy my way through hell to do it. I dream of a palatial home, of soft white beds, grand banquet halls, and music and wine and the faces of those I love near me. Besides, the work I'm doing is the best for the state and the nation." "But how can you walk arm in arm with a big black Negro, as they say you do, to get his vote?" "Simply because they represent 120,000 votes I need. You can't tell their color when they get in the box. I use these fools as so many worms. My political creed is for public consumption only. I never allow anybody to impose on me. I don't allow even Allen McLeod to deceive me with a paper platform or a lot of articulated wind. I'm not a preacher." She winced at that shot, blushed, and looked at him curiously for a moment. "No, you're not a preacher. I wish you were a better man." "So do I, when I'm with you," he answered in a low, serious voice. "But I can't get over the sense of personal degradation involved in your association with Negroes as your equal," she persisted. "The trouble is you're an unreconstructed rebel. Women never really forgive a social wrong." "I am unreconstructed," she snapped with pride. "And you thank God daily for it, don't you?" "Yes, I do. Human nature can't be reconstructed by the fiat of fools who tinker with laws," she cried. "These thousands of black votes are here. They've got to be controlled. I'm doing the job." "You don't try to get rid of them?" "Get rid of them? Ye gods, that would be a task. The Negro is the sentimental pet of the nation. Put him on a continent alone, and he will sink like an iron wedge to the bottomless pit of barbarism. But he is the ward of the Republic, our only orphan, chronic, incapable. That wardship is a grip of steel on the throat of the South. Back of it is an ocean of maudlin, sentimental fools. I'm simply making the most of the situation. I didn't make it to order. I'm just doing the best I can with the material at hand." "Why don't you come out like a man and defy this horde of fools?" "Martyrdom has become too cheap. The preachers have 100,000 missionaries now we are trying to support." "Allen, I thought you held below the rough surface of your nature high ideals. You don't mean this." "What could one man do against these millions?" "Do?" she cried, her face ablaze. "The history of the world is made up of the individuality of a few men. A little Yankee woman wrote a crude book. The single act of that woman's will caused the war, killed 1,000,000 men, desolated and ruined the South, and changed the history of the world. The single dauntless personality of George Washington 3 times saved the colonies from surrender and created the Republic. I am surprised to hear a man of your brain and reading talk like that." "When I'm with you and hear your voice I have heroic impulses. You're the only human being with whom I would take the time to discuss this question. But the current is too strong. The other way is easier, and it serves my ends better. Besides, I am not sure it isn't better from every point of view. We've got the Negro here. We must educate him." "Hush! Tell that to somebody that hates you, not to me," she cried. "Don't you think we must educate them?" "No, I think it is a crime." "Would you leave them in ignorance, a threat to society?" "Yes, until they can be moved. When I see these young Negro men and women coming out of their schools and colleges well dressed, with their shallow veneer of an imitation culture, I feel like crying over the farce." "Surely, Mrs. Durham, you believe they are better fitted for life?" "They are not. They are lifted out of their only possible sphere of menial service and denied any career. It is simply inhuman. They are led to certain slaughter of soul and body at last. It is a horrible tragedy." Allen looked at her, smiled, and replied, "I knew you were a bitter and brilliant woman, but I didn't think you would go to such lengths even with your pet aversions." "It's not an aversion or a prejudice, sir. It's a simple fact of history. Education increases the power of the human brain to think and the heart to suffer. Sooner or later these educated Negroes feel the clutch of the iron hand of the white man's unwritten laws on their throat. They have their choice between a suicide's grave or a prison cell. And the numbers who dare the grave and the prison cell daily increase. The South is kinder to the Negro when he is kept in his place." "You are a quarter of a century behind the times." "Am I so old?" she laughed. "The sentiment, not the woman. You are the most beautiful woman I ever saw." "I like all my boys to feel that way about me." "You don't class me quite with the rest, do you?" She blushed the slightest bit. "No, I've always taken a peculiar interest in you. I have quarreled with everybody who has hated and spoken evil of you. I've always believed you were capable of a high and noble life of great achievement." "And your faith in me has been my highest incentive to give the lie to my enemies and succeed. And I will. I will be the master of this state within 2 years, and I want you to remember that I lay it all at your feet. The world need not know it. You know it." He spoke with intense earnestness. "But I don't want you to make such a success at the price of Negro equality. I feel a sense of unspeakable degradation for you when I hear your name hissed. At least I was your teacher once. Come, Allen, give up Negro politics and devote yourself to an honorable career in law." He shook his head with calm persistence. "No, this is my calling." "Then take a nobler one." "To succeed grandly is the only title of nobility here." "Is the doctor on speaking terms with you now?" "Oh, yes. I joke him about his hide-bound Bourbonism, and he tells me I am all sorts of a villain. But we have made an agreement to hate one another in a polite sort of way, as becomes a teacher in Israel and a statesman with responsibilities. By the way, I saw him driving to the Springs with a bevy of pretty girls a few hours ago." "Indeed, I didn't know it." "Yes, he seemed to be having a royal time and to have renewed his youth." An angry flush came to her face, and she made no reply. McLeod glanced at her furtively and smiled at this evidence that his shot had gone home. "Would you drive with me to the Springs? We will get there before this party starts back." She hesitated and answered, "Yes." End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 11, The Old, Old Story. When Gaston arrived in Independence, he went direct to St. Clair's. "Where the dickens have you been, Gaston?" "Jumping from Murphy to Manteo, making love to hayseed statesmen." "What luck?" "They're all crazy. They swear they are going to have the United States establish a sub-treasury in Raleigh and issue government scrip they can use as money on their pumpkins, or they're going to tear the nation to tatters and vote for a nigger for governor if necessary." "Can't you get into their fool heads that an alliance with the Republican Party is the last way on earth for them to go about their sub-treasury schemes?" "Can't seem to do a thing with them. McLeod's stuffed them full. I'm sick of it. I've a notion to let them go with the niggers and to go to the devil. It's growing on me that there must be another way out. I can't get down in the dirt and prostitute my intellect and lie with these fools. We've got to get rid of the Negro. A large job, old man. Yes, it is, and thank God I'm done with it for a week. I'm going to heaven now for a few days. I'll see her in an hour. I rise on tireless wings. Look out you don't come down too suddenly. The earth may feel hard. Bob, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to look fate squarely in the face and get my answer like a little man, for life or death. Mrs. Worth met Gaston and greeted him with warmest cordiality. We are charmed to welcome you to Oakwood again, Mr. Gaston. I assure you, Mrs. Worth, I never saw a home so beautiful. I feel as though I am in paradise when I get here. I hope to see more of you this time. I feel that I know you so much better since our talk at the Springs. Thank you, Mrs. Worth. He said this so simply and earnestly she could but feel his deep appreciation of her attitude of welcome. Sallie will be down in a minute. Gaston smiled in spite of himself. What are you laughing at? I was just thinking how sweetly her name sounded on your lips. Do you like these old-fashioned Southern names? I think they are lovely. Well, that's my name, too. Sallie suddenly stepped from the hall into the doorway. Now, Mama, there you are again, carrying on with one of my beaux. I don't know what I will do with you. Mrs. Worth actually blushed, sprang up, and struck Sallie lightly on the arm with her fan, exclaiming, "Oh, you sly thing, to stand out there and listen to what I said. Mr. Gaston, I turn her over to you to punish her for such conduct." "Isn't she a dear?" said Sallie when her mother was gone. I was charmed with her at the Springs, but the gracious way she made me feel at home this morning completely won my heart. I can do anything with Mama. She's the dearest mother that ever lived. She always seems to know intuitively my heart's wish, and if it's best, give it to me, and if it's not, she makes me cease to desire it. I wish I could manage Papa as easily. I'm sure he idolizes you, Miss Sallie. He does, but when he lays the law down, that settles it. I can't move him 1 inch. That's the way with forceful men who do things in the world. Well, I confess I like to have my own way sometimes. I wonder if you are like that. I'll be frank with you. Somehow I never could be anything else if I tried. I don't think a man of strong character will yield to every whim of a woman, whether wife or daughter. I heard of a man the other day who whipped his wife, she said in a far-away tone of voice. Come, my horse is ready. Go with me for another ride today. I'm going to take you across the river and show you a pretty drive over there. They were soon lost in the deep shadows of the stately pine forest that lay beyond the Catawba. The road was a cross-country narrow way that wound in and out around the big trees. They jogged slowly along while he bathed his soul in the joy of her presence. Oh, to be alone and near her! There seemed to him a magic power in the touch of her dress as she sat in the little buggy so close by his side. For hours again he lay at her feet and drank the wine of her beauty until his heart was drunk with love. Once he opened his lips to tell her, and a great fear awed him to silence. He longed to pour out to her his passion, but feared her answer. He had studied her every word and tone and look and hand pressure since he had known her. He was sure she loved him, and yet he was not sure. She was so skilled in the science of self-defense, so subtle a mistress of all the arts of polite society in which the soul's deepest secrets are hid from the world. He was paralyzed now as the moment drew near. He put it off another day and gave himself up to the pure delight of her face and form and voice and presence. That evening when she entered the home, her mother caught her by the hand and softly whispered, "Did he court you today, Sallie?" She shook her head smilingly. "No, but he will to-morrow." St. Clair was sitting on his veranda awaiting Gaston's return. "What luck, old boy?" he eagerly asked. "Couldn't say a word. I'll do it to-morrow or die." "Shake hands, partner. I've been there." "Bob, it's a serious thing to run up against a little answer yes or no. That means life or death. Feel like you'd rather live on hope a while and let things drift, don't you?" "Exactly. I think I can understand for the first time in my life that awful look in a prisoner's face on trial for his life when he watches the lips of the foreman of the jury to catch the first letter of the verdict. I used to think that an interesting psychological study. By George, I feel like I am his brother now. The next day was perfect. The warm, life-giving sun of June was tempered by breezes that swept fresh and invigorating over the earth that had been drenched with showers in the night. The woods were ringing with the chorus of feathered throats, chanting the old oratorio of life and love. Again Gaston and Sallie were jogging along the shady river road they had traveled on the first day she had taken him driving. "Do you remember this road?" she asked. "I'll never forget it. Along this road we hurried in the twilight to face your angry mother, and just one kiss smoothed her brow into a welcoming smile for me. Well, I'm going to risk greater trouble today and take you a mile or two further up the river to the old mill site at the rapids. It's the most beautiful and romantic spot in the country. The river spreads out a quarter of a mile in width and goes plunging and dashing down the rapids through thousands of projecting rocks, a mass of white foam as far as you can see. It's full of tiny green islands with ferns and rhododendron and wild grapevines, and their perfume sweetens the air for miles along the water. These little islands, some 10 feet square, some an acre, are full of mockingbirds nesting there, though since the mills were burned during the war, nobody has lived near. The songs of these birds seem tuned to the music of the river. It must be a glimpse of fairyland," he exclaimed. "I know you'll be thrilled with its romantic beauty. It's 5 miles from my house in any direction." Gaston was silent. He made a resolution in his soul that he would never leave that spot until he knew his fate. His heart began to thump now like a sledge-hammer. He looked down furtively at her and tried to imagine how she would look and what she would say when he should startle her first with some word of tender endearment, or the sound of her name he had said over and over 1,000 times in his heart and aloud when alone, but never dared to use without its prefix. She saw his abstraction and divined intuitively the current of emotions with which he was struggling, but pretended not to notice it. He tied the horse at the old mill, and they walked slowly down the bank of the river. "That is my island," she cried, pointing out into the river. "That third one in the group running out from the point, we can step from one rock to another to it." It was indeed an entrancing spot. The island seemed all alone in the middle of the river when one was on it. It was not more than 50 feet wide and 100 feet long, its length lying with the swift current. At the lower end of it a fine ash tree spread its dense shade, hanging far over the still waters that stood in smooth eddy at its roots. On the upper side of this tree lay a big boulder, resting against its trunk and embedded in a mass of clean white sand the water had filtered and washed and thrown there on some spring flood. She climbed on this rock, sat down, and leaned her bare head against its trunk. "This is my throne," she laughingly cried. He leaned against the rock and looked up at her with eyes through which the yearning, the hunger, the joy, and the fear of all life were quivering. What a picture she made under the dark, cool shadows. Her dress was again of spotless white that seemed now to have been woven out of the foam of the river. Her throat was bare, her cheeks flushed, and her wavy hair the wind had blown loose in 100 stray ringlets about her face and neck. Her lips were trembling with a smile at his speechless admiration. "You seem to have been struck dumb," she said. "Isn't this glorious?" "Beyond words, Miss Sallie. I didn't know there was such a spot on the earth." "This is my favorite perch. Art and wealth never made anything like this. I could come here and sit and dream all day alone if Mama would let me." He tried to begin the story of his love, but every time his tongue refused to move. He was trembling with nervous hesitation and began to dig a hole in the sand with his heel. "What is the matter with you today? I never saw you so serious and moody." Just then a female mockingbird in her modest dove-colored dress lit on a swaying limb whose tips touched the still water of the eddy at their feet, and her proud mate with head erect, far up on the topmost twig of the ash, struck softly the first note of his immortal love poem, the dropping song. "Listen, he's going to sing his dropping song," he cried in a whisper, and they listened. He sang his first stanza in a low, dreamy voice, and then, as the sweetness of his love and the glory of his triumph grew on his bird soul, he lifted his clear notes higher and higher until the woods on the banks of the river rang with its melody. His mate turned her eyes upward and quietly twittered a sweet little answer. His response rang like a silver trumpet far up in the sky. He sprang 10 feet into the air and slowly dropped, singing his long trilling notes of melting sweetness. He stopped on the topmost twig, sat a moment, never ceasing his matchless song, and then began to fall downward from limb to limb toward his mate, pouring out his soul in mad abandonment of joy, but growing softer, sweeter, more tender as he drew nearer. They could see her now tremble with pride and love at his approach, as she glanced timidly upward and answered him with maiden modesty. At last, when he reached her side, his song was so low and sweet and dreamlike it could scarcely be heard. He touched the tip of her beak with a bird kiss. They chirped and flew away to the woods together. Gaston determined to speak or die. His eyes were wet with unshed tears, and he was trembling from head to foot. He had meant to pour out his love for her like that bird in words of passionate beauty, but all he could do was to say with stammering voice, low and tense with emotion, "Miss Sallie, I love you." He had meant to say Sally, but at the last gasp of breath as he spoke, his courage had failed. He did not look up at first, and when she was silent, he timidly looked up, fearing to hear the answer or read it in her face. She smiled at him and broke into a low peal of joyous laughter, and there was a note of joy in her laughter that was contagious. "Please don't laugh at me," he stammered, smiling himself. She buried her face in her hands and laughed again. She looked at him with her great blue eyes wide open, dancing with fun and wet with tears. "Do you know, it's the funniest thing in the world. You are the 6th man who has made love to me on this rock within a year." And again she laughed in his face. "Look here, Miss Sallie, this is cruel." "Dear old rock, it's enchanted. It never fails." And she laughed softly again and patted the rock with her hand. "Surely you have tortured me long enough. Have some pity." It is a pitiable sight to see a big, eloquent man stammer and do silly things, isn't it? "Please give me your answer," he cried, still trembling. "Oh, it's not so serious as all that," she said with dancing eyes. "I'm in the dust at your feet." "You mean in the sand. Did you know that you dug a hole in the sand deep enough to bury me in? I thought once you were meditating murder, by the expression on your face." "Please give me one earnest look from your eyes," he pleaded. "You're a terrible disappointment," she answered, leaning back and putting her hands behind her head thoughtfully. His heart stood still at this unexpected speech. "How?" he slowly asked, looking down at the sand again. "Because," she said in her old tantalizing tone, "I expected so much of you." "Then you don't class me with the other poor devils, at least?" he asked hopefully. "No, no. They were handsome boys and made beautiful speeches. But you are distinguished. You are a man that everybody would look at twice in a crowd. You are a famous young orator who can hold thousands breathless with eloquence. I thought you would make me the most beautiful speech, but you acted like a schoolboy, stammered, looked foolish, and pawed a hole in the ground." Again she laughed. "I confess, Miss Sallie, I was never so overwhelmed with terror and nervousness by an audience before. And just one girl to hear." "Yes, but she counts more with me than all the other millions, and one kind look from her eyes I would hold dearer at this moment than a conquered world's applause." "That's fine. That's something like it. Say more," she cried. His face clouded and he looked earnestly at her. "Come, come, Miss Sallie. This is too cruel. I have torn my heart's deepest secrets open to you, and trembling laid my life at your feet, and you are laughing at me. I have paid you the highest homage one human soul can offer another. Surely I deserve better than this." "There, you do. Forgive me. I have seen so much shallow love-making, I'm never quite sure a boy's in dead earnest." She spoke now with seriousness. "You cannot doubt my earnestness. I have spoken to you this morning the first words of love that ever passed my lips. One chamber of my soul has always been sacred. It was the throne room of love, reserved for the one woman waiting for me somewhere, whom I should find. I would not allow an angel to enter it, and I hid it from the face of God. I have opened it this morning. It is yours." She softly slipped her hand in his, and tremblingly said, while a tear stole down her cheek, "I do love you." He bent over her hand and kissed it, while his frame shook with uncontrollable emotion. Then looking up through his dimmed eyes, he said, "My darling, that was the sweetest music, that sentence, that I shall ever hear in this world, or in all the worlds beyond it in eternity." "When did you first begin to love me?" she asked. "I don't know, but I loved you the first moment you looked into my face while I was speaking that day, and I recognized you instantly as the dream of my soul. I have loved you forever, ages before we were born in this world. Somewhere our souls met and knew and loved, and I've been looking for you ever since. When I saw you there in the crowd that day looking up at me with those beautiful blue eyes, I felt like shouting, 'I have found her! I have found her!' and rushing to your side lest I should not see you again. It is strange, this feeling that we have known each other forever. The moment you touched my hand that first day, a sense of perfect content and joy in living came over me. I couldn't remember the time when I hadn't known you. You seemed so much a part of my inmost thoughts and everyday life. I laughed this morning from sheer madness of joy when you told me your love. I knew you were going to tell me today. You tried yesterday, but I held you back. I wanted you to tell me here at this beautiful spot, that the music of this water might always sing its chorus with the memory of your words. "Let me kiss your lips once," he pleaded. "No, you shall hold my hand and kiss that. Your touch thrills every nerve of my being like wine. It is enough. I promised Mamma I would never allow a man to kiss me without asking her, and we are like loving comrades. I couldn't violate a promise to her. I will when she says so." "Then I'll ask her. I know she's on my side." "Yes, I believe she loves you because I do." "What did you whisper to her that night when we came late and you said she would be angry?" "Told her I loved you." "If I could only have caught that whisper then! You don't know how it delights me to think your mother likes me. I couldn't help loving her. It seems to me a divine seal on our lives." "Yes, and what specially delights me is, you have completely captured Papa, and he's so hard to please." "You don't say so." "Yes, he's been preaching you at me ever since you came the first time. I pretended to be indifferent to draw him out. He would say, 'Now, Sallie, there's a man for you. No pretty dude, but a man, with a kingly eye and a big brain. That's the kind of a man who does things in the world, and makes history for smaller men to read.' And then I'd just say to aggravate him, 'But, Papa, he's as poor as Job's turkey.' Then you ought to have heard him. 'Well, what of it? You can begin in a cabin like your mother and I did. He's got a better start than I had, for he has a better training.'" "I am certainly glad to hear that," Gaston cried with elation. "You may be, for Papa is a man of such intense likes and dislikes. The first thing that made my heart flutter for fear was that he might not like you. He loves you intensely, and I love him devotedly. I could not marry without his consent. You are so entirely different from any other beau I ever had, I couldn't imagine what Papa would think of you. You wear such a serious face, never go into society, care nothing for fine clothes, and are so careless that you even hung your feet out of the buggy that first day I took you to drive. I was glad to have you in the woods and not in town. The boys would have guyed me to death. In fact, you are the contradiction of the average man I have known, and of all the men I thought as a girl I'd marry some day. I am so glad Papa likes you." That evening when they reached the house, she hurried through the hall to her mother, who was standing on the back porch. There was the sudden swish of a dress, a kiss, another and another, and then the low murmur of a mother's voice, like crooning over a baby. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream, Chapter 12, The Music of the Mills. When Gaston reached his home that night, St. Clair had gone to bed. It was 1 o'clock. He could not sleep yet, so he sat in the window and tried to realize his greatest happiness as he looked out on the green lawn with its white gravelled walk glistening in the full moon. "The world is beautiful, life is sweet, and God is good," he cried in an ecstasy of joy. He sat there in the moonlight for an hour dreaming of his love and the great strenuous life of achievement he would live with her to inspire him. It seemed too good to be true, and yet it was the largest living fact. Like throbbing music, the words were ringing in his heart, keeping time with the rhythm of its beat. "I do love you." And then he did something he had not done in years, not since his boyhood. He knelt in the silence of the moonlit room and prayed. Love, the great revealer, had led him into the presence of God. The impulse was spontaneous and resistless. "Lord, I have seen thy face, heard thy voice, and felt the touch of thy hand today. I bless and praise thee. Forgive my doubts and fears and sins. Cleanse and make me worthy of her whom thou hast sent as thy messenger." So he poured out his soul. Next morning he grasped St. Clair's hand as he entered the room. "Bob, I'm the happiest man in the world." "Congratulations, you look it." "She loves me. I'd like to climb up on top of this house and shout it until all earth and heaven could hear and be glad with me." "Well, don't do it, my boy. See her father first." "She says he likes me." "Then you're elected." "I'm going to tackle him before I go home." "Don't rush him. There's a superstition prevalent here that the old gentleman has no idea of ever letting his daughter leave that home, and that he will never give his consent, when driven to the wall, unless his son-in-law that is to be will agree to settle down there and take his place in those big mills. He has two great loves, his daughter and the mills, and he don't mean to let either one of 'em go if he can help it." "Do you believe that's true?" "Yes, I do. How do you like the idea?" "It's not my style. I've a pretty clear idea of what I'm going to do in this world." "Well, you better begin to haul in your silk sails and study cotton goods, is my advice." "I'll manage him." "I don't know about it, but if you've got her, you're the first man that ever got far enough to measure himself with the general. I wish you luck." "You the same, old chum. May you conquer Boston and all the Pilgrim Fathers." "Thanks. The vision of one of them disturbs my dreams. One will be enough." Then followed 6 golden days on the banks of the Catawba. Every day he insisted with boyish enthusiasm on returning to that rock and seating her on her throne. He called her his queen and worshipped at her feet. He had the friendliest little chat with her mother and told her how he loved her daughter and hoped for her approval. She answered with frankness that she was glad and would love him as her own son, but that she disapproved of kissing and extravagant love-making until they were ready to be married and the engagement duly announced. So he could only hold Sally's hand and kiss the tips of her fingers and the little dimples where they joined the hand, and sometimes he would hold it against his own cheek while she smiled at him. But when they rode homeward one evening, he dared to put his arm behind her, high on the phaeton's leather cushion as they were going down a hill, and then lowered it a little as they started up the grade. She leaned back and found it there. At first she nestled against it very timidly, and then trustingly. She looked into his face and both smiled. "Isn't that nice, Sally?" "Yes, it is. I don't think Mama would mind that, do you?" "Of course not." "Well, I never promised not to lean back in a phaeton, did I?" "Certainly not, and it's all right." Toward the end of the week the general began to show him a grave, friendly interest. He invited Gaston to go over the mills with him. The mills were located back of the wooded cliffs a quarter of a mile up the river. There were now 4 magnificent brick buildings stretching out over the river's bottoms at right angles to its current. And there was a big dye house, a ginning house, and a cottonseed oil mill. The general stood on the hilltop and proudly pointed it out to him. "Isn't that a grand sight, young man? We employ 2,000 hands down there, and consume hundreds of bales of cotton a day. We began here after the war without a cent except our faith and this magnificent water power. Now look." "You have certainly done a great work," said Gaston. "I had no idea you had so many industries in the enclosure." "Yes, I sit down here on the hill some nights in the moonlight and look into this valley, and the hum of that machinery is like ravishing music. The machinery seems to me to be a living thing, with millions of fingers of steel and a great throbbing soul. I dream of the day when those swift fingers will weave their fabrics of gold and clothe the whole South in splendor. The South I love and for which I fought and have yearned over through all these years. Ah, young man, I wish you boys of brain and genius would quit throwing yourselves away in law and dirty politics and devote your powers to the South's development." "Yes, but, General, the people of the South had to go into politics instead of business on account of the enfranchisement of the Negro. It was a matter of life and death." "I didn't do it." "No, sir, but others did it for you." "How?" he asked incredulously, with just a touch of wounded pride. "Well, how many Negroes do you employ in these mills?" "None. We don't allow a Negro to come inside the enclosure." "Precisely so. You have prospered because you have got rid of the Negro." "I've simply let the Negro alone. Let others do the same." "But everybody can't do it. There are now 9 millions of them. You've simply shifted the burden on others' shoulders. You haven't solved the problem." "If we had less politics and more business, we would be better off." "But the trouble is, General, we can't have more business until politics have settled some things." "Bah! You're throwing yourself away in politics, young man. There's nothing in it but dirt and disappointment." "To me, sir, politics is a religion." "Religion! Politics! I didn't know you could ever mix 'em. I thought they were about as far apart as heaven is from hell," exclaimed the General. "They ought not to be, sir, whatever the terrible facts. I believe that the government is the organized virtue of the community, and that politics is religion in action. It may be a poor sort of religion, but it is the best we are capable of as members of society." "Well, that's a new idea." "It's coming to be more and more recognized by thoughtful men, General. I believe that the state is now the only organ through which the whole people can search for righteousness, and that the progress of the world depends more than ever on its integrity and purity." "Well, you've cut out a big job for yourself, if that's your ideal. My idea of politics is a pig pen. The way to clean it is to kill the pigs." Gaston laughed and shook his head. When they returned from the mills, Mrs. Worth drew the General into her room. "Did he ask you for Sallie?" "No, the young galoot never mentioned her name. I thought he would, but I must have scared him." "You didn't quarrel over anything?" "No, but I found out he has a mind of his own." "So have you, sir." End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Michelle Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream, Chapter 13, The First Kiss. "Why didn't you ask him yesterday?" cried Sallie as she entered the parlor the next morning. "Darling, I was scared out of my wits. We got crossways on some questions we were discussing, and he snorted at me once, and every time I tried to screw up my courage to speak, I got a lump in my throat and I gave it up. I thought I'd wait a day or two until he should be in a better humor." "He's gone away today," she said with disappointment. "I'm glad of it. I'll write him a letter." "If you had asked him yesterday, it would have been all right. He told me so when he left this morning, with a very tender tremor in his voice." "But it will be all right, sweetheart, when I write." "I wanted my ring," she whispered. "You shall have it," he said as he seized her hand and led her to a seat. "Have you got it with you?" she asked with excitement. "Let me see it quick." He drew the little box from his pocket, withdrew the ring, concealing it in his hand, slipped it on her finger, and kissed it. She threw her hand up in the light to see it. "Oh, it is gorgeous! It's the big green diamond hiddenite I saw at the exposition. It's the most beautiful stone I ever saw, and the only one of its kind in size and color in the world. Professor Hidden told me so. I tried to get Papa to buy it for me, but he laughed at me and said it was childish extravagance. Charlie dear, how could you get it? That's a little secret, but there are to be no secrets between us any more. I had a little hoard saved from my mother's estate for the greatest need of my life. I confess my extravagance. You are a matchless lover. I'm the proudest and happiest girl that breathes. Nothing is too good for you. I wish I could make a greater sacrifice. Wait till I show it to Mama. And she flew to her mother's room. She returned immediately, looking at the ring and kissing it. Couldn't show it to her. She had company, she said. Alan is talking to her. Let's get out of the house, dear. I hate that man like a rattlesnake. Don't be silly. I never cared a snap for him. I know you didn't, but there is a poison about him that taints the air for me. Get your horse and let's go to our place at the old mill. They soon reached the spot, and with a laugh she sprang upon the rock and took her seat against the tree. Now, dear, humor this whim of mine. I've grown superstitious since you've made me happy. I have a presentiment of evil because that man was in the house. I'm going to take the ring off and put it on your hand again out here where only the eyes of our birds will see and the river we love will hear. That will be nicer. I somehow feel that my life is built on this dear old rock, she answered soberly. He took the ring off her finger, dipped it in the white foam of the river, kissed it, and placed it on her hand. Now the spell is broken, isn't it? She cried, holding it out in the sunlight a moment to catch the flash of its green diamond depth. I've another token for you. This you will not even show to your mother or father. She bent low over a tiny package he unfolded. This is the first medal I won at college, he continued, the first victory of my life. It was the force that determined my character. It gave me an inflexible will. I worked at a tremendous disadvantage. Others were 2 years ahead of me in study for the contest. I locked myself up in my room day and night for 10 months and took just enough food and sleep for strength to work. I worked 17 hours a day, except Sundays, for 10 months without an hour of play. I won it brilliantly. Every line cut on its gold surface stands for 1,000 aches of my body. Every little pearl set in it grew in a pain of that struggle which set its seal on my inmost life. I came out of those 10 months a man. I have never known the whims of a boy since. And you engraved something on the back to me? Yes, can't you read it? My eyes are dim, she whispered. It is this. In the hands of manhood's tenderest love, I bring to thee my boyhood's brightest dream. I was a man when I woke, but I have never lived till you taught me. Keep this as a pledge of eternal love. It's the only little trinket I ever possessed. The world will see our ring. Don't let them see this. It is the seal of your sovereignty of my soul in life, in death, and beyond. Will you make me this eternal pledge? Unto the utmost, she murmured. Unto the utmost, he solemnly echoed. And now, what can I say or do for you when you show me in this spirit of prodigal sacrifice how dear I am in your eyes? Those words from your lips are enough, he declared. I'll give you more. I'm going to give you just a little bit of myself. I haven't asked Mama, but we are engaged now. Come closer. She placed her beautiful arms around his neck and pressed her lips upon his in a first rapturous kiss of love. No, no more. It is enough, she protested. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 14, A Mysterious Letter. He was at home now, waiting impatiently for the General's answer to his letter. 2 weeks had passed, and he had not received it. But she had explained in her letters that her father had returned the day he left, had a talk with McLeod, and left on important business. They were expecting his return at any moment. It was a new revelation of life he found in their first love letters. He never knew that he could write before. He sat for hours at his desk in his law office and poured out to her his dreams, hopes, and ambitions. All the poetry of youth and the beauty of life he put into those letters. He wrote to her every day, and she answered every other day. She wrote in half tearful apology that her mother disapproved of the daily letter, and she added wistfully, quote, "I should like to write to you twice a day. Take the will for the deed, and as you love me, be sure to continue yours daily." End quote. And on the days the letter came, with eager, trembling hands he seized it, without waiting for the rest of his mail or his papers. With set face, a quick, nervous step, he would mount the stairs to his office, lock his door, and sit down to devour it. He would hold it in his hands sometimes for 10 minutes, just to laugh and muse over it and try to guess what new trick of phrase she had used to express her love. He was surprised at her brilliance and wit. He had not held her so deep a thinker on the serious things of life as these letters had showed, nor had he noticed how keen her sense of humor. He was so busy looking at her beautiful face and drinking the love light from her eyes, he had overlooked these things when with her. Now they flashed on him as a new treasure that would enrich his life. At the end of 2 weeks, when the general had not answered his letter, he began to grow nervous. A vague feeling of fear grew on him. Something had happened to darken his future. He felt it by subtle telepathy of sympathetic thought. He was gloomy and depressed all day after he had received and feasted on the wittiest letter she had ever written. What could it mean, he asked himself 1,000 times. Some shadow had fallen across their lives. He knew it as clearly as if the revelation of its misery were already unfolded. He went to the post office on the next day he was to receive a letter, crushed with a sense of foreboding. He waited until the mail was all distributed and the general delivery window flung open before he approached his box. He was afraid to look at her letter. He slowly opened the box. There was nothing in it. "Sam, you're not holding out my letter to tease me, old boy?" he asked pathetically. Sam was about to joke him about the uncertainties of love when his eye rested on his drawn face. "Lord, no, Charlie," he protested. "You know I wouldn't treat you like that." "Then look again. You may have dropped it." Sam turned and looked carefully over the floor, over and under his desks and tables, and returned. "No, but it may have been thrown into the wrong bag by that fool mail clerk on the train. You may get it tomorrow." He turned away and walked to his office, forgetting his key in the open box. The vague sense of calamity that weighed on his heart for the past 2 days now became a reality. He sat in his office all the afternoon in a dull stupor of suspense. He tried to read her last letter over, but the pages would get blurred and fade out of sight, and he would wake to find he had been staring at one sentence for an hour. He knew his foster mother would be all sympathy and tenderness if he told her, but somehow he hadn't the heart. She had led him to his love. He had been so boyishly and frankly happy, boasting to her of his success. He sickened at the thought of telling her. He went out for a walk in the woods and lay down alone beside a brook like a wounded animal. The next day he watched his box again with the hope that Sam's guess might be right, and the missing letter would come. But instead of the big square-cut envelope he had waited for, he received a bulky letter in an old-fashioned masculine handwriting, with the postmark of Independence and a mill mark in the upper left-hand corner. He did not have to look twice at that letter. It was the sealed verdict of his jury. He locked his office door. It was long and rambling, full of kindly sympathy expressed in a restrained manner. He could not believe at first that so outspoken a man as the general could have written it. The substance of its meaning, however, was plain enough. He meant to say that as he was not in a position to make a suitable home at present for a wife, and as he disapproved of long engagements, it seemed better that no engagement should be entered into or announced. He stared at this letter for an hour, trying to grasp the mystery that lay back of its halting, half-contradictory sentences. He did not know till long afterwards that the general had written it with two blue eyes tearfully watching him and waiting to read it, and now and then there was a sound of a great sob, and two arms were around his neck, and a still white face lying on his shoulder, and that tears had washed all the harshness and emphasis out of what he had meant to write, and all but blotted out any meaning to what he did write. But withal it was clear enough in its import. It meant that the general had haltingly but authoritatively denied his suit. He instantly made up his mind to ask an interview at his home, and know plainly all his reasons for this change of attitude. He wrote his letter and posted it immediately by return mail. He knew that the request would precipitate a crisis, and he trembled at the outcome. Either her father would hesitate and receive him, or end it with a crash of his imperious will. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 15, A Blow in the Dark. The noon mail brought Gaston no answer. At night he felt sure it would come. When the wagon dashed up to the post office that night, it was 15 minutes late. He was walking up and down the street on the opposite pavement along the square, keeping under the shadows of the trees. He turned, quickly crossed the street, and stood inside the office, listening with a feeling of strange abstraction to the tramp of the postmaster's feet back and forth as he distributed the mail. He never knew before what a tragedy might be concealed in the thrust of a bit of folded paper into a tiny glass-eyed box. As he waited, fearing to face his fate, he remembered the pathetic figure of a gray-haired old man who stood there one day, hanging on that desk, softly talking to himself. He was a stranger at the Springs, and they were alone in the office together. Now and then he brushed a tear from his eyes, glanced timidly at the window of the general delivery, starting at every quick movement inside as though afraid the window had opened. Gaston had gone up close to the old man, drawn by the look of anguish in his dignified face. The stranger intuitively recognized the sympathy of the movement and explained tremblingly. "My son, I am waiting for a message of life or death," he faltered, seized his hand, adding, "and I'm afraid to see it." Just then the window opened and he clutched his arm and gasped with dilated, staring eyes. There, it's come. You go for me, my son, and ask while I pray. I'm afraid." How well Gaston remembered now with what trembling eagerness the old man had broken the seal, and then stood with head bowed low, crying. "I thank and bless thee, O Mother of Jesus, for this hour." And looking up into his face with tear-streaming eyes, he cried in a rich, low voice like tender music, "How beautiful are the feet of them that bring glad tidings!" He could feel now the warm pressure of his hand as he walked out of the office with him. How vividly the whole scene came rushing over him. He thought he sympathized with his old friend that night, but now he entered into the fellowship of his sorrow. Now he knew. At last he drew himself up, walked to his box, and opened it. His heart leaped. A big square-cut envelope lay in it, addressed to him in her own beautiful hand. He snatched it out and hurried to his office. The moment he touched it, his heart sank. It was light and thin. Evidently there was but a single sheet of paper within. He tore it open and stared at it with parted lips and half-seeing eyes. The first word struck his soul with a deadly chill. This is what he read. "My dear Mr. Gaston, I write in obedience to the wishes of my parents to say that our engagement must end and our correspondence cease. I cannot explain to you the reasons for this. I have acquiesced in their judgment that it is best. I return your letters by tomorrow's mail, and Mama requests that you return mine to her at Oakwood immediately. I leave tonight on the Limited for Atlanta, where I join a friend. We go to Savannah, and thence by steamer to Boston, where I shall visit Helen for a month. Sincerely, Sallie Worth." For a long time he looked at the letter in a stupor of amazement. That her father could coerce her hand into writing such a brutal, commonplace note was a revelation of his power he had never dreamed. And then his anger began to rise. His fighting blood from soldier ancestors made his nerves tingle at this challenge. He took up the letter and read it again, curiously studying each word. He opened the folded sheet, hoping to find some detached message. There was nothing inside. But he noticed on the other side of the sheet a lot of indentures, as though made by the end of a needle. He turned it back and studied these dots under different letters in the words made by the needle points. He spelled, "My darling, unto the utmost." And then he covered the note with kisses, sprang to his feet, and looked at his watch. It was now 10:30. The Limited left Independence at 11 o'clock and made no stops for the first 100 miles toward Atlanta. But just to the south, where the railroad skirted the foot of the King's Mountain, there was a water tank on the mountainside where he knew the train stopped for water about midnight. With a fast horse he could make the 18 miles and board the Limited at this water station. The only danger was if the sky should cloud over and the starlight be lost, it would be difficult to keep in the narrow road that wound over the semi-mountainous hills, densely wooded, that must be crossed to make it. "I'll try it," he exclaimed. "Yes, I will do it," he added, setting his teeth. "I'll make that train." He got the best horse he could find in the livery stable, saw that the saddle girths were strong, sprang on and galloped toward the south. It was 11:15 when he started, and it seemed a doubtful undertaking. The Limited would make the run from Independence, 52 miles, in an hour at most. If she were on time, it would be a close shave for him to make the 18 miles. The sky clouded slightly before he reached the mountain. In spite of his vigilance, he lost his way, and had gone a quarter of a mile before a rift in the cloud showed him the North Star suddenly, and he found he had taken the wrong road at the crossing and was going straight back home. Wheeling his horse, he put spurs to him and dashed at full speed back through the dense woods. Just as he got within a mile of the tank, he heard the train blow for the bridge crossing at the river near him. "Now, my boy," he cried to his horse, patting him, "now your level best." The horse responded with a spurt of desperate speed. He had a way of handling a horse that the animal responded to with almost human sympathy and intelligence. He seemed to breathe his own will into the horse's spirit. He flew over the ground and reached the train just as the fireman cut off the water and the engineer tapped his bell to start. He flung his horse's rein over a hitching post that stood near the silent little station house, rushed to the track, and sprang on the day coach as it passed. He had intended to ride 50 miles on this train, see his sweetheart face to face, learn the truth from her own lips, and then return on the up train. He hoped to ride back to Hambright before day and keep the fact of his trip a secret. Now a new difficulty arose, a very simple one that he had not thought of for a moment. She was in a Pullman sleeper, of course, and asleep. There were 3 sleepers, one for Atlanta, one for New Orleans, and one for Memphis. He hoped she was in the Atlanta sleeper, as that was her destination, though if that were crowded in its lower berths, she might be in either of the others. But how under heaven could he locate her? The porter probably would not know her. He was puzzled. The conductor approached, and he paid his fare to the next stop. 50 miles. "I have an important message for a passenger in one of these sleepers, Captain. I have ridden across the mountains to catch the train here." "All right, sir," said the genial conductor. "Go right in and deliver it. You look like you had a tussle to get here." "It was a close shave," Gaston replied. He stepped into the Atlanta sleeper and encountered the dusky potentate who presided over its aisles. The porter looked up from the shoes he was shining at Gaston's disheveled hair and gave him no welcome. Gaston dropped a $50 into his hand, and the porter dropped the shoes and grinned a royal welcome. "Anytink I can do fer you, boss?" "Got any ladies on your car?" "Yassir, 3 on 'em." "Young or old?" "One young un and 2 old uns." "Did the young lady get on at Independence?" "Yassir." "Going to Atlanta?" "Yassir." "Is she very beautiful?" "Boss, she's de prettiest young lady I eber laid eyes on, but look like she been cryin'." "Then I want you to wake her. I must see her." "Lordy, boss, I can't do dat. Hit agin de rules." "But I'm bound to see her. I've ridden 18 miles across the mountains, and scratched my face all to pieces rushing through those woods. I've a message of the utmost importance for her." "Can't do it, boss. Hit agin the rules. But you can go wake her yourself, if you's mind her. I can't keep you from it. She's dar in number 7. Gaston hesitated. "No, you must wake her," he insisted, dropping another $half in the porter's hand. The porter got up with a grin. He felt he must rise to the great occasion. "Well, I just fumble round de berf, and mebbe she wake herself, and den I tell her." Just then the electric bell overhead rang, and the index pointed to 7. "Dar now, dat's her calling, me sho." He approached the berth. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" he whispered. "Porter, who is that you're talking to? It sounds like someone I know." "Yas'm, hit's young gent named Gaston. Jump on board at de water station. He say he got 'portant message for you." "Tell him I will see him in a moment." The porter returned with the message. "You just wait in dar in number 1. Hit's not made up. 'Twill she come," he added. There was the soft rustle of a dressing gown. He sprang to his feet, clasped her hand passionately, kissed it, and silently she took her seat by his side. He still held her hand, and she pressed his gently in response. He saw that she was crying, and his heart was too full for words for a moment. He looked long and wistfully in her face. In her disheveled hair by the dim light of the car he thought her more beautiful than ever. At last she brushed the tears from her eyes and turned her face full on his with a sad smile. "My own dear love," she sobbed. "I prayed that I might see you somehow before I left. I was wide awake when I first heard the distant murmur of your voice. Oh, I am so glad you came," and she pressed his hand. "I got your letter at 10:30. "Oh, that awful letter! How I cried over it. Papa made me write it, and read and mailed it himself. But you saw my message between the lines?" "Yes, and then I covered it with kisses. But what is the cause of this sudden change of the General toward me? What have I done?" "Please don't ask me. I can't tell you," she sobbed, lowering her face a moment to his hand and kissing it. "Don't ask me." "But, my dear, I must know. There can be no secrets between us." "My lips will never tell you. There have been 1,000 slanders breathed against you. I met them with fury and scorn, and no one has dared repeat them in my hearing. I would not pollute my lips by repeating one of them." "But who is their author?" "I cannot tell you. I promised Mama I wouldn't. She loves you, and she is on our side, but said it was best. Papa has made up his mind to break our engagement forever, and I defied him. We had a scene. I didn't know I had the strength of will that came to me. I said some terrible things to him, and he said some cruel things to me. Poor Mama was prostrated. Her heart is weak, and I only yielded at last, as far as I have, because of her tears and suffering. I could not endure her pleadings. So I promised to do as he wished for the present, leave for Boston, and cease to write to you." "My love, I must know my enemy to meet him and face the issues he raises. I cannot be strangled in the dark like this." "You will find it out soon enough. I cannot tell you," she repeated. "I only ask you to trust me in this the darkest hour that has ever come to my life." "You will trust me, will you not, dear?" she pleaded. "I have trusted you with my immortal soul. You know this." "Yes, yes, dear, I do. Then you can love and trust me without a letter or a word between us, until Mama is better and I can get her consent to write to you. Oh, I never knew how tenderly and desperately I love you until this shadow came over our lives. No power shall ever separate us when the final test comes, unless you shall grow weary." "Do not say that," he interrupted. "I love you with a love that has brought me out of the shadows and shown me the face of God. Death shall not bring weariness, but I dread with a sickening fear the efforts they will make to plunge you into the whirl of frivolous society. I shall be a lonely beggar 1,000 miles away, with not one friendly face near you to plead my cause." "Hush!" she broke in upon him. "You are for me the one living presence. You are always near, oh, so near, closer than breathing." The roar of the train became sonorous with the vibration of a great bridge. He started and looked at his watch. "We're more than halfway to the stop where I must leave you and return." How long have you been here?" "Over a half hour. It does not seem 2 minutes. Only a few minutes more face to face, and all life crowding for utterance. How can I choose what to say when my tongue only desires to say, 'I love you'? Bend near and whisper to me again your love vow," he cried in trembling accents. Close to his ear she placed her lips, holding fast his hand, whispering again and again, "My own dear love, unto the uttermost, in life, in death, forever." He bent again and pressed his lips on her hand, and she felt the hot tears. "And now, love, comes the hardest thing of all," she sobbed. "I must return to you my ring." "For God's sake, keep it," he pleaded. "No, I promised Mamma for peace sake I would return it. She is very weak. I could not dare to hurt her now with a broken promise. She may not live long. I could never forgive myself. Keep it for me, dear, until I can wear it." She placed it in his hand, and it burnt like a red-hot coal. He placed it in an inside pocket next to his heart. It felt like a huge millstone crushing him. A lump rose in his throat and choked him until he gasped for breath. She looked at him pathetically and saw his anguish. "Come, my love," she pleaded reproachfully. "You must not make it harder for me. You are a man. You are stronger than I am. Love is more my whole life than it can be yours. For this cruel thing I have said and done, you may press on my lips another kiss. If I am disobedient to my mother's wishes, God will forgive me." The train blew the long, deep call for its 100-mile stop, and they both rose. He took her hands in his. "You have promised not to write me, dear, but I have made no promise. I will write you as often as I can send you a cheerful message," he said. "It is so sweet of you." "You have the little love token still?" he asked. "Yes, in my bosom. I feel it warm and throbbing with your love, and it shall not be taken from me in the grave." "That thought will cheer the darkest hours that can come. And now, till we meet again, we must say good-bye," he said huskily. She could make no response. He placed his arms around her, pressed her close to his heart for a moment. One long, wistful kiss, and he was gone. He rode slowly back to Hambright. The eastern horizon was fringed with the light of dawn when he reached the town. The more he had thought of his position and the way the general had treated him in attempting to settle his fate by a fiat of his own will without a hearing, the more it roused his wrath and nerved him for the struggle. They were to measure wills in a contest that on his part had life for its stake. "I'll give the old warrior the fight of his career," he muttered as he snapped his square jaw together with the grip of a vice. "My brains and every power with which nature has endowed me against his will and his money. And for the dastard who has slandered me there will be a reckoning." He was fighting in the dark, but deep down in him he had a soldier's love for a fight. His soul rose to meet the challenge of this hidden foe, armed in the steel of a proud heritage of courage. He went to bed and slept soundly for 6 hours. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream, Chapter 16, The Mystery of Pain. Gaston awoke next morning at 10:30 with a dull headache and a sense of hopeless depression. His anger had cooled and left him the pitiful consciousness of his loss. He slowly and mechanically dressed. When he buttoned his coat he felt something hard press against his heart. It was the ring. He sat down on his bed and drew it from his pocket. To his surprise he found coiled inside it, and tied by a tiny ribbon, a ringlet of her hair. She had taken off the ring in her mother's presence and promised her to register and mail it in Atlanta. She had bound this little piece of herself with it. He kissed it tenderly. My God, it is hard, he groaned. And all the unshed tears that his earnest interest in her presence and his kindling anger the night before had kept back, now blinded him. He did not notice his door softly open, nor know his mother was near until she placed her hand gently on his shoulder. He looked up at her face, full of tender sympathy, and poured out to her his trouble in a torrent of hot, rebellious words. "What have I done to be treated like a dog in this way?" he ended with a voice trembling with protest. "Perhaps you've offended the General in some way." "Impossible. I've been the soul of deference to him." "He's a very proud man when his vanity is touched. Are you sure of it?" "As sure as that I live. No, some scoundrel has interfered between us, and in some unaccountable way covered me with infamy in the General's eyes." "But who could have done it?" "I used my utmost power of persuasion to get it from her, but she would not tell me. I have been stabbed in the dark." "Whom do you suspect? She has a dozen suitors." "There's only one man among them who's capable of it, Allan McLeod." "Nonsense, child. He is not one of her suitors," she protested warmly. "Then why does he hang around the house with such dogged persistence?" "He's always had the run of the house. His father committed him to the General when he died on the battlefield." Her face clouded, and then a great pity for his sorrow filled her heart. She stooped and kissed him. "Come, Charlie, you must cheer up. If she loves you, it's everything. You will win her." "But what rankles in my soul is that I have been treated like a dog. If he objected to my poverty, that was as evident the first day he welcomed me to his house as the day he dictated to her his brutal message, refusing me a word. He welcomed me to his house and gave Miss Sallie his approval of our love while I was there. There could be no mistake, for she told me so." "I can't understand it," she interrupted. "Now he suddenly shows me the door and refuses to allow me to even ask an explanation. If he thinks he can settle my life for me in that simple manner, I'll show him that I'll at least help in the settlement." "Good. I like to see your eyes flash that fire. Don't forget your resolution. Your enemies are your best friends." She said this with a ring of her old aristocratic pride. "Come," she continued, "I've a nice warm breakfast saved for you. You don't know how much good you have done me in my lonely life." "Dear mother," he whispered, pressing her hand. After breakfast he went to his office and read over slowly the letters he had received from Sallie, kissed them one by one, tied them up, and sent them to her mother. He took the ring out of his pocket and locked it in one of his drawers. "I can't work today. It's no use trying," he muttered, looking out of his window. He locked his office and started downtown with no purpose except in the walk to try to fight his pain. Instinctively he found his way to Tom Camp's cottage. "Tom, old boy, I'm in deep water. You've been there. I just want to feel your hand." Tom was clearing up his kitchen with one hand and holding the other tight over his wound near his spinal column. He had suffered untold agonies through the night past and was suffering yet, but he never mentioned it. "You've just got your blues again," Tom laughed. "No, a devil has stabbed me in the back in the dark," and he told Tom of his love and his inexplicable trouble. "So, so," Tom mused with dancing eyes. "The General's gal, Miss Sallie. My, but ain't she a beauty? Next to my own little gal there, she's the prettiest thing in North Caroliny. And you're her sweetheart, and she told you she loved you?" "Yes." "Then what ails you? Man, to hear that from such lips as she's got's music enough for a year. You want the whole regimental band to be playing all the time? If she loves you, that's enough now to give you nerve to fight all earth and hell combined." Tom urged this with an enthusiasm that admitted no reply. Flora had climbed in his lap and was going through his pockets to find some candy. "You didn't bring me a bit this time?" she cried reproachfully. "Honey, I forgot it," he apologized. "I don't believe you love me any more, Charlie," she declared, placing her hands on his cheeks and looking steadily into his eyes. "Am I your sweetheart yet?" she asked. "Of course, dearie, and about the only one I can depend on." "La! Charlie, your eyes are red!" she cried in surprise. "Do you cry?" "Sometimes when my heart gets too full." Then I'll kiss the red away, she said as she softly kissed his eyes. That's good, Flora. It will make them better. Now, Pappy, she said triumphantly, you say I'm getting too big to cry, and I ain't but 11 years old, and Charlie's as big as you, and he cries. Tom took her in his arms and smoothed his hand over her fair hair with a tenderness that had in its trembling touch all the mystery of both mother and father love in which his brooding soul had wrapped her. Gaston returned home with lighter step. He met, as he crossed the square, the preacher who was waiting for him. Come here and sit down a minute. I've heard of your trouble. You have my sympathy, but you'll come out all right. The oak that's bent by the storm makes a fiber fit for a ship's rib. You can't make steel without white heat. God's just trying your temper, boy, to see if there's anything in you. When he has tried you in the fire, and the pure gold shines, he will call you to higher things. Gaston nodded his assent to this saying. And yet, Doctor, none of us like the touch of fire or the smell of the smoke of our clothes. You are right, but it's good for the soul. You are learning now that we must face things that we don't like in this world. I am older than you. I will tell you something that you can't really know until you have lived through this. Love seems to you at this time the only thing in the world, but it is not. My deepest sympathy is with Sallie. She's already pure gold. To such a woman, love is the center of gravity of all life. This is not true of a strong young man. The center of gravity of a strong man's life is not in love and the emotions, but in justice and intellect, and their expression in the wider social relation. And that means that I must brace up for this political fight? Exactly so. And it's the best thing you can do for your love. Become a power, and you can coerce even a man of the general's character. You are right, Doctor. I had my mind about fixed on that course. You will find the county committee in session in the clerk's office there now. They want to see you. I tell you to fight this coalition of McLeod and the farmers every inch up to the last hour it is formed, and if McLeod wins them and the alliance is made, then fight to break it every day and every hour and every minute till the votes are counted out. Gaston went at once into the consultation with the Democratic County Committee. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 17. Is God Omnipotent? As Gaston left the preacher, the Reverend Ephraim Fox approached. He was the pastor of the Negro Baptist Church and had succeeded old Uncle Josh at his death 10 years before. He bowed deferentially and, hat in hand, stood close to the seat on which Durham was still resting. "How dish you don't come to our church and preach for us no more, Br'er Durham? We been a having powerful times down dar lately, and de folks wants you to come preach some mo'." "I can't do it, Eph." "What de matter, preacher? We ain't hurt your feelings, is we?" "No, not in a personal way, but you've got beyond me." "How's dat?" asked Ephraim, rolling his eyes. "Well, as long as I preach to your folks about heaven and the glory beyond this world, they shout and sweat and sing. And when I jump on the old sinners in the Bible, they are in glee. They like to see the fur fly. But the minute I pounce on them about stealing and lying and drinking and lust, they don't want to furnish any of the fur." "De Lord, preacher, hit's just the same wid de white folks," urged Ephraim with a wink. "That's so, but the difference is your people talk back at me after the meeting." "How's dat?" Ephraim repeated. "Why, when I preach righteousness and judgment on the thief and accuse them of stealing, I lose my wood and my corn and my chickens." Ephraim was silent a moment, and then he smiled as he said, "Preacher, dey ain't a nigger in dis town don't love you." "Yes, I know it. That's why they steal from me so much." "Go 'long wid your fun," roared Ephraim. "You know you ain't goin' back on us just 'cause some nigger took a stick of wood. Dey's somefin else. You can't fool me." "Well, you are right. That isn't the main reason. There are others. You turned a man out of your church for voting the Democratic ticket." Yes, but preacher, interrupted Eph impatiently, dat was a low-down mean nigger. He didn't have no salvation nohow. Then you keep a deacon in your church who served 2 terms in the penitentiary. But that's the best deacon I got, pleaded Eph sadly. Turn him out, I tell you. But they all does little things. Turn 'em all out. Den we ain't got no church, and de shepherd ain't got no flock to tend er to shear. You just explain how the Lord tempers de wind ter the shorn lamb. Den if I don't shear 'em, de wind might blow too hard on 'em. And if I don't keep 'em in de pen, how can I shear 'em? I axes you dat. The preacher smiled and continued. Then I've heard some ugly things about you, Eph, suddenly darting a piercing look straight into his face. Who, me? Yes, you. And I can't afford to go into the pulpit with you any more. In the old slavery days you were taught the religion of Christ. It didn't mean crime and lust and lying and drinking, whatever it meant. Your religion has come to be a stench. You are getting lower and lower. You will be governed by no one. I can't use force. I'll leave you alone. You have gone beyond me. But the Lord love a sinner, and his mercy endure forever, solemnly grumbled Ephraim. In the old days, persisted the preacher, I used to preach to your people. I saw before me many men of character, carpenters, bricklayers, wheelwrights, farmers, faithful home servants that loved their masters and were faithful unto death. Now I see a cheap lot of thieves and jailbirds and trifling women seated in high places. You have shown no power to stand alone on the solid basis of character. Why, Brer Durham, urged Eph in an injured voice, I baptized into the kingdom over 100 precious souls last year. Yes, but what they needed was not a baptism of water. Your Negroes need a racial baptism into truth, integrity, virtue, self-restraint, industry, courage, patience, and purity of manhood and womanhood. I used to be hopeful about you, but I'd just as well be frank with you. I've given you up. I've said the grace of God was sufficient for all problems. I don't know now. I'm getting older, and it grows darker to me. I have come to believe there are some things God Almighty cannot do. Can God make a stone so big he can't lift it? In either event, he is not omnipotent. It looks like he did just that thing when he made the Negro. Leave me out of your calculation, Ephraim. Must give the nigger time, preacher, Eph muttered as he walked slowly away. When Gaston emerged from the courthouse, the preacher joined him and they walked home to the hotel together. What did the 2 farmers on your committee think of the chances of preventing the Alliance from joining the Negroes? Not much of them. They say we can't do anything with them when the test comes, unless we will endorse their scheme of issuing money on corn and pumpkins and potatoes stored in a government barn. If it comes to that, I will not prostitute my intellect by advocating any such measure on the floor of our convention. We stand for one thing at least, the supremacy of Anglo-Saxon civilization. I had rather be beaten by the Negroes and their allies this time on such an issue. But, my boy, if McLeod and his Negroes get control of this state for 4 years, they can so corrupt its laws and its electorate they may hold it a quarter of a century. We must fight to the last ditch. I draw a line at pumpkin leaves for money, insisted Gaston. It was but 10 days to the meeting of the Democratic State Convention, and they were coming together divided in opinion and at sea as to their policy, with a united militant farmers' alliance demanding the uprooting of the foundations of the economic world, and 100,000 Negro voters grinning at this opportunity to strike their white foes, while McLeod stood in the background smiling over the certainty of his triumph. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 18, The Ways of Boston. When Helen Lowell reached Boston from her visit with Sallie Worth, she found her father in the midst of his political campaign. The Honorable Everett Lowell was the representative of Congress from the Boston Highlands district. His home was an old-fashioned white colonial house built during the American Revolution. He was not a man of great wealth, but well-to-do, a successful politician, enthusiastic student, a graduate of Harvard, and he had always made a specialty of championing the cause of the freedmen. He was a chronic proposer of a military force bill for the South. His family was one of the proudest in America. He had a family tree 500 years old, an unbroken line of unconquerable men who held liberty dearer than life. He believed in the heritage of good, honest blood as he believed in blooded horses. His home was furnished in perfect taste, with beautiful old rosewood and mahogany stuff that had both character and history. On the walls hung the stately portraits of his ancestors, representative of 300 years of American life. He never confused his political theories about the abstract rights of the African with his personal choice of associates or his pride in his Anglo-Saxon blood. With him politics was one thing, society another. His pet hobby, which combined in one his philanthropic ideals and his practical politics, was of late a patronage he had extended to young George Harris, the bright mulatto son of Eliza and George Harris, whose dramatic slave history had made their son famous at Harvard. This young Negro was a speaker of fair ability and was accompanying Lowell on his campaign tours of the district, making speeches for his patron, who had obtained for him a clerk's position in the United States Custom House. Harris was quite a drawing card at these meetings. He had a natural aptitude for politics, modest, affable, handsome, and almost white. He was a fine argument in himself to support Lowell's political theories, who used him for all he was worth, as he had at the previous election. Harris had become a familiar figure at Lowell's home in the spacious library, where he had the free use of the books, and frequently he dined with the family, when there at dinner time hard at work on some political speech or some study for a piece of music. Lowell had met his daughter at the depot behind his pair of Kentucky thoroughbreds. This daughter, his only child, was his pride and joy. She was a blonde beauty, and her resemblance to her father was remarkable. He was a widower, and this lovely girl, at once the incarnation of his lost love and so fair a reflection of his being, had ruled him with absolute sway during the past few years. He was laughing like a boy at her coming. "Oh, my beauty, the sight of your face gives me new life," he cried, smiling with love and admiration. "You mustn't try to spoil me," she laughed. "Did you really have a good time in Dixie?" he whispered. "Oh, Papa, such a time!" she exclaimed, shutting her eyes as though she were trying to live it all over again. "Really?" "Beau, morning, noon, and night, dancing, moonlight rides, boats gliding along the beautiful river, and mockingbirds singing softly their love song under the window all night." "Well, you did have romance," he declared. "Yes," she went on, "and such people, such hospitality. Oh, I feel as though I never had lived before." "My dear, you mustn't desert us all like that," he protested. "I can't help it. I'm a rebel now." "Then keep still till the campaign's over," he warned in mock fear. "And the boys down there," she continued, "they are such boys. Time doesn't seem to be an object with them at all. Evidently they have never heard of our uplifting Yankee motto, 'Time is money,' and such knightly deference, such charming, old-fashioned, frivolous ways. But, dear, isn't that a little out of date? How staid and proper and busy Boston seems. I know I'm going to be depressed by it." "I know what's the matter with you," he whistled. "What?" she slyly asked. "One of those boys." "I confess. Papa, he's as handsome as a prince." "What does he look like?" "He is tall, dark, with black hair, black eyes, slender, graceful, all fire and energy." "What's his name?" "St. Clair. Robert St. Clair. His father was away from home. He's a politician, I think." "You don't say! St. Clair. Well, of all the jokes!" His father is my Democratic chum in the House, an old fire-eating Bourbon, but a capital fellow." "Did you ever see him?" "No, but I've had good times with his father. He used to own 100 slaves. He's a royal fellow, and pretty well fixed in life for a Southern politician. I don't think, though, I ever saw his boy. Anything really serious?" "He hasn't said a word, but he's coming to see me next week." "Well, things are moving, I must say." "Yes, I pretended I must consult you before telling him he could come. I didn't want to seem too anxious. I'm half afraid to let him wander about Boston much. There are too many girls here." Her father laughed proudly and looked at her. "I hope you will find him all your heart most desires, and my congratulations on your first love." "It will be my last, too," she answered seriously. "Ah, you're too young and pretty to say that." "I mean it," she said earnestly with a smile trembling on her lips. Her father was silent and pressed her hand for an answer. As they entered the gate of the home, they met young Harris coming out with some books under his arm. He bowed gracefully to them and passed on. "Oh, papa, I had forgotten all about your fad for that young negro." "Well, what of it, dear?" "You love me very much, don't you?" she asked tenderly. "I'm going to ask you to be inconsistent for my sake." "That's easy. I'm often that for nobody's sake. Consistency is only the terror of weak minds." "I'm going to ask you to keep that young negro out of the house when my Southern friends are here. After my sweetheart comes, I expect Sallie and her mother. I wouldn't have either of them to meet him here in our library, and especially in our dining room, for anything on earth." "Well, you have joined the rebels, haven't you?" "You know I never did like negroes anyway," she continued. "They always gave me the horrors. Young Harris is a scholarly gentleman, I know. He is good looking, talented, and I've played his music for him sometimes to please you, but I can't get over that little kink in his hair, his big nostrils and full lips, and when he looks at me it makes my flesh creep." "Certainly, my darling, you don't need to coax me. The Lowells, I suspect, know by this time what is due to a guest. When your guests come, our home and our time are theirs. If eating meat offends, we will live on herbs. I'll send Harris down to the other side of the district and keep him at work there until the end of the campaign. My slightest wish is law for him. "You see, papa," she went on, "they never could understand that negro's easy ways around our house, and I know if he were to sit down at our table with them, they would walk out of the dining room with an excuse of illness, and go home on the first train." "And yet," returned her father, lifting her from the carriage, "their homes were full of negroes, were they not?" "Yes, but they know their place. I've seen those beautiful Southern children kiss their old black mammy. It made me shudder until I discovered they did it just as I kiss Fido." "And this a daughter of Boston, the home of Garrison and Sumner!" he exclaimed. "I've heard that Boston mobbed Garrison once," she observed. "Yes, and I doubt if we have canonized Sumner yet. All right, if you say so, I'll order a steam calliope stationed at the gate and hire a man to play Dixie for you." She laughed and ran up the steps. Sallie determined to keep the secret of her sorrow in her own heart. On the ocean voyage she had cried the whole first day, and then kissed her lover's picture, put it down in the bottom of her trunk, brushed the tears away, and determined the world should not look on her suffering. She had written Helen of her lover's declaration and of her happiness. She would find a good excuse for her sorrowful face in their separation. She knew he would write to her, for he had said so, and she had slipped the address into his hand as he left the car that night. At first she was puzzled to think what she could do about answering these letters so Helen would not suspect her trouble. Then she hit on the plan of writing to him every day, posting the letters herself, and placing them in her own trunk instead of the post box. "He will read them some day. They will relieve my heart," she sadly told herself. Helen met her on the pier with a cry of girlish joy, and the first word she uttered was, "Oh, Sallie, Bob loves me. He's been here 2 weeks, and he's just gone home. I have been in heaven. We are engaged." "Then I'll kiss you again, Helen." She gave her another kiss. And I have a big letter at home for you already. It's postmarked handbright. It came this morning. I know you will feast on it. If Bob don't write me faithfully, I'll make him come here and live in Boston. When Sallie got this letter, she sat down in her room and read and reread its passionate words. There was a tone of bitterness and wounded pride in it. She struggled bravely to keep the tears back. Then the tone of the letter changed to tenderness and faith and infinite love that struggled in vain for utterance. She kissed the name and sighed. Now I must go down and chat and smile with Helen. She's so silly about her own love. If I talk about Bob, she will forget I live. End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Book 2, Chapter 19 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 19, The Shadow of a Doubt. Mrs. Worth had arrived in Boston a few days after Sallie, coming direct by rail. She was still very weak from her recent attack, and it cut her to the heart to watch Sallie write those letters faithfully and never mail them out of deference to her wishes. One night she drew her daughter down and kissed her. "Sallie, dear, you don't know how it hurts me to see you suffer this way, and write these letters your lover never sees. You may send him one letter a week. I don't care what the General says." There was a sob and another kiss, and Sallie was crying on her breast. In answer to her first letter, Gaston was thrilled with a new inspiration. He sat down that night and answered it in verse. All the deep longings of his soul, his hopes and fears, his pain and dreams, he set in rhythmic music. Her mother read all his letters after Sallie, and she cried with sorrow and pride over this poem. "Sallie, I don't blame you for being proud of such a lover. Your life is rich, hallowed by the love of such a man. Your father is wrong in his position. If I were a girl and held the love of such a man, I'd cherish it as I would my soul's salvation. Be patient and faithful." "Sweet mother heart," she whispered as she smoothed the gray hair tenderly. Allan McLeod had arrived in Boston the day before, and the morning's papers were full of an interview with him on his brilliant achievement in breaking the ranks of the Bourbon democracy in North Carolina, and the certainty of the success of his ticket at the approaching election. McLeod sent the paper to Mrs. Worth by a special messenger, lest she might not see it, and that evening called. He asked Sallie to accompany him to the theater, and when she refused, spent the evening. When her mother had retired, McLeod drew his seat near her and again told her in burning words his love. "Miss Sallie, I have won the battle of life at its very threshold. I shall be a United States Senator in a few months. I want to lead you, my bride, into the gallery of the Senate before I walk down its aisles to take the oath. I have loved you faithfully for years. I have your father's consent in my suit. I asked him before leaving on this trip. Surely you will not say no." "Allan McLeod, I do not love you. I do love another. I hate the sight of you and the sound of your voice." "If you do not marry Gaston, will you give me a chance?" "If I do not marry the man of my choice, I will never marry. Now go." McLeod returned to the hotel with the fury of the devil seething in his soul. He determined to return to Hambright and if possible entrap Gaston in dissipation and destroy his faith in Sallie's loyalty. He wrote to the general that he had been rejected by his daughter, who still corresponded with Gaston. When General Worth received this letter, he wrote in wrath to his wife, peremptorily forbidding Sallie to write another line to Gaston, and closed saying, "I had trusted this matter to you, my dear. Now I take it out of your hands. I forbid another line or word to this man." Gaston watched and waited in vain for the letter he was to receive next week. Again his soul sank with doubt and fear. What fiend was striking him with an unseen hand? He felt he should choke with rage as he thought of the infamy of such a warfare. His mother said to him shortly after McLeod arrived, Charlie, I have some bad news for you. It can't be any worse than I have. The misery of an unexplained silence of 2 weeks. I feel that I ought to tell you. It is the explanation of that silence, I fear. What is it, Mother? He asked soberly. I hear that Sallie has plunged into frivolous society, is dancing every night at the hotel at Narragansett Pier, where they are stopping now, and flirting with a half-dozen young men. I don't believe it, growled Gaston. I'm afraid it's true, Charlie, and I'm furious with her for treating you like this. I thought she had more character. I'll love and trust her to the end, he declared as he went moodily to his office, but the poison of suspicion rankled in his thoughts. Why had she ceased to write? Was not this mask of society a habit with those who had learned to wear it? Was not habit, after all, life? Could one ever escape it? It seemed to him more than probable that the old habits should reassert themselves in such a crisis, 1,000 miles removed from him or his personal influence. He held a very exaggerated idea of the corruption of modern society, and his heart grew heavier from day to day with the feeling that she was slipping away from him. End of Book 2, Chapter 19. Book 2, Chapter 20 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 20, A New Lesson in Love. McLeod returned home to find his plans of political success in perfect order. The program went through without a hitch. In spite of the most desperate efforts of the Democrats, he carried the state by a large majority and made for the Republican Party and its strange allies the first breach in the solid phalanx of Democratic supremacy since Legree left his legacy of corruption and terror. The legislature elected 2 senators. To the amazement of the world, the day before the caucus of the Republicans met, McLeod withdrew. He had no opposition so far as anybody knew, but a curious thing had happened. The Reverend John Durham discovered the fact that McLeod kept a still and had established his mother as an illicit distiller years before. One of his deputies, who had become an inebriate, confessed this to the doctor, who had informed the preacher. The preacher put this important piece of information into the hands of a daring young Republican who had always been one, from principle. He went to Raleigh and interviewed McLeod. At first McLeod denied and blustered and swore. When he produced the proofs, he gave up and asked sullenly, "What do you want?" "Get out of the race." "All right. Is that all? You're on top." "No, give me the nomination." "Never!" he yelled with an oath. "Then I'll expose you in tomorrow morning's paper, and that's the end of you." McLeod hesitated a moment and then said, "I'll agree. You've got me. But I'll make one little condition. You must give me the name of your informant." The Reverend John Durham. "I thought as much." To the amazement of everyone, McLeod waved the crown aside and placed it on the head of one of his lieutenants. He returned to Hambright from this dramatic event with an unruffled front. To his cronies he said, "Bah, I was joking. Never had any idea of taking the office for myself. I'm playing for larger stakes. I make these puppets and pull the strings." He devoted himself assiduously, in the leisure which followed, to Mrs. Durham. He never intimated to Durham that he knew anything about the part he had taken in his withdrawal from the senatorship. Nor had the preacher told his wife of his discovery. They had quarreled several times about McLeod. His wife seemed determined to remain loyal to the boy she had taught. McLeod, in his talk with her, intimated that he had withdrawn from a desire vaguely forming in his mind to get out of the filth of politics altogether, sooner or later, influenced by her voice alone. With subtle skill he played upon her vanity and jealousy, and at last felt that he had entangled her so far he could dare a declaration of his feelings. There was one element only in her mental make-up he feared. She held tenaciously the old-fashioned romantic ideals of love. To her it seemed a divine mystery linking the souls that felt it to the infinite. If he could only destroy this divine mystery, he felt sure that her sense of isolation and her proud rebellion against the disappointments of life would make her an easy prey to his blandishments. He searched his library over for a book that could scientifically demonstrate the purely physical basis of love. He knew that somewhere in his studies at a medical college in New York he had read it. At last he discovered it among a lot of old magazines. It was a brief study by a great physician of Paris entitled The Natural History of Love. He gave it to her and asked her to read it and give him her candid opinion of its philosophy. He waited a week, and on a Saturday when the preacher was absent at one of his county mission stations, he called at the hotel for a long afternoon's talk. He determined to press his suit. "Do you know, Mrs. Durham, what gives a preacher his boasted power of the Spirit over his audiences?" he inquired, with a curious laugh, in the midst of which he changed his tone of voice. "No. You are an expert on the diseases of preachers. What is it?" "Very simple. Religion is founded on love. There never was a magnetic preacher who was not a resistless magnet for scores of magnetic women. If you don't believe it, watch how resistless is the impulse of all these good-looking women to shake hands with their preacher, and how fondly they look at him across the pews if the crowd is too dense to reach his hand." A frown passed over her face, and she winced at the thrust, yet her answer was a surprising question to him. "Do you really believe in anything, Alan?" "You ask that?" he said, leaning closer. "You, whose great dark eyes look through a man's very soul?" "I begin to think I have never seen yours. I doubt if you have a soul." "Well, what's the use of a soul? I can't satisfy the wants of my body." "Answer my question. Do you believe in anything?" "Yes," he replied, his voice sinking to a tense whisper. "I believe in woman, in love." "In woman?" "Yes, woman." "You mean women," she sneered. He started at her answer, looked intently at her, and said deliberately, "I mean you, the one woman, the only woman in the world to me." "I do not believe one word you have uttered, yet I confess with shame you have always fascinated me." "Why with shame? You have but one life to live. The years pass. Even beauty so rare as yours fades at last. The end is the grave and worms. Why dash from your beautiful lips the cup of life when it is full to the brim?" "How skilfully you echo the dark thoughts that flit on devil's wings through the soul, when we feel the bitterness of life's failure, its contradictions and mysteries," she exclaimed, closing her eyes for a moment and leaning back in her chair. "You've often talked to me about the necessity of some sort of slavery for the Negro if he remains in America. I begin to believe that slavery is a necessity for all women." "I fail to see it, sir." "All women are born slaves and choose to remain so through life. It is curious to see you, a proud, imperious woman, born of a race of unconquerable men, staggering today under the chains of 4,000 years of conventional laws made by the brute strength of men. And you, if you struggle at all, beat your wings against the bars that the slave-holding male brute has built about your soul, fall back at last and give up to the will of your master. This, too, when you hold in your simple will the key that would unlock your prison door and make you free. It's a pitiful sight." "How shrewd a tempter!" "There you are again. He who dares to tell you that you are of yourself a living human being, divinely free, is a tempter from the devil. You are thinking about eternity. Well, now is eternity. Live, stand erect, take a deep breath, and dare to be yourself and do what you please. That is what I do. The future is a myth." "Yes, I know the freedom of which you boast," she quietly observed. "It is the freedom of lust. The return to nature you dream of is simply the fall downward into the dirt out of which a rational and spiritual manhood has grown. I feel and know this in spite of your handsome face and the fine ring of your voice." "Dirt, dirt," he mused. "Yes, I was in the dirt once, was born in it, the dirt of poverty and superstition and fears of laws here and hereafter. But I awoke at last and shook it off, washed myself in knowledge and stood erect. I am a man now, with the eye of a king, conscious of my power. I look a lying, hypocritical world in the face. I have made up my mind to live my own life in spite of fools and in spite of the laws and conventions of fools." "And yet I believe you carry a horse chestnut in your pocket, and will not undertake an important work on Friday?" she returned. "But I never strangle a normal impulse of my nature that I can satisfy. I am not that big a fool, at least." She was silent, and then said, "I can never thank you enough for the book you sent me." McLeod sighed in relief at her change of tone. After all, she was just tantalizing him. "Then you liked it?" he cried with glittering eyes. "I devoured every word of it with a greed you cannot understand. A great man wrote it." "Then we can understand each other better from to-day," he interrupted smilingly. "Yes, far better. You gave me this book, hoping that it might influence my character by destroying my ideal of love. Didn't you now, frankly?" "Honestly, I did hope it would emancipate you from superstitions." "It has," she declared, but with a curious curve of her lip that chilled him. "What are you driving at?" he asked suspiciously. "This book has given me the key that unlocked for me, for the first time, the riddle of my physical being. It has shown me the physical basis of love, just as you knew before there was a physical basis of the soul." "What did you understand the book to teach?" he asked. "Simply that love is based in its material life on the lobe of the brain which develops at the base of a child's head near the age of 13. That this lobe of the brain is the sex center, and love is impossible until it develops. That this center of new powers at the base of the skull is a physical magnet. That when a man and woman approach each other, who are by nature mates, these magnetic centers are disturbed by action and reaction, and that this disturbance develops the second elemental passion called love. The first elemental passion, hunger, has for its end the preservation of the individual, while love finds its fulfillment in the preservation of the species. Love finds its satisfaction in the child. Its ardor cools, and it dies, until kept alive by the social conventions of the family, which are not based merely on this violent emotion, but also on unity of tastes, which produce the sense of comradeship. For these reasons it is possible to fall violently in love more than once, and there are dozens of people who possess this magnetic power over us and would respond to it violently if we only came in social contact with them. That the romantic bombast about the possibility of but one love in life, and that of supernatural origin, is twaddle, and leads to false ideals. Have I given the argument?" "Exactly. But what do you deduce from it?" "Freedom." "Good!" he cried, licking his lips. "Freedom from superstitions about love," she answered, "and positive knowledge of its elemental beauty which nature reveals. In short, I no longer wonder and brood over your charm for me. I know exactly what it means, and how it might occur again and again with another and another. I have simply throttled it in a moment by an act of my will, based on this knowledge." "You amaze me." "No doubt. One's character centers in the soul or the appetites. Mine is in the soul, yours in the appetites. I see you today as you really are, and I loathe you with an unspeakable loathing. You have opened my eyes with this beautiful little book of nature. I thank you. Your scientist has convinced me that there are possibly 100 men in the world who would affect me as you do, were we to meet. And when I looked back into the sweet face of my dead boy, I learned another truth, that in the union of my first great love I was bound in marriage not simply by a social convention or a state contract, but for life by nature's eternal law. The period of infancy of one child extends over 21 years, covering the whole maternal life of the woman who marries at the proper age of 24. This union of one man and one woman never seemed so sacred to me as now. It is nature's law. It is God's law." McLeod's anger was fast rising. "Don't fool yourself," he sneered. "You may overwork your maternal intuitions. You remember the kiss you gave me when a boy just 15? Well, you fooled yourself then about its maternal quality. The magnet of my red head drew your coal black one down to it with irresistible power. Perhaps so, Alan. Your work is done. There is the door. I say at last good-bye, with pity for your shallow nature, and the bitter revelation you have given me of your worthlessness. Without another word he left, but with a dark resolution of slander with which he would tarnish her name, and wring the preacher's heart with anguish. End of Book 2, Chapter 20. Book 2, Chapter 21 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 21, Why the Preacher Threw His Life Away. While Mrs. Worth and Sallie were still in the North, the Reverend John Durham received a unanimous call to the pastorate of one of the most powerful Baptist churches in Boston, with a salary of $5,000 a year. He was receiving a salary of $900 at Hambright, which could boast at most a population of 2,000. He declined the call by return mail. The committee were thunderstruck at this quick adverse decision, refused to consider it final, and wrote him a long urgent letter of protest against such ill-considered treatment. They urged that he must come to Boston and preach one Sunday at least in answer to their generous offer before rendering a final decision. He consented to do so and went to Boston. He sought Sallie the day after his arrival. "Ah, my beautiful daughter of the South, it's good to see you shining here in the midst of the splendors of the Hub, the fairest of them all," he said, shaking her hand feelingly. "You mean pining, not shining," she protested. "That's better still. I knew your heart was in the right place." "How is he, doctor?" she asked. "He's trying to pull himself together with his work, and succeeding. The shock of a great sorrow has steadied his nerves, broadened his sympathies, and it will make him a man." A look of longing came over her face. "I don't want him to be too strong without me," she faltered. "Never fear. He's so despondent at times I have to try to laugh him out of countenance." She smiled and pressed his hand for answer as he rose to go. "How do you like these Yankees, Miss Sallie?" "I've been surprised and charmed beyond measure with everything I've seen." "You don't say so. How?" "Well, I thought they were cold-blooded and inhospitable. I never made a more foolish mistake. I have never been more at home or been treated more graciously in the South. To tell you the truth, they seem like our most cultured people at home, warm-hearted, cordial, sensible, and neighborly. Mama is so pleased she's trying to claim kin with the Puritans through her Scotch Covenanter ancestry." "After all, I believe you are right. I never preached in my life to so sensitive an audience. There's an atmosphere of solid comfort, good sense, and intelligence that holds me in a spell here. This is the place in which I've dreamed I'd like to live and work." "Then you will accept, doctor?" "Now listen to you, child. Don't you think I've a heart too? My brain and body longs for such a home, but my heart's down south with mine own people who love and need me." The committee did their best to bring the preacher to a favorable decision at once, but he smiled a firm refusal. They refused to report it to the church, and sent Deacon Crane, now a venerable man of 76, the warmest admirer of the preacher among them all, to Hambright. They authorized him to make an amazing offer of salary, if that would be any inducement, and they felt sure it would. When the deacon reached Hambright and saw its poverty and general air of unimportance, he felt encouraged. "A man of such power stay a lifetime in this little hole? Impossible!" he exclaimed under his breath when he looked out of the bus along the wide, deserted-looking streets, with a straggling cottage here and there on either side. He stopped at the same hotel with the preacher, and became his shadow for a week. He was seated with him under the oak in the square, threshing over his argument for the 100th time in the most good-natured but everlastingly persistent way. Doctor, it's perfect nonsense for a man of your magnificent talents, of your culture and power over an audience, to think of living always in a little village like this. No, Deacon, my work is here for the South. But, my dear man, in Boston it would be for the whole nation, North and South. I'll tell you what we will do. Say you will come, and we will make your salary $8,000 a year. That's the largest salary ever offered to a Baptist preacher in America. You will pack our church with people, give us new life, and we can afford it. You will be a power in Boston, and a power in the world. The preacher smiled and was silent. At length he said, I appreciate your offer, Deacon. You paid me the highest compliment you know how to express. But you prosperous Yankees can't get into your heads the idea that there are many things which money can't measure. But we know a good thing when we see it, and we go for it, interrupted the deacon. Believe me, continued the preacher, I appreciate the sacrifice, the generosity, the breadth of sympathy this offer shows in your hearts. But it is not for me. My work is here. I don't mind confessing to you that you have vastly pleased me with that offer. I'll brag about it to myself the rest of my life. But, doctor, think how much greater power a generous salary will give you in furnishing your equipment for work and in ministering to any cause you may have at heart, pleaded the deacon. I don't know. I have a salary of $900. With $500 I buy books, food, clothing, shelter, the companionship for the soul. The balance suffices for the body. I haven't time to bother with money. The man who receives a big salary must live up to its social obligations, and he must pay for it with his life. Doctor, there must be some tremendous force that holds you to such a decision in a village. It seems to me that you are throwing your life away. There is a tremendous force, Deacon. It is the overwhelming sense of obligation I feel to my own people, who have suffered so much, and are still in the grip of poverty and threatened with greater trials. I can't leave my own people while they are struggling yet with this unsolved Negro problem. Two great questions shadow the future of the American people: the conflict between labor and capital, and the conflict between the African and the Anglo-Saxon race. The greatest, most dangerous, the most hopeless of these is the latter. My place is here. The deacon laughed. You're a crank on that subject. Come to Boston and you will see with a better perspective that the question is settling itself. In fact, the war absolutely settled it. Deacon, said the preacher with a quizzical expression about his eyes, do you believe in the doctrine of election? Yes, I do. I thought so. You know, I never saw a man who believed in the doctrine of election who didn't believe he was elected. I never saw a man in my life, except a lying politician, who declared the Negro problem was settled unless he had removed his family to a place of fancied safety where he would never come in contact with it. And they all believe that the Negro's place is in the South. The deacon laughed good-naturedly. Come with us, and we will show you greater problems. For one, the life and death struggle of Christianity itself with modern materialism. I tell you, the Negro problem was settled when slavery was destroyed. You never made a sadder mistake. The South did not fight to hold slaves. Our Confederate government at Richmond offered to guarantee to Europe the freedom of every slave for the recognition of our independence. Slavery was bound of its own weight to fall. Virginia came within one vote in her assembly of freeing her slaves years before the war. But for the frenzy of your abolition fanatics, who first sought to destroy the Union by secession, and then forced secession on the South, we would have freed the slaves before this without a war, from the very necessities of the progress of the material world, to say nothing of its moral progress. We fought for the rights we held under the old Constitution, made by a slaveholding aristocracy. But we collided with the resistless movement of humanity from the idea of local sovereignty towards nationalism, centralization, solidarity. That's why I say, interrupted the deacon, your Negro question has already been settled. The nation has become a reality, not a name. And that is why I know, deacon, insisted the preacher, that we have not only not settled this question, we haven't even faced the issues. Nationality demands solidarity, and you can never get solidarity in a nation of equal rights out of two hostile races that do not intermarry. In a democracy, you cannot build a nation inside of a nation of two antagonistic races, and therefore the future America must be either an Anglo-Saxon or a mulatto. And if a mulatto, will the future be worth discussing? I never thought of it just that way, answered the deacon. It is my work to maintain the racial absolutism of the Anglo-Saxon in the South, politically, socially, economically. But can it be done? I see many evidences of a mixture of blood already, said the deacon seriously. Yes, we are doing it. This mixture you observe has no social significance for a simple reason. It is all the result of the surviving polygamous and lawless instincts of the white male. Unless by the gradual encroachments of time, culture, wealth, and political exigencies, the time comes that a Negro shall be allowed freely to choose a white woman for his wife, the racial integrity remains intact. The right to choose one's mate is the foundation of racial life and of civilization. The South must guard with flaming sword every avenue of approach to this holy of holies, and there are many subtle forces at work to obscure these possible approaches. Well, no matter, broke in the deacon. Come with us, and you will have more power to touch with your ideas the wealth and virtue of the whole nation. The preacher was silent a moment and seemed to be musing in a sort of half-dream. The deacon looked at him with a growing sense of the hopelessness of his task, but of surprise at this revelation of the secrets of his inner life. The South has been voiceless in these latter years, he went on. Her voice has been drowned in a din of catcalls from an army of cheap scribblers and demagogues. But when these children we are rearing down here grow, rocked in their cradles of poverty, nurtured in the fierce struggle to save the life of a mighty race, they will find speech, and their songs will fill the world with pathos and power. I've studied your great cities. Believe me, the South is worth saving. Against the possible day when a flood of foreign anarchy threatens the foundations of the Republic, and men shall laugh at the faiths of your fathers, and undigested wealth beyond the dreams of avarice rots your society, until it mocks at honor, love, and God. Against that day we will preserve the South. The preacher's voice was now vibrating with deep feeling, and the deacon listened with breathless interest. Believe me, deacon, the Ark of the Covenant of American ideals rests today on the Appalachian mountain range of the South. When your metropolitan mob shall knock at the doors of your life and demand the reason of your existence, from these poverty-stricken homes, with their old-fashioned, perhaps medieval ideas, will come forth the fierce athletic sons and sweet-voiced daughters in whom the nation will find a new birth. The preacher's eyes had filled with tears and his voice dropped into a low, dreamlike prophecy. You cannot understand, he resumed in a clear voice, why I feel so profoundly depressed just now, because the Republican Party, which with you stands for the virtue, wealth, and intelligence of the community, is now in charge of this state. I will tell you why. A Republican administration in North Carolina simply means a Negro oligarchy. The state is now being debauched and degraded by this fact in the innermost depths of its character and life. My place is here in this fight. But, Doctor, will not your industrial training of the Negro gradually minimize any danger to your society? No, it will gradually increase it. Industrial training gives power. If the Negro ever becomes a serious competitor of the white laborer in the industries of the South, the white man will kill him, just as your labor unions do in the North now, where the conditions of life are hard, and men fight with tooth and nail for bread. If you train the Negroes to be scientific farmers, they will become a race of aristocrats, and when 5 generations removed from the memory of slavery, a war of races will be inevitable unless the Anglo-Saxon grant this trained and wealthy African equal social rights. The Anglo-Saxon cannot do this without suicide. 1 drop of Negro blood makes a Negro. I can't tell you how sorry I am, Doctor, that I can't persuade you to become our pastor. But I can understand, since this talk, something of the larger views of your duty. The deacon sought Mrs. Durham that evening and laid siege to her resolutely. Ah, Deacon, you're shrewd. You're going to flatter me, but I can't let you. I'm an old fogey and out of date. I'm not orthodox on the Negro from Boston's point of view. Nonsense, growled the deacon. We don't care what you or the doctor either thinks about the Negro, or the Jap, or the Chinaman. We want a preacher imbued with the power of the Holy Ghost to preach the gospel of Christ. Well, you have quite captured me since you have been here. You are a revelation to me of what a deacon might be to a pastor and his wife. To be frank with you, I am on your side. I am tired of the Negro. I don't want to solve him. He is an impossible job from my point of view. I should be delighted to go to Boston now and begin life over again, but I do not figure in the decision. Dr. Durham settles such questions for himself, and I respect him more for it. Encouraged by this decision of his wife, the deacon renewed his efforts to change the preacher's mind next day. In vain. He stayed over Sunday, heard him preach 2 sermons, and sorrowfully bade him good-bye on Monday. He carried back to Boston his final word, declining this call. As the deacon stepped on the train, he warmly pressed his hand and said, "God bless you, Doctor. If you ever need a friend, you know my name and address." End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Book 2, Chapter 22 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 2, Love's Dream. Chapter 22, The Flesh and the Spirit. Gaston tried to wait in patience another week for a word from the woman he loved, and when the last mail came and brought no letter for him, he found himself face to face with the deepest soul crisis of his life. After all, thoughts are things. The report of her social frivolities at first made little impression on him, but the thought had fallen in his heart, and it was growing a poisoned weed. It is possible to kill the human body with an idea. The fairest day the spring ever sent can be blackened and turned from sunshine into storm by the flitting of a little cloud of thought no bigger than a man's hand. So Gaston found this report of dancing and flirting in a gay society by the woman whom he had enthroned in the holy of holies of his soul to be destroying his strength of character, and like a deadly cancer eating his heart out. He sat down by his window that night, unable to work, and tried to reconcile such a life with his ideal. "Why should I be so provincial?" he mused. "The thing only shocks me because I am unused to it. She has grown up in this atmosphere. To her it is a harmless pastime." Then he took out of his desk her picture, lit his lamp, and looked long and tenderly at it, until his soul was drunk again with the memory of her beauty, the warm touch of her hand, and the thrill of her full, soft lips in the only 2 kisses he had ever received from the heart of a woman. Then the vision of a ballroom came to torture him. He could see her dressed in that delicate creation of French genius he had seen her wear the memorable night at the Springs. The French know so deeply the subtle art of draping a woman's body to tempt the souls of men. How he cursed them tonight! He could see her bare arms, white gleaming shoulders, neck and back, and round full bosom softly rising and falling with her breathing as she swept through a brilliant ballroom to the strains of entrancing music. He knew the dance was a social convention, of course, but its deep nature significance he knew also. He knew that it was as old as human society and full of 1,000 subtle suggestions, that it was the actual touch of the human body, with rhythmic movement, set to the passionate music of love. This music spoke in quivering melody what the lips did not dare to say. This, he knew, was the deep secret of the fascination of the dance for the boy and the girl, the man and the woman. How he cursed it tonight! His imagination leaped the centuries that separate us from the great races of the past, who scorned humbug and hypocrisy, and held their dances in the deep shadows of great forests, without the draperies of tailors. These men and women looked nature in the face and were not afraid, and did not try to apologize or lie about it. He felt humiliated and betrayed. He thought, too, of her wealth with a feeling of resentment and isolation. Taken with this social nightmare, it seemed to raise an impossible barrier between them. He knew that in the terrible quarrel she had with her father on their first clash, he had sworn if she disobeyed him to disinherit her. She had answered him in bitter defiance, and yet time often changes these noble visions of poverty and strenuous faith in high ideals. Wealth and all its good things become with us at last habit, and habit is life. Could it be possible she had weakened in resolution of loyalty when brought face to face with the actual breaking of the habits of a lifetime? Might not the three forces combined, the habit of social conventions, the habit of luxury, and the habit of obedience to a masterful and lovable father, be sufficient to crush her love at last? It seemed to him tonight not only a possibility, but almost an accomplished fact. At 1 o'clock he went to bed and tried to sleep. He tossed for an hour. His brain was on fire, and his imagination lit with its glare. He could sweep the world with his vision in the silence and the darkness. Yes, the world that is, and that which was, and is to come. He arose and dressed. It was 2:30. He knew this was to be the first night in all his life when he could not sleep. He was shocked and sobered by the tremendous import of such an event in the development of his character. He had never been swept off his feet before. He knew now that before the sun rose he would fight with the powers and princes of the air for the mastery of life. He left his room and walked out on the road to the springs over which he had gone so many times in childhood. The moon was obscured by fleeting clouds, and the air had the sharp touch of autumn in its breath. He walked slowly past the darkened, silent houses and felt his brain begin to cool in the sweet air. The last note he had received from her weeks ago was the brief one announcing the new break in the poor little correspondence she had promised him. The last paragraph of that note now took on a sinister meaning. He recalled it word by word. I feel like I cannot trifle with you in this way again. It is humiliating to me and to you. I can see no light in our future. I release you from any tie I may have imposed on your life. I feel I have fallen short of what you deserve, but I am so situated between my mother's failing health and my father's will and my love for them both, I cannot help it. I will love you always, but you are free. Was not this a kindly and final breaking of their pledge to one another? Yet she had not returned the little medal he had given her with that exchange of eternal love and faith. Could she keep this and really mean to break with him finally? He could not believe it. His whole life had been dominated by this dream of an ideal love. For it he had denied himself the indulgences that his college mates and young associates had taken as a matter of course. He had never touched wine. He had never smoked. He had never learned the difference between a queen and a jack in cards. He had kept away from women. He had given his body and soul to the service of his ideal and bent every energy to the development of his mind that he might grasp with more power its sweetness and beauty when realized. Did it pay? The flesh was shrieking this question now in the face of the spirit. He had met the one woman his soul had desired above all others. There could be no mistake about that. And now she was failing him when he had laid at her feet his life. It made him sick to recall how utter had been his surrender. Why should he longer deny the flesh when the soul's dream failed the test of pain and struggle? Was it possible that he had been a fool and was missing the full expression of life, which is both flesh and spirit? The world was full of sweet odors. He had delicate and powerful nostrils. Why not enjoy them? The world was full of beauty, ravishing to the eye. He had keen eyes trained to see. Why should he not open his eyes and gaze on it all? The world was full of entrancing music. He had ears trained to hear. Why should he stuff them with dreams of a doubtful future and not hear at all? The world was full of things soft and good to the touch. Why should he not grasp them? His hands were cunning, and every finger tingled with sensitive nerve tips. The world was full of good things, sweet to the taste. Why should he not eat and drink as others, as old and wise perhaps? Was a man full grown until he had seen, felt, smelled, tasted, and heard all life? Was there anything after all in good or bad? Were these things not names? If not, how could we know unless we tried them? What was the good of good things? Am I not a narrow-minded fool, instead of a wise man, to throttle my impulses and deny the flesh for an imaginary gain? He asked himself aloud. She had written he was free. Well, by the eternal, I will be free, he exclaimed. I will sweep the whole gamut of human passion and human emotion. I will drink life to the deepest dregs of its red wine. I will taste, feel, see, touch, hear, all. I will not be cheated. I will know for myself what it is to live. When he woke to the consciousness of time and place, he found he was seated at the sulphur spring where it gushed from the foot of the hill, and that the eastern horizon was gray with the dawn. A sense of new-found power welled up in him. He had regained control of himself. Good. I will no longer be a moping, love-sick fool. I am a man. To will is to live. To cease to will is to die. I have regained my will. I live. He walked rapidly back to town with vigorous step. His mind was clear. I will never write her another line until she writes to me. I will not be a dog and whine at any rich man's door or any woman's feet. The world is large, and I am large. I will be sought as well as seek. Besides, my country needs me. If I am to give myself, it will be for larger ends than for the smiles of one woman. And then for 2 weeks he entered deliberately on a series of dissipations. He left Hambright and sought convivial friends on the sea-coast. He amazed them by asking to be taught cards. He swept the gamut of all the senses without reserve, day after day and night after night. At the end of 2 weeks he found himself haunting the post office oftener, with a vague sense of impending calamity. The thing's all over, I tell you, he said to himself again and again, and then he would hurry to the next mail as eagerly as ever. As the excitement began to tire him, the sense of longing for her face and voice and the touch of her hand became intolerable. My God, I'd give all the world holds of sin to see her and hear one word from her lips, he exclaimed as he locked himself in his room one night. Why didn't she answer my last letter? He continued. Ah, that was the best letter I ever wrote her. I put my soul in every word. I didn't believe the woman lived who could read such confessions and such worship without reply. Surely she has a heart. When he went to the post office next day, he got a letter forwarded from Hambright by the preacher. It was postmarked Narragansett Pier and addressed in a bold masculine hand he had never seen before. He tore it open, and inside found his last letter to Sallie Worth, returned with the seal unbroken. He sprang to his feet with flashing eyes, trembling from head to foot. Ah, they did not dare to let her receive another of my letters. So a clerk returns it unopened, he cried. And a great lump rose in his throat as he thought of the scenes of the past 2 weeks. The old fever and the old longing came rushing over his prostrate soul now in resistless torrents. How dare a strange hand touch a message to her? I could strangle him. We will see now who wins the fight. He set his lips with a determination, packed his valise, and took the train for home without a word of farewell to the companions of his revels. When he reached Hambright, he felt sure of a letter from her. A strange joy filled his heart. I have either got a letter or she's writing one to me this minute, he exclaimed. He went to the post office in a state of exhilaration. The letter was not there, but it did not depress him. It is on the way, he quickly said. For 2 days he remained in that condition of tense nervous excitement and expectation, and on the following day he opened his box and found his letter. I knew it, he said with a thrill of joy that was half awe at the remarkable confirmation he had received of their sympathy. He hurried to his office and read the big precious message. How its words burned into his soul. Every line seemed alive with her spirit. How beautiful the sight of her handwriting! He kissed it again and again. He read with bated breath. The address was double expressive because it contained the first words of abandoned tenderness with which she had ever written to him, except in the concealed message dotted in the note that broke their earlier correspondence. My precious darling, I have gone through deep waters within the last 3 weeks. I became so depressed and hungry to see you. I felt some awful calamity was hanging over you and over me, and that it was my fault. I could scarcely eat or sleep. I felt I should go mad if I did not speak, and so I told Mamma. She sympathized tenderly with me, but insisted I should not write. She is so feeble I could not cross her, but oh, the agony of it! Sometimes I saw you drowning and stretching out your hands to me for help. Sometimes in my dreams I saw you fighting against overwhelming odds with strong, brutal men whose faces were full of hate, and I could not reach you. I was nervous and unstrung, but you can never know how real the horror of it all was upon me. I made up my mind one night to telegraph you. I heard someone talking inside Mamma's room. I gently opened the door between our rooms, and she was praying aloud for me. I stood spellbound. I never knew how she loved me before. When at last she prayed that in the end I might have the desire of my heart, and my life be crowned with the joy of a noble man's love, and that it might be yours, and that she should be permitted to see and rejoice with me, I could endure it no longer. Choking with sobs, I ran to her kneeling figure, threw my arms round her neck, and covered her dear face with kisses. I could not send the message I had written after that scene. The next day Papa came, and she told him in my presence, "Now, General, I have carried out your wishes with Sallie against my judgment. The strain has been more than you can understand. I give up the task. You can manage her now to suit yourself." There was a firmness in her voice I had never heard before. He noted it, and was startled into silence by it. He had a long talk with me, and repeated his orders with increasing emphasis. The next day I was unusually depressed. I did not get out of bed all day. At night I went down to supper. The clerk at the desk of the hotel called me and said, "Miss Worth, I have a terrible sin to confess to you. I'm a lover myself, and I've done you a wrong. I returned to a young man yesterday a letter to you by request of the General. Forgive me for it, and don't tell him I told you." That night Papa and I had a fearful scene. I will not attempt to describe it, but the end was, I said to him with all the courage of despair, "I am 21 years old. I am a free woman. I will write to whom I please and when I please, and I will not ask you again. It is your right to turn me out of your house, but you shall not murder my soul." Then, for the first time in his life, Papa broke down and sobbed like a child. We kissed and made up, and I am to write you when I like. Forgive my long silence. Write and tell me you love me. My heart is sick with the thought that I have been cowardly and failed you. Write me a long letter, and you cannot say things extravagant enough for my hungry heart. I feel utterly helpless when I think how completely you have come to rule my life. I wish you to rule it. It is all yours. And then she said many little foolish things that only the eyes of the one lover should ever see, for only to him could they have meaning. When he finished reading this letter, and had devoured with eagerness these foolish extravagances with which she closed it, he buried his face in his arms across his desk. A big, strong, boastful man, whose will had defied the world. Now he was crying like a whipped child. End of Book 2, Chapter 22. End of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 1, A Growl Beneath the Earth. Apparently McLeod's triumph was complete and permanent. The farmers were disappointed in their wild hopes of a sub-treasury and other socialistic schemes, but the passions of the campaign had been violent, and the offices they had won with their Negro ally had been soothing to their sense of pride. A Republican farmer was governor for a term of 4 years. They had elected 2 senators and 3 Supreme Court judges, and they had completely smashed the power of the Democratic Party in the county governments. Everywhere they were triumphant in the local elections, filling almost every county office with heavy-handed sons of toil from the country districts, and making the town fops who had been drawing these fat salaries get out and work for a living. Even McLeod was amazed at the thoroughness with which they cleaned the state of every vestige of the invincible democracy that had ruled with a rod of iron since Legree's flight. Gaston could see but one weak spot in the alliance. The negroes had demanded their share of the spoils, and were gradually forcing their reluctant allies to grant them. He watched the progress of this movement with thrilling interest. The negroes had demanded the repeal of the county government plan of the Democracy, under which the credit of the 40 black counties had been rescued from bankruptcy at the expense of local self-government. When the lawmakers who succeeded Legree had put this scheme of centralized power in force, these 40 counties were immediately lifted from ruin to prosperity. But no Negro ever held another office in them. Now the negroes demanded the return to the principles of pure democracy and the right to elect all town, township, and county officers direct. They got their demands. They took charge in short order of the great rich counties in the Black Belt, and white men ceased to hold the offices. A Negro college graduate from Miss Walker's classical institution had started a newspaper at Independence noted for its open demands for the recognition of the economic, social, and political equality of the races. Young Negro men and women walking the streets now refused to give half the sidewalk to a white man or woman when they met, and there were an increasing number of fights from such causes. Gaston noted these signs with a growing sense of their import, and began his work for the second great campaign. The election for a legislature alone, he knew, was lost already. His party had simply abandoned the fight. The Allied party had passed new election laws, and under the tutelage of the doubtful methods of the past, they had taken every partisan advantage possible within the limits of the Constitution. They could not be overthrown short of a political earthquake, and he knew it, but he thought he heard in the depths of the earth the low rumble of its coming, and he began to prepare for it. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 2, Face to Face with Fate. 3 weeks before Christmas, Gaston began to dream of the visit he was to make to Independence to see Sallie Worth. How long it seemed since she had kissed him in the twilight of that Pullman car, and the Limited had rolled away bearing her further and further from his life. He would sit now for an hour reading her last letter, looking at her picture on his desk, and dreaming of what she would say when he sat by her side again in her own home. And then, like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, came a tearful letter announcing another storm at home. Her father had again forbidden her to write. She said at the last that Gaston's visit must be postponed indefinitely for the present. He gazed at the letter with a hardened look. "I will go. I'll face General Worth in his own home, and demand his reasons for such treatment. I am a man. I am entitled to the respect of a man." He made this declaration with a quiet force that left no doubt about his doing it. He wrote Sallie that he could not and would not endure such a fight in the dark with the general, and that he was going to Independence on the day before Christmas, as she had planned at first, to have it out with him face to face. She wrote in reply and begged him under no circumstances to come until conditions were more favorable. He got this letter the day before he was to start. "I'll go, and I'll see him if I have to fight my way into his house, and that's all there is to it," he exclaimed. When he reached Independence, St. Clair met him at the depot and gave him an eager welcome. "I've been expecting you, you hard-headed fool," he said impulsively. Well, your words are not equal to your handshake. What's the matter? Asked Gaston. You know what's the matter. Miss Sallie has been to see me this afternoon and begged me to chain you at my house if you came to town today. Well, you'll need handcuffs and help to get them on, replied Gaston with quiet decision. Look here, old boy, you're not going down to that house tonight with the old man threatening to kill you on sight and your girl bordering on collapse. I am. I've been bordering on collapse for some time myself. I'm getting used to it. You're a fool. Granted, but I'll risk it. But, man, I tell you, Miss Sallie will be furious with you if you go after all the messages she has sent you. I'll risk her fury, too. Gaston, let me beg you not to do it. I'm going, Bob. There isn't any use for you to waste your breath. You know where my heart is, old chum, said Bob, yielding reluctantly. I couldn't go down to that house tonight under the conditions you're going for the world. Why not? It's the manly thing to do. It's a dangerous thing to do. Fathers have killed men under such conditions. Well, I'll risk it. I'm going as soon as I can brush up a little. Bob walked with him to the outskirts of the city, begging in vain that he should turn back, but he never slacked his pace. When he turned to go home, Bob pressed his hand and said, "Good luck, and may your shadow never grow less." Gaston walked rapidly on toward Oakwood. As he passed through the shadows of the forest near the gate, a flood of tender memories rushed over him. He was back again by her side on that morning he met her, with the first flush of love thrilling his life. He could see her looking earnestly at him as though trying to solve a riddle. He could hear her laughter full of joy and happiness. As he turned into the gateway, the house flashed on him its gleaming windows from the top hill. He felt his heart sink with bitterness as he realized the contrast of his last entrance into that house, its welcomed guest, and his present unbidden intrusion. Once those lights had gleamed only a message of peace and love. Now they seemed signals of war some enemy had set on the hill to warn of his approach. He paused a moment and wiped the perspiration from his brow. It was Christmas Eve, but the air was balmy and springlike, and his rapid walk had tired him. He had eaten nothing all day, had slept only a few hours the night before, and the nerve strain had been more than he knew. He looked up at the great white pillars softly shining in the starlight, and a sickening fear of the possible tragedy behind those doors crept over him. "My God!" he exclaimed, "I had rather charge breastworks in the face of flashing guns than to go into that house tonight and meet one man." He recognized the breach of the finer amenities of life involved in forcing his way into a home under such conditions, and it humiliated him for a moment. "We will not stickle for forms now," he said to himself firmly. "This is war. I am to uncover the batteries of my enemy. I have hesitated long enough. I will not fight in the dark another day." As he stepped briskly up to the door, he started at a sudden thought. What if the general had ordered the servants to slam the door in his face? The possibility of such an unforeseen insult made the cold sweat break out over his face as he rang the bell. No matter, he was in for it now. He would face hell if need be. He waited but an instant and heard the heavy tread of a man approach the door. Instinctively he knew that the general himself was on guard and would open the door. Evidently he had expected him. The door opened about 2 feet, and the general glared at him, livid with rage. He held one hand on the door and the other on its facing, and his towering figure filled the space. "Good evening, General," said Gaston with embarrassment. "What do you want, sir?" he growled. "I wish to see you for a few minutes." "Well, I don't want to see you." "Whether you wish it or not, you must do it sooner or later," answered Gaston with dignity. "Indeed! Your insolence is sublime, I must say." "The sooner you and I have a plain talk, the better for both of us. It can't be put off any longer," Gaston continued with self-control. He was looking the general straight in the eyes now, with head and broad shoulders erect, and his square-cut jaws were snapping his words with a clean emphasis that was not lost on the older master of men before him. "Call at my office in the morning at 10 o'clock," he said at length. "I will not do it. I am going home on the 9 o'clock train. Tomorrow is Christmas Day. The issue between us is of life import to me, and it may be of equal importance to you. I will not put it off another hour." The general glared at him. His hands began to tremble, and raising his voice, he thundered, "I am not accustomed to take orders from young upstarts. How dare you attempt to force yourself into my house when you were told again and again not to attempt it, sir?" "Your former welcome to me on 3 occasions when the object of my visits was as well known to you as to me, gives me at least the vested rights of a final interview." "I demand it," retorted Gaston curtly. "And I refuse it." Still there was a note of indecision in his voice which Gaston was quick to catch. "General," he protested, "you are a soldier and a gentleman. You never fought an enemy with uncivilized warfare, yet you have allowed someone under your protection to stab me in the dark for the past year. I am entitled to know why I fight and against whom. I ask your sense of fairness as a soldier if I am not right." The general hesitated and finally said as he opened the door, "Walk into the parlor." When they were seated, Gaston plunged immediately into the question he had at heart. "Now, General, I wish to ask you plainly why you have treated me as you have since I asked you for your daughter's hand." "The less said about it, the better. I have good and sufficient reasons, and that settles it." "But I have a right to know them." "What right?" "The right of every man to face his accuser when on trial for his life." "Bah! Men don't die nowadays for love, or women either," the general growled. "Besides," continued Gaston, "you are under the deepest obligations to tell me fairly your reasons." "Obligations?" "The obligations of the commonest justice between man and man. You invited me to your home. I was your welcome guest. You encouraged my suit for your daughter's hand." "How dare you say such a thing, sir?" "Because you told me you did. I was led to believe that you not only looked with favor on my suit, but that you were pleased with it. I asked for your daughter. You insulted my manhood by refusing me permission even to seek an interview and know the reasons for your change of views. Since then you have treated me with plain brutality. Now something caused this change." "Certainly something caused it, something of tremendous importance," said the general. "I am entitled to know what it is." "Simply this. I received information concerning you, your habits, your associates, your character, and your family that caused me to change my mind." "Did you inquire as to their truth?" "It was unnecessary. I love my daughter beyond all other treasures I possess. With her future I'd take no risks." "I have the right to know the charges, General," insisted Gaston. "I demand it." "Well, sir, if you demand it, you will get it. I learned that you are a man of the most dissolute habits and character, that you are a hard drinker, a gambler, a rake, and a spendthrift, and that your family's history is a deplorable one." "My family history a deplorable one?" cried Gaston, springing to his feet, with trembling clenched fists and scarlet face on which the blue veins suddenly stood out. "I begged you to spare me and yourself the pain of this," replied the general in a softer voice. "No, I do not ask to be spared. Give me the particulars. What is this stain on my family name?" "Not a moral one, but in some respects more hopeless. A physical one. I have positive information that your people on one side are what is known in the South as poor white trash." Gaston smiled. "I thank you, General, for your frankness. The only wrong of which I complain is your withholding the name of the liar." "There is no use of a fight over such things. I do not wish my daughter's name to be smirched with it." "Her name is as dear to me as it can possibly be to you. Never fear. You are her father. I honor you as such. I thank you for the information. I scorn to stoop to answer. The humor of it forbids an answer if I could stoop to make one. Now, General, I make you this proposition. I am not in a hurry. I will patiently wait any time you see fit to set for any developments in my life and character about which you have doubts. All I ask is the privilege of writing to the woman I love. Is not this reasonable?" "No, sir," declared the general. "I will not have it. You are not in a position to make me a proposition of any sort. I have settled this affair. It is not open for discussion." "You mean to say that I have no standing whatever in the case?" asked Gaston with a smile, rubbing his hand over his smooth-shaved lips and chin. "Exactly. I have settled it. There is nothing more to be said." I'll never give her up. She is the one woman God made for me, and you will have to put me under the ground before you have settled my end of it," said Gaston, still smiling. The old man's face clouded for a moment. He wrinkled his brow, drew his bushy eyebrows closer, and then turned toward Gaston in a persuasive way. "Look here, Gaston, don't be a fool. It's amusing to me to hear a youngster talk such drivel. Love is not a fatal disease for a man or a woman. You will find that out later if you don't know it now. I loved half a dozen girls, and when I got ready to marry I asked the one handiest and that seemed most suited to my temper. We married and have lived as happily as the romancers. The world is full of pretty girls. Go on about your business and quit bothering me and mine." "There's only one girl for me, General." "That's proof positive to my mind that you are a little cracked," he answered with a smile. Gaston laughed and shook his head. "I'll never give her up in this world, or the next," he doggedly added. Again the General frowned. "Look here, young man, did it ever occur to you that your pursuit might be held the work of a low adventurer? My daughter is an heiress. You haven't a dollar. Don't you know that I will disinherit her if she marries without my consent?" "You can't frighten me on that tack," answered Gaston firmly. "No dollar mark has yet been placed on the doors of Southern society. Manhood, character, and achievement are the keys that unlock it. You know that, and I know it. I was poorer and more obscure the day you first invited me here than today, and yet you gave me as hearty a welcome as her richest suitor. All I ask is time to prove to you in my life my manhood and worth. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, any time you see fit to name." "No, sir," firmly snapped the General. "Not a day. I don't like long engagements. Yours is ended once and for all time. I have settled that." "Can even a father decide the destiny of two immortal souls offhand like that?" "Now you are assuming too much. I am not speaking for myself alone. I have laid all the facts carefully before Sallie, and she has agreed to the wisdom of my decision, and asked me to represent her in what I say this evening." Gaston turned pale, his lips quivered, and turning to the General suddenly he said, "That is the only important fact you have laid before me. Just let her come here, stand by your side, and say that with her own lips, and I will never cross your path in life again." The General hung his head and stammered, "No, no, it is not necessary. It will embarrass and humiliate her. I will not permit it." "Then I deny your credentials," exclaimed Gaston. The General seemed embarrassed by the failure of this fatherly subterfuge, and Gaston could not help smiling at the revelation of his weakness. He decided to press his advantage to try to see her, if only for a moment. "General," protested Gaston persuasively, "I appeal to your sense of courtesy, even to an enemy. After all that has passed between us in this house, is it fair or courteous to show me that door, without one word of farewell to the woman to whom I have given my life? Or is it wise from your point of view?" Again the General hesitated. He was a big-hearted man of generous impulses, and he felt worsted in this interview somehow, but it was hard to deny such a request. He fumbled at his watch chain, arose, and said, "I will see if she desires it." Gaston's heart bounded with joy. If she desired it! He could feel her soul enveloping him with its love as he sat there conscious that she was somewhere in that house praying for him. He fairly choked with the pain and the joy of the certainty that in a moment he would be near her, touch her hand, see her glorious beauty, and his ears drink the music of her voice. "Just step this way," said the General, reappearing at the door. Gaston walked into the hall and met Sallie as she emerged from the library door opposite. He tried to say something, but his throat was dry and his tongue paralyzed with the wonder of her presence. Besides, the General stood grimly by like a guard over a life prisoner. He looked searchingly into her eyes as he held her hand for a moment, and felt its warm, impulsive pressure. Oh, the eyes of the woman we love! What are words to their language of melting tenderness, of faith and longing? Gaston felt like shouting in the General's face his triumph. She tried to speak, but only pressed his hand again. It was enough. He bowed to the General and left without a word. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 3, A White Lie. That night, as he walked back through the streets, he was thrilled with a sense of strength and of triumph. He knew his ground now. There was to be war between him and the general to the bitter end. He had never asked her once to oppose her father's or mother's command. Now he would see who was master in a test of strength. And he was eager for the struggle. His mind was alert, and every nerve and muscle tense with energy. "Heavens, how hungry I am!" he exclaimed when he reached the brilliantly lighted business portion of the city. He went into a restaurant, ordered a steak, and enjoyed a good meal. He recalled then that he had not eaten for 24 hours. The steak was good, and the faces of the people seemed to him lit with gladness. He was singing a battle song in his soul, and the eyes of the woman he loved looked at him with yearning tenderness. "Now, Bob, I count on you," he cried to his friend next morning. "I'm going to have a Merry Christmas, and you are to aid in the skirmishing." "I'm with you to the finish," Bob responded with enthusiasm. "We must make a feint this morning to deceive the enemy while I turn his flank. I go home on the 9 o'clock, you understand?" "Yes, over the left. It's dead easy, too. There's to be a big Christmas party tonight at the Alexanders. She's invited. I'll see that she goes to it if I have to drag her." "Good. Don't tell her I'm in town. I want to surprise her." The general had a man at the morning train who reported Gaston's departure. He was surprised at Sally's good spirits, but attributed it to the magnificent present he had given her that morning of a diamond ring and an exquisite pearl necklace. He bustled her off to the party that night, and congratulated himself on the certainty of his triumph over an aspiring youngster who dared to set his will against his own. When the festivities had begun and the children were busy with their fireworks, Sallie strolled along the winding walks of the big lawn. She was chatting with Bob St. Clair about a young man they both knew, and when they reached the corner furthest from the house, under the shadows of a great magnolia with low overhanging boughs, she saw the figure of a man. She smiled into Bob's face, pressed his hand, and said, "Now, Bob, you've done all a good friend could do. Go back, I don't need you." And Bob answered with a smile and left her. In a moment Gaston was by her side with both her hands in his, kissing them tenderly. "Didn't I surprise you, dear?" he softly asked. "No. Bob denied you were here, but I knew he was a story. I was sure you would never leave without seeing me. You couldn't, could you?" "Not after what I saw in your eyes last night," he whispered. "It seems a century since I've heard your voice," she said wistfully. "God alone knows what I have suffered, and I am growing weary of it." "Do you think I have been treated fairly?" he asked. "No, I do not." "Then you will write to me?" "Yes. I will not starve my heart any longer." And she pressed his hand. "You have made the world glorious again. When will you marry me, Sallie?" He bent his face close to her, and for an answer she tenderly kissed him. They stood in silence a moment with clasped hands, and then she said slowly, "You didn't want your freedom, did you, dear? That's the third kiss, isn't it? I wonder if kissing will be always as sweet. But you asked when we can marry. I can't tell now. I can do nothing to shock Mama. She seems to draw closer and closer to me every day. And now that I have determined no power shall separate us, it seems more and more necessary that I shall win Papa's consent. He loves me dearly. I feel that I must have his blessing on our lives. Give me time. I hope to win him." "And you will never let another week pass without writing to me?" "Never. Send my letters to Bob. He loves you better than he ever thought he loved me. He will give them to me on Sundays at church, and when he calls." For 2 hours the kindly mantle of the magnolia sheltered them while they told the old sweet story over and over again, and somehow that night it seemed to them sweeter each time it was told. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 4, The Unspoken Terror. When Gaston reached Hambright the following day and whispered to his mother the good news, he hastened to tell his friend Tom Camp. The young man's heart warmed toward the white-haired old soldier in this hour of his victory. With sparkling eyes, he told Tom of his stormy scene with the general, of its curious ending, and the hours he spent in heaven beneath the limbs of an old magnolia. Tom listened with rapture. "Ah, didn't I tell you? If you hung on, you'd get her by and by. So you bearded the general in his den, did you? I'll bet his eyes blazed when he seed you. He's got an awful temper when you rile him. You ought to 'a seed him one day when our brigade was ordered into a charge where 3 concealed batteries was cross-firing and men was falling like wheat under the knife. Jiminy, but didn't he cuss! He wouldn't take the order first from the orderly and sent to know if the major general meant it. I tell you, us fellers that was lying there in the grass listening to them bullets singing thought he was the finest cusser that ever ripped an oath. He reared and he charged and he cussed and he damned that man for trying to butcher his men, and he never moved till the third order came. That was the night 10,000 wounded men lay on the field, and me in the middle of 'em with a Minnie ball in my shoulder. The Yanks and our men was all mixed up together, and just after dark the full moon came up through the trees, and you could see as plain as day. I begun to sing the old hymn, 'There is a land of pure delight,' and you ought to have heard them 10,000 wounded men sing. While we was singing, the general came through looking up his men. He seed me and said, 'Is that you, Tom Camp?' I looked up at him, and he was crying like a child, and he went on from man to man, crying and cussing the fool that sent us into that hell hole. The general's a rough man if you rub him the wrong way, but his heart's all right. He's all gold, I tell you." "Well, I'm in for a tussle with him, Tom." "Shucks, man, you can beat him with one hand tied behind you if you got his gal's heart. She's got his fire, and a gal as pretty as she is can just about do what she pleases in this world." "I hope she can bring him around. I like the general. I'd much rather not fight him." "Where's Flora?" cried Tom, looking around in alarm. "I saw her going toward the spring in the edge of the woods there a minute ago," replied Gaston. Tom sprang up and began to hop and jump down the path toward the spring with incredible rapidity. Flora was playing in the branch below the spring, and Tom saw the form of a negro man passing over the opposite hill going along the spring path that led in that direction. "Was you talking with that nigger, Flora?" asked Tom, holding his hand on his side and trying to recover his breath. "Yes, I said howdy when he stopped to get a drink of water, and he give me a whistle," she replied with a pout of her pretty lips and a frown. Tom seized her by the arm and shook her. "Didn't I tell you to run every time you see the nigger unless I was with you?" "Yes, but he wasn't hurting me, and you are," she cried, bursting into tears. "I've a notion to whip you good for this," Tom stormed. "Don't, Tom. She won't do it any more, will you, Flora?" pleaded Gaston, taking her in his arms and starting to the house with her. When they reached the house, Tom was still pale and trembling with excitement. "Lord, there's so many trifling niggers loafing around the country now, stealing and doing all sorts of devilment. I'm scared to death about that child. She don't seem any more afraid of 'em than she is of a cat." "I don't believe anybody would hurt Flora, Tom. She's such a little angel," said Gaston, kissing the tears from the child's face. "She is cute, ain't she?" said Tom with pride. "I've wished many a time lately I'd gone out west with them Yankee fellers that took such a liking to me in the war. They told me that a poor white man had a chance out there, and that there weren't a nigger in 20 miles of their home. But then I lost my leg. How could I go?" He sat dreaming with open eyes for a moment, and continued, looking tenderly at Flora. "But, baby, don't you dare go nigh a nigger, or let one get nigh you no more'n you would a rattlesnake." "I won't, Pappy," she cried with an incredulous smile at his warning of danger that made Tom's heart sick. She was all joy and laughter, full of health and bubbling life. She believed with a child's simple faith that all nature was as innocent as her own heart. Tom smoothed her curls and kissed her at last, and she slipped her arm around his neck and squeezed it tight. "Ain't she purty and sweet now?" he exclaimed. Tom, you'll spoil her yet, warned Gaston as he smiled and took his leave, throwing a kiss to Flora as he passed through the little yard gate. Tom had built a fence close around his house when Flora was a baby to shut her in while he was at work. 2 days later, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, as Gaston sat in his office writing a letter to his sweetheart, his face aglow with love and the certainty that she was his, as he read and reread her last glowing words, he was startled by a sudden clang of the courthouse bell. At first he did not move, only looking up from his paper. Sometimes mischievous boys rang the bell and ran down the steps before anyone could catch them, but the bell continued its swift stroke, seeming to grow louder and wilder every moment. He saw a man rush across the square, and then the bell of the Methodist and then of the Baptist churches joined their clamor to the alarm. He snapped the lid of his desk, snatched his hat, and ran down the steps. As he reached the street, he heard the long, piercing cry of a woman's voice, high, strenuous, and quivering. "A lost child! A lost child!" What a cry! He was never so thrilled and awed by a human voice. In it was trembling all the anguish of every mother's broken heart transmitted through the centuries. At the courthouse door an excited group had gathered. A man was standing on the steps gesticulating wildly and telling the crowd all he knew about it. Over the din he caught the name. Tom Camp's Flora. He breathed hard, bit his lips, and prayed instinctively. Lord, have mercy on that poor old man. It will kill him. A great fear brooded over the hearts of the crowd, and soon the tumult was hushed in an awed silence. In Gaston's heart that fear became a horrible certainty from the first. Within a half hour 1,000 white people were in the crowd. Gaston stood among them, cool and masterful, organizing them in search parties and giving each group the signals to be used. In a moment the white race had fused into a homogeneous mass of love, sympathy, hate, and revenge. The rich and the poor, the learned and the ignorant, the banker and the blacksmith, the great and the small, they were all one now. The sorrow of that old one-legged soldier was the sorrow of all. Every heart beat with his, and his life was their life, and his child their child. But at the end of an hour there was not a Negro among them. By some subtle instinct they had recognized the secret feelings and fears of the crowd and had disappeared. Had they been beasts of the field, the gulf between them would not have been deeper. When Gaston reached Tom's house, the crowd was divided into the groups agreed upon, and a signal gun given to each. If the child was not dead when found, 2 should be fired. If dead, but 1. He sought Tom to be sure there was no mistake, and that the child had not fallen asleep about the house. He found the old man shut up in his room, kneeling in the middle of the floor, praying. When Gaston laid his hand gently on his shoulder, his lips ceased to move, and he looked at him in a dazed sort of way at first, without speaking. "Oh, it's you, Charlie," he sighed. "Yes, Tom, tell me quick. Are you sure she is nowhere in the house?" "Sure," he cried in a helpless stare. "Yes, yes, I found her bonnet at the spring. I looked everywhere for an hour before I called the neighbors." "Then I'm off with the searchers. The signal is 2 guns if they find her alive. 1 gun if she's dead. You will understand." "Yes, Charlie," answered the old soldier in a faraway tone of voice. "And don't forget to help me pray while you look for her." "I've tried already, Tom," he answered as he pressed his hand and left the house. All night long the search continued, and no signal gun was heard. Torches and lanterns gleamed from every field and wood, byway and hedge, for miles in every direction. Through every hour of this awful night Tom Camp was in his room, praying, his face now streaming with tears, now dry and white with the unspoken terror that could stop the beat of his heart. His white hair and snow-white beard were disheveled as he unconsciously tore them with his trembling hands. Now he was crying in an agony of intensity. "As thy servant of old rested with the angel of the Lord through the night, so, O God, will I lie at thy feet and wrestle and pray. I will not let thee go until thou bless me. Though I perish, let her live. I have lost all and praise thee still. Lord, thou canst not leave me desolate." From the pain of his old wound and the exhaustion of soul and body, he fainted once with his lips still moving in prayer. For more than an hour he lay as one dead. When he revived he looked at his clock, and it was but an hour till dawn. Again he fell on his knees, and again the broken accents of his husky voice could be heard wrestling with God. Now he would beg and plead like a child, and then he would rise in the unconscious dignity of an immortal soul in combat with the powers of the infinite, and his language was in the sublime speech of the old Hebrew seers. Just before the sun rose, the signal gun pealed its message of life. 1, 2, in rapid succession. Tom sprang to his feet with blazing eyes. 1, 2, echoed the guns from another hill, and fainter grew its repeated call from group to group of the searchers. There! Glory to God! He screamed at the top of his voice, the last note of his triumphant shout breaking into sobs. God be praised! I knew they would find her. She's not dead. She's alive. Alive! Oh, my soul, lift up thy head! The tramp of swift feet was heard at the door, and Gaston told him with husky, stammering voice, "She's alive, Tom, but unconscious. I'll have her brought to the house. She was found just where your spring branch runs into the flat rock, not 500 yards from here in those woods. Stay where you are. We will bring her in a minute." Gaston bounded back to the scene. Tom paid no attention to his orders to stay at home, but sprang after him, jumping and falling and scrambling up again as he followed. Before they knew it, he was upon the excited, tearful group that stood in a circle around the child's body. Gaston, who was standing on the opposite side from Tom's approach, saw him and shouted, "My God, men, stop him! Don't let him see her yet!" But Tom was too quick for them. He brushed aside the boy, who caught at him as though a feather, crying, "Stand back!" The circle of men fell away from the body, and in a moment Tom stood over it, transfixed with horror. Flora lay on the ground with her clothes torn to shreds and stained with blood. Her beautiful yellow curls were matted across her forehead in a dark red lump beside a wound where her skull had been crushed. The stone lay at her side, the crimson mark of her life showing on its jagged edges. With that stone the brute had tried to strike the death blow. She was lying on the edge of the hill with her head up the incline. It was too plain, the terrible crime that had been committed. The poor father sank beside her body with an inarticulate groan, as though someone had crushed his head with an axe. He seemed dazed for a moment, and looking around he shouted hoarsely, "The doctor, boys! The doctor! Quick! For God's sake, quick! She's not dead yet. We may save her. Help! Help!" He sank again to the ground, limp and faint from pain, and was soon insensible. Gaston gathered the child tenderly in his arms and carried her to the house. The men hastily made a stretcher and carried Tom behind him. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 5, A Thousand-Legged Beast. While Gaston and the men were carrying Flora and Tom to the house, another searching party was formed. There were no women and children among them, only grim-visaged, silent men, and a pair of little mild-eyed, sharp-nosed bloodhounds. All the morning men were coming in from the country and joining this silent army of searchers. Dr. Graham came, looked long and gravely at Flora, and turned a sad face toward Tom. The old soldier grasped his arm before he spoke. "Now, doctor, wait. Don't say a word yet. I don't want to know the truth if it's the worst. Don't kill me in a minute. Let me live as long as there's breath in her body. After that, well, that's the end. There's nothing after that." The doctor started to speak. "Wait," Tom pleaded. "Let me tell you something. I've been praying all night. I've seen God face to face. She can't die. He told me so." He paused, and his grip on the doctor's arm relaxed as though he were about to faint, but he rallied. The kindly old doctor said gently, "Sit down, Tom." He tried to lead Tom away from the bed, but he held on like a bulldog. The child breathed heavily and moaned. Tom's face brightened. "She's coming to, doctor. Thank God." The doctor paid no more attention to him and went on with his work as best he could. Tom laid his tear-stained face close to hers and murmured soothingly to her as he used to when she was a wee baby in his arms. There, there, honey. It will be all right now. The doctor's here, and he'll do all he can. And what he can't do, God will. The doctor'll save you. God will save you. He loves you. He loves me. I prayed all night. He heard me. I saw the shining glory of his face. He's only trying his poor old servant. The broken artery was found and tied, and the bleeding stopped. When the wound in her head was dressed, the doctor turned to Tom. That wound is bad, but not necessarily fatal. Praise God! Keep the house quiet, and don't let her see a strange face when she regains consciousness, was his parting injunction. The next morning her breathing was regular, and pulse stronger, but feverish, and about 7 o'clock she came out of her comatose state and regained consciousness. She spoke but once, and apparently at the sound of her own voice immediately went into a convulsion, clenching her little fists, screaming and calling to her father for help. When Tom first heard that awful cry and saw her terrified eyes and drawn face, he tried to cover his own eyes and stop his ears. Then he gathered the little convulsed body into his arms and crooned into her ears. There, Pappy's baby, don't cry. Pappy's got you now. Nothing can hurt you. There, there, nothing shall come nigh you. He covered her face with tears and kisses while he whispered and soothed her to sleep. When the noon train came up from Independence, General Worth arrived. Tom had asked Gaston to telegraph for him in his name. Tom eagerly grasped his hand. General, I knowed you'd come. You're a man to tie to. I never knowed you to fail me in your life. You're one of the smartest men in the world, too. You never got us boys in a hole so deep you didn't pull us out. What can I do for you? Interrupted the general. Ah, now's the worst of all, General. I'm in water too deep for me. My baby, the last one left on earth, the apple of my eye, all that holds my old aching body to this world. She's about to die. I can't let her. General, you must save her for me. I want more doctors. They say there's a great doctor at Independence. I want 'em all. Tell him it's a poor old one-legged soldier who shot all to pieces and lost his wife and all his children, all but this one baby, and I can't lose her. They'll come if you ask 'em. His voice broke. I'll do it, Tom. I'll have them here on a special in 3 hours or maybe sooner, returned the general, pressing his hand and hurrying to the telegraph office. The doctors arrived at 3 o'clock and held a consultation with Dr. Graham. They decided that the loss of blood had been so great that the only chance to save her was in the transfusion of blood. I'll give her the blood, Tom, said Gaston quietly, removing his coat and baring his arm. The old soldier looked up through grateful tears. Next to the general, you're the best friend God ever give me, boy. The general turned his face away and looked out of the window. The doctors immediately performed the operation, transfusing blood from Gaston into the child. The results did not seem to promise what they had hoped. Her fever rose steadily. She became conscious again and immediately went into the most fearful convulsions, breaking the torn artery a second time. Just as the sun sank behind the blue mountain peaks in the west, her heart fluttered, and she was dead. Tom sat by the bed for 2 hours, looking with wide, staring eyes at her white, dead face. There was not a trace of a tear. His mouth was set in a hard, cold way, and he never moved or spoke. The preacher tried to comfort Tom, who stared at him as though he did not recognize him at first, and then slowly began. Go away, preacher. I don't want to see or talk to you now. It's all a swindle and a lie. There is no God. Tom, Tom, groaned the preacher. I tell you, I mean it, he continued. I don't want any more of God or his heaven. I don't want to see God, for if I should see him, I'd shake my fist in his face and ask him where his almighty power was when my poor little baby was screaming for help while that damned black beast was tearing her to pieces. Many and many a time I've praised God when I read the Bible there where it said, not a sparrow falleth to the ground without his knowledge, and the very hairs of our head are numbered. Well, where was he when my little bird was fluttering her broken, bleeding wings in the claws of that stinging baboon? Damn him to everlasting hell. It's all a swindle, I tell you. And the preacher was watching him now with silent pity and tenderness. What a lie it all is, Tom repeated. Scratch my name off the church roll. I ain't got many more days here, but I won't lie. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm going to meet God, cursing him to his face. The preacher slipped his arm around the old soldier's neck and smoothed the tangled hair back from his forehead as he said brokenly, Tom, I love you. My whole soul is melted in sympathy and pity for you. The stricken man looked up into the face of his friend, saw his tears, and felt the warmth of his love flood his heart, and at last he burst into tears. Oh, preacher, preacher, you're a good friend, I know, but I'm done. I can't live any more. Every minute, day and night, I'll hear them awful screams. Her a-calling me for help. I can see her lying out there in the woods all night alone, moaning and bleeding. His breast heaved, and he paused as if in reverie, and then he sprang up, his face livid and convulsed with volcanic passions that half strangled him while he shrieked, Oh, if I only had him here before me now, and God Almighty would give me strength with these hands to tear his breast open and rip his heart out. I could eat it like a wolf. When they reached the cemetery the next day, and the body was about to be lowered into the grave, Tom suddenly espied old Uncle Reuben Worth leaning on his spade by the edge of the crowd. Uncle Reuben was the gravedigger of the town, and the only Negro present. Wait, said Tom, raising his hand. Don't put her in that grave. A nigger dug it. I can't stand it. He turned to a group of old soldier comrades standing by and said, Boys, humor an old broken man once more. You'll dig another grave for me, won't you? It won't take long. The folks can go home that don't want to stay. I ain't got no home to go to now but this graveyard. His comrades filled up the grave that Uncle Reuben had dug and opened a new one on the other side of the graves where slept his other loved ones. Gaston took Tom to his home and stayed with him several hours, trying to help him. He seemed to have settled into a stupor from which nothing could rouse him. When at length the old man fell asleep, Gaston softly closed the door and returned to his office with a heavy heart. As he neared the center of the town, he heard a murmur like the distant moaning of the wind in the hush that comes before a storm. It grew louder and became articulate with occasional words that seemed far away and unreal. What could it be? He had never heard such a sound before. Now it became clearer, and the murmur was the tread of 1,000 feet and the clatter of horses' hoofs. Not a cry or a shout or a word. Silence and hurrying feet. Ah, he knew now. It was the searchers returning, a grim, swaying, voiceless mob, with one black figure amid them. They were swarming into the courthouse square under the big oak where an informal trial was to be held. He rushed forward to protest against a lynching. He could just catch a glimpse of the Negro's head swaying back and forth, protesting innocence in a singing monotone as though he were already half dead. He pushed his way roughly through the excited crowd to the center where Hose Norman, the leader, stood with one end of a rope in his hand and the other around the Negro's neck. The Negro turned his head quickly toward the movement made by the crowd as Gaston pressed forward. It was Dick. Dick recognized him at the same moment, leaped toward him, and fell at his feet, crying and pleading as he held his feet and legs. "Save me, Charlie! I never done it! I never done it! For God's sake, help me! Keep 'em off! They gwine burn me alive!" Gaston turned to the crowd. Men, there's not one among you that loved that old soldier and his girl as I did. But you must not do this crime. If this Negro is guilty, we can prove it in that courthouse there, and he will pay the penalty with his life. Give him a fair trial." "That's a lawyer talking now," said a man in the crowd. "We know that tune. The lawyers has things their own way in the courthouse." A murmur of assent mingled with oaths ran through the crowd. "Fair trial?" sneered Hose Norman, snatching Dick from the ground by the rope. "Look at the black devil's clothes splotched all over with her blood. We found him under a shelving rock where he'd got by wading up the ranch a quarter of a mile to fool the dogs. We found his track in the sand some places where he missed the water, and tracked him clear from where we found Flora to the cave he was lying in. Fair trial, hell! We're just waiting for a can of oil. You go back and read your law books. We'll tend to this devil." The messenger came with the oil, and the crowd moved forward. Hose shouted, "Down by Tom Camp's, by his spring. Down the spring branch to the flat rock, where he killed her." On the crowd moved, swaying back and forth with Gaston in their midst by Dick's side, begging for a fair trial for him. A crowd that hurries and does not shout is a fearful thing. There is something inhuman in its uncanny silence. Gaston's voice sounded strained and discordant. They paid no more attention to his protest than to the chirp of a cricket. They reached the spot where the child's body had been found. They tied the screaming, praying Negro to a live pine and piled around his body a great heap of dead wood and saturated it with oil. And then they poured oil on his clothes. Gaston looked around him, begging first one man, then another, to help him fight the crowd and rescue him. Not a hand was lifted, or a voice raised in protest. There was not a Negro among them. Not only was no Negro in that crowd, but there was not a cabin in all that county that would not have given shelter to the brute, though they knew him guilty of the crime charged against him. This was the one terrible fact that paralyzed Gaston's efforts. Hose Norman stepped forward to apply a match, and Gaston grasped his arm. "For God's sake, Hose, wait a minute," he begged. "Don't disgrace our town, our county, our state, and our claims to humanity by this insane brutality. A beast wouldn't do this. You wouldn't kill a mad dog or a rattlesnake in such a way. If you would kill him, shoot him or knock him in the head with a rock. Don't burn him alive." Hose glared at him and quietly remarked, "Are you done now? If you are, stand out of the way." He struck the match, and Dick uttered a scream. As Hose leaned forward with his match, Gaston knocked him down, and a dozen stalwart men were upon him in a moment. "Knock the fool in the head," one shouted. "Pin his arms behind him," said another. Someone quickly pinioned his arms with a cord. He stood in helpless rage and pity, and as he saw the match applied, bowed his head and burst into tears. He looked up at the silent crowd standing there like voiceless ghosts with renewed wonder. Under the glare of the light and the tears, the crowd seemed to melt into a great crawling, swaying creature, half reptile, half beast, half dragon, half man, with 1,000 legs and 1,000 eyes and 10,000 gleaming teeth, and with no ear to hear and no heart to pity. All they would grant him was the privilege of gathering Dick's ashes and charred bones for burial. The morning following the lynching, the preacher hurried to Tom Camp's to see how he was bearing the strain. His door was wide open, the bureau drawers pulled out, ransacked, and some of their contents were lying on the floor. "Poor old fellow! I'm afraid he's gone crazy," exclaimed the preacher. He hurried to the cemetery. There he found Tom at the newly made grave. He had worked through the night and dug the grave open with his bare hands and pulled the coffin up out of the ground. He had broken his fingernails all off trying to open it, and his fingers were bleeding. At last he had given up the effort to open the coffin, sat down beside it, and was arranging her toys he had made for her beside the box. He had brought a lot of her clothes, a pair of little shoes and stockings, and a bonnet, and he had placed these out carefully on top of the lid. He was talking to her. The preacher lifted him gently and led him away, a hopeless madman. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 6, The Black Peril. The longer Gaston pondered over the tragic events of that lynching, the more sinister and terrible became its meaning, and the deeper he was plunged in melancholy. Beyond all doubt, within his own memory, since the negroes under Legree's lead had drawn the color line in politics, the races had been drifting steadily apart. The gulf was now impassable. Such crimes as Dick had committed, and for which he had paid such an awful penalty, were unknown absolutely under slavery, and were unknown for 2 years after the war. Their first appearance was under Legree's regime. Now, scarcely a day passed in the South without the record of such an atrocity, swiftly followed by a lynching, and lynching thus had become a habit for all grave crimes. Since McLeod's triumph in the state, such crimes had increased with alarming rapidity. The encroachments of negroes upon public offices had been slow but resistless. Now there were 950 negro magistrates in the state, elected for no reason except the color of their skin. Feeling themselves entrenched behind state and federal power, the insolence of a class of young negro men was becoming more and more intolerable. What would happen to these fools when once they roused that thousand-legged, thousand-eyed beast with its 10,000 teeth and nails? He had looked into its face, and he shuddered to recall the hour. He knew that this power of racial fury of the Anglo-Saxon when aroused was resistless, and that it would sweep its victims before its wrath like chaff before a whirlwind. And then he thought of the day fast coming when culture and wealth would give the African the courage of conscious strength, and he would answer that soul-piercing shriek of his kindred for help, and that other thousand-legged beast, now crouching in the shadows, would meet thousand-legged beast around that beacon fire of a godless revenge. More and more the impossible position of the Negro in America came home to his mind. He was fast being overwhelmed with the conviction that sooner or later we must squarely face the fact that two such races, counting millions in numbers, cannot live together under a democracy. He recalled the fact that there were more Negroes in the United States than inhabitants in Mexico, the third republic of the world. Amalgamation simply meant Africanization. The big nostrils, flat nose, massive jaw, protruding lip, and kinky hair will register their animal marks over the proudest intellect and the rarest beauty of any other race. The rule that had no exception was that 1 drop of Negro blood makes a Negro. What could be the outcome of it? What was his duty as a citizen and a member of civilized society? Since the scenes through which he had passed with Tom Camp and that mob, the question was insistent and personal. It clouded his soul and weighed on him like the horrors of a nightmare. Again and again the fateful words the preacher had dinned into his ears since childhood pressed upon him. You cannot build in a democracy a nation inside a nation of two antagonistic races. The future American must be Anglo-Saxon or a mulatto. His depression and brooding over the fearful events in which he had so recently taken part had tinged his life and all its hopes with sadness. He had reflected this in his letters to Sallie Worth without even mentioning the events. His heart was full of sickening foreboding. How could one love and be happy in a world haunted by such horrors? He had begged her to hasten her hour of final decision. He told her of his sense of loneliness and isolation, and of his inexpressible need of her love and presence in his daily life. Her answer had only intensified his moody feelings. She had written that her love grew stronger every day, and his love more and more became necessary to her life, and yet she could not cloud its future with the anger of her father and the broken heart of her mother by an elopement. She feared such a shock would be fatal, and all her life would be embittered by it. They must wait. She was using all her skill to win her father, but as yet without success. But she determined to win him, and it would be so. All this seemed so far away and shadowy to Gaston's eager, restless soul. The letter had closed by saying she was preparing for another trip to Boston to visit Helen Lowell, and that she should be absent at least a month. She asked that his next letter be addressed to Boston. Somehow Boston seemed just then out of the world on another planet. It was so far away, and its people and their life so unreal to his imagination. But he sighed and turned resolutely to his work of preparation for an event in his life which he meant to make great in the history of the state. It was the meeting of the Democratic Convention, as yet nearly 2 years in the future. He held a subordinate position in his party's councils, but defeat and ruin had taken the conceit out of the old line leaders, and he knew that his day was drawing near. "I'll take my place among the leaders and masters of men," he told himself with quiet determination. "I will compel the general's respect, and if I cannot win his consent, I will take her without it." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 7, Equality with a Reservation. The lynching at Hambright had stirred the whole nation into unusual indignant interest. It happened to be the climax of a series of such crimes committed in the South in rapid succession, and the death of this Negro was reported with more than usual vividness by a young newspaper man of genius. A grand mass meeting was called in Cooper Union, New York, at which were gathered delegates from different cities and states to give emphasis and unity to the movement and issue an appeal to the national government. When Sallie Worth reached Boston, she found Helen Lowell at home alone. The Honorable Everett Lowell had made one of the speeches of his career at the mass meeting held at Faneuil Hall, and he was in New York, where he had gone to make the principal address in the Cooper Union Convention of Negro sympathizers. George Harris had accompanied him, supremely fascinated by the eloquent and masterful appeal for human brotherhood he had heard him make in Boston. There was something pathetic in the dog-like worship this young Negro gave to this brilliant patron. In his life in New England he had been shocked more than once by the brutal prejudices of the people against his race. His soul had been tried to the last of its powers of endurance at times. He found to his amazement that when put to the test, the masses of the North had even deeper repugnance to the person of a Negro than the Southerners who grew up with him from the cradle. He had found himself cut off from every honorable way of earning his bread, gentleman and scholar though he was, and had looked into the river as he walked over the bridge to Cambridge one night with a well-nigh resistless impulse to end it all. But Lowell had cheered him, laughed his gloomy ideas to scorn, and, more practical still, he had secured him a clerkship in the custom house, which settled the problem of bread. Others had failed him, but this man of trained powers had never failed him. He had taught him to lift up his head and look the world squarely in the face. Lowell was, to his vivid African imagination, the ideal man, made in the image of God, calm in judgment, free from all superstitions and prejudices, a citizen of the world of human thought, a prince of that vast ethical aristocracy of the freethinkers of all ages who knew no racial or conventional barriers between man and man. Harris had published a volume of poems which he had dedicated to Lowell, and his most inspiring verse was simply the outpouring of his soul in worship of this ideal man. He was his devoted worshiper for another and more powerful reason. In his daily intercourse with him in his library during his campaigns, he had frequently met his beautiful daughter and had fallen deeply and madly in love with her. This secret passion he had kept hidden in his sensitive soul. He had worshipped her from afar as though she had been a white-robed angel. To see her and be in the same house with her was all he asked. Now and then he had stood beside the piano and turned the music while she played and sang one of his new pieces, and he would live on that scene for months, eating his heart out with voiceless yearnings he dared not express. In his music he made his greatest success. There was a fiery sweep to his passion, and a deep oriental rhythm in his cadence that held the imagination of his hearers in a spell. It is needless to say, it was in this music he breathed his secret love. At first he had not dared to hope for the day when he could declare this secret or take his place in the list of her admirers and fight for his chance. But of late a great hope had filled his soul and illumined the world. As he had listened to Lowell's impassioned appeals for human brotherhood, his scathing ridicule of pride and prejudice, and the poetic beauty of the language in which he proclaimed his own emancipation from all the laws of caste, the fiery eloquence with which he trampled upon all the barriers man had erected against his fellow man, his soul was thrilled into ecstasy with the conviction that this scientific scholar and thinker, at least, was a free man. He was sure that he had risen above the limitations of provincialisms, racial or national prejudices. He had begun to dream of the day he would ask this godlike man for the privilege of addressing his daughter. The great meeting at Cooper Union had brought this dream to a sudden resolution. Lowell had outdone himself that night. With merciless invective he had denounced the inhuman barbarism of the South in these lynchings. The sea of eager faces had answered his appeals as water the breath of a storm. He felt its mighty reflex influence sweep back on his soul and lift him to greater heights. He demanded equality of man on every inch of this earth's soil. "I demand this perfect equality," he cried, "absolutely without reservation or subterfuge, both in form and essential reality. It is the lifeblood of democracy. It is the reason of our existence. Without this we are a living lie, a stench in the nostrils of God and humanity." A cheer from 1,000 negro throats rent the air as he thus closed. The crowd surged over the platform, and for 10 minutes it was impossible to restore order or continue the program. Young Harris pressed his patron's hand and kissed it while tears of pride and gratitude rained down his face. This speech made a national sensation. It was printed in full in all the partisan papers where it was hoped capital might be made of it for the next political campaign, and the National Campaign Committee, of which he was a member, ordered 1,000,000 copies of it printed for distribution among the negroes. When Lowell and Harris reached Boston, as they parted at the depot, Harris said, "Will you be at home tomorrow, Mr. Lowell?" "Yes, why?" "I would like to talk with you in the morning on a matter of grave importance. May I call at 9 o'clock?" "Certainly. Come right into the library. You'll find me there, George." That night, as Lowell walked through his brilliantly lighted home, he felt a sense of glowing pride and strength. With his hands behind him, he paced back and forth in his great library and out through the spacious hall with firm tread and flushed face. He felt he could look these great ancestors in the face tonight as they gazed down on him from their heavy gold frames. They had called him to high ambitions and a strenuous life when his adolescence had pleaded for ease and the dilettantism of a fruitless dreaming. His father had cultivated his artistic tastes, dreamed, and done nothing. But these grim-visaged, eagle-eyed ancestors had called him to a life of realities, and he had heard their voices. Yes, tonight his name was on 1,000,000 lips. The door of the United States Senate was opening at his touch, and mightier possibilities loomed in the future. He felt a sense of gratitude for the heritage of that stately old home and its inspiring memories. Its roots struck down into the soil of 1,000 years, and spread beneath the ocean to that greater old world life. He felt his heart beat with pride that he was adding new honors to that family history, and adding to the soul treasures his daughter's children would inherit. Seated in the library next morning, Harris was nervous and embarrassed. He made 2 or 3 attempts to begin the subject, but turned aside with some unimportant remark. "Well, George, what is the problem that makes you so grave this morning?" asked Lowell with kindly patronage. Harris felt that his hour had come, and he must face it. He leaned forward in his chair and looked steadily down at the rug, while he clasped both his hands firmly across his lap and spoke with great rapidity. "Mr. Lowell, I wish to say to you that you have taught me the greatest faith of life, faith in my fellow man, without which there can be no faith in God. What I have suffered as a man as I have come in contact with the brutality with which my race is almost universally treated, God only can ever know. The culture I have received has simply multiplied 1,000-fold my capacity to suffer. But for the inspiration of your manhood, I would have ended my life in the river. In you I saw a great light. I saw a man really made in the image of God, with mind and soul trained, with head erect, scorning the weak prejudices of caste, which dare to call the image of God clean or unclean in passion or pride. I lifted up my head and said, one such man redeems a world from infamy. It's worth while to live in a world honored by one such man, for he is the prophecy of more to come. He paused a moment, fidgeted with a piece of paper he had picked up from the table, and seemed at a loss for a word. It never dawned on Lowell what he was driving at. He supposed, as a matter of course, he was referring to his great speeches, and was going to ask for some promotion in the governmental department at Washington. I'm proud to have been such an inspiration to you, George. You know how much I think of you. What is on your mind? He asked at length. I have hidden it from every human eye, sir. I am afraid to breathe it aloud alone. I have only tried to sing it in song in an impersonal way. Your wonderful words of late have emboldened me to speak. It is this. I am madly, desperately in love with your daughter. Lowell sprang to his feet as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly shot down his backbone. He glared at the negro with wide, dilated eyes, and heaving breath as though he had been transformed into a leopard or tiger and was about to spring at his throat. Before answering and with a gesture commanding silence, he walked rapidly to the library door and closed it. "And I have come to ask you," continued Harris, ignoring his gesture, "if I may pay my addresses to her with your consent." "Harris, this is crazy nonsense. Such an idea is preposterous. I am amazed that it should have entered your head. Let this be the end of it here and now, if you have any desire to retain my friendship." Lowell said this with a scowl and an emphasis of indignant rising inflection. The negro seemed stunned by this swift blow in his very teeth that seemed to place him outside the pale of a human being. "Why is such a hope unreasonable, sir, to a man of your scientific mind?" "It is a question of taste," snapped Lowell. "Am I not a graduate of the same university with you? Did I not stand as high, and, age for age, am I not your equal in culture?" "Granted. Nevertheless, you are a negro, and I do not desire the infusion of your blood in my family." "But I have more of white than negro blood, sir." "So much the worse. It is the mark of shame." "But it is the one drop of negro blood at which your taste revolts, is it not?" "To be frank, it is." "Why is it an unpardonable sin in me that my ancestors were born under tropic skies, where skin and hair were tanned and curled to suit the sun's fierce rays?" "All tropic races are not negroes, and your race has characteristics apart from accidents of climate that make it unique in the annals of man," rejoined Lowell. "And yet you demand perfect equality of man with man, absolutely in form and substance, without reservation or subterfuge." "Yes, political equality." "Politics is but a secondary phenomenon of society. You said absolute equality," protested Harris. "The question you broach is a question of taste, and the deeper social instincts of racial purity and self-preservation. I care not what your culture, or your genius, or your position. I do not desire and will not permit a mixture of negro blood in my family. The idea is nauseating, and to my daughter it would be repulsive beyond the power of words to express it." "And yet," pleaded Harris, "you invited me to your home, introduced me to your daughter, seated me at your table, and used me in your appeal to your constituents. And now, when I dare ask the privilege of seeking her hand in honorable marriage, you, the scholar, patriot, statesman, and philosopher of equality and democracy, slam the door in my face and tell me that I am a negro. Is this fair or manly?" "I fail to see its unfairness." "It is amazing. You are a master of history and sociology. You know as clearly as I do that social intercourse is the only possible pathway to love. and you opened it to me with your own hand. Could I control the beat of my heart? There are some powers within us that are involuntary. You could have prevented my meeting your daughter as an equal, but all the willpower on the earth could not prevent my loving her when once I had seen her and spoken to her. The sound of the human voice, the touch of the human hand in social equality are the divine sacraments that open the mystery of love. Social rights are one thing, political rights another, interrupted Lowell. I deny it. If you are honest with yourself, you know it is not true. Politics is but a manifestation of society. Society rests on the family. The family is the unit of civilization. The right to love and wed where one loves is the badge of fellowship in the order of humanity. The man who is denied this right in any society is not a member of it. He is outside any manifestation of its essential life. You had as well talk about the importance of clothes for a dead man as political rights for such a pariah. You have classed him with the beasts of the field. As a human unit, he does not exist for you. Harris, it is utterly useless to argue a point like this, Lowell interrupted coldly. This must be the end of our acquaintance. You must not enter my house again. My God, sir, you can't kick me out of your home like this when you brought me to it and made it an issue of life or death. I tell you again, you are crazy. I have brought you here against her wishes. She left the house with her friend this morning to avoid seeing you. Your presence has always been repulsive to her, and with me it has been a political study, not a social pleasure. I beg for only a desperate chance to overcome this feeling. Surely a man of your profound learning and genius cannot sympathize with such prejudices. Let me try. Let her decide the issue. I decline to discuss this question any further. I can't give up without a struggle, the Negro cried with desperation. Lowell arose with a gesture of impatience. Now you are getting to be simply a nuisance. To be perfectly plain with you, I haven't the slightest desire that my family, with its proud record of 1,000 years of history and achievement, shall end in this stately old house in a brood of mulatto brats. Harris winced and sprang to his feet, trembling with passion. I see, he sneered. The soul of Simon Legree has at last become the soul of the nation. The South expresses the same luminous truth with a little more clumsy brutality, but their way is, after all, more merciful. The human body becomes unconscious at the touch of an oil-fed flame in 60 seconds. Your methods are more refined and more hellish in cruelty. You have trained my ears to hear, eyes to see, hands to touch, and heart to feel, that you might torture with the denial of every cry of body and soul, and roast me in the flames of impossible desires for time and eternity. That will do now. There's the door, thundered Lowell with a gesture of stern emphasis. I happen to know the important fact that a man or woman of Negro ancestry, though a century removed, will suddenly breed back to a pure Negro child, thick-lipped, kinky-headed, flat-nosed, black-skinned. One drop of your blood in my family could push it backward 3,000 years in history. If you were able to win her consent, a thing unthinkable, I would do what old Virginius did in the Roman Forum. Kill her with my own hand, rather than see her sink in your arms into the black waters of a Negroid life. Now go! End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 8, The New Simon Legree. Harris immediately resigned his office in the Custom House, which he owed to Lowell, and began a search for employment. I will not be a pensioner of a government of hypocrites and liars, he exclaimed as he sealed his letter of resignation, and then began his weary tramp in search of work. Day after day, week after week, he got the same answer, an emphatic refusal. The only thing open to a Negro was a position as a porter, or bootblack, or waiter in second-rate hotels and restaurants, or in domestic service as coachman, butler, or footman. He was no more fitted for these places than he was to live with his head under water. I will blow my brains out before I will prostitute my intellect and my consciousness of free manhood by such degrading associates and such menial service, he declared with sullen fury. At last he determined to lay aside his pride and education and learn a manual trade. Not a labor union would allow him to enter its ranks. He managed to earn a few dollars at odd jobs and went to New York. Here he was treated with greater brutality than in Boston. At last he got a position in a big clothing factory. He was so bright in color that the manager never suspected that he was a Negro, as he was accustomed to employing swarthy Jews from Poland and Russia. When Harris entered the factory, the employees discovered within an hour his race, laid down their work, and walked out on a strike until he was removed. He again tried to break into a labor union and get the protection of its constitution and laws. He managed at last to make the acquaintance of a labor leader who had been a Quaker preacher, and was elated to discover that his name was Hugh Halliday, and that he was a son of one of the Hallidays who had assisted in the rescue of his mother and father from slavery. He told Halliday his history and begged his intercession with the labor union. "I'll try for you, Harris," he said, "but it's a doubtful experiment. The men fear the Negro as a pestilence." "Do the best you can for me. I must have bread. I only ask a man's chance," answered Harris. Halliday proposed his name and backed it up with a strong personal endorsement, gave a brief sketch of his culture and accomplishments, and asked that he be allowed to learn the bricklayer's trade. When his name came up before the Bricklayers' Union, and it was announced that he was a Negro, it precipitated a debate of such fury that it threatened to develop into a riot. One of the men sprang toward the presiding officer with blazing eyes, gesticulating wildly until recognized. "I have this to say," he shouted. "No Negro shall ever enter the door of this union except over my dead body. The Negro can underlive us. We cannot compete with him, and as a race we cannot organize him. Let him stay in the South. We have no room for him here, and we will kill him if he tries to take our bread from us." "Have you no sympathy for his age-long sufferings in slavery?" interrupted Halliday. "Slavery? Of all the delusions, the idea that slavery was abolished in this country in 1865 is the silliest. Slavery was never firmly established until the chattel form was abandoned for the wage system in 1865. Chattel slavery was too expensive. The wage system is cheaper. Now they never have to worry about food or clothes or houses or the children or the aged and infirm among wage slaves. Once the master hunted the slave. Now the slave must hunt the master, beg for the privilege of serving him, and trample others to death trying to fasten the chains on when a brother slave drops dead in his tracks. No, I don't shed any crocodile tears over the Negro slavery of the South. It was a mild form of servitude, in which the Negro had plenty to eat and wear, never suffered from cold, slept soundly, and reared his children in droves with never a thought for the morrow. Then mothers and babes were sometimes, though not often, separated by an executor's or sheriff's sale. Now we know better than to allow babes to be born. Then a babe was a valuable asset and received the utmost care. Now we have baby farms which we fertilize with their bones. I know of one old hag in this city who has killed over 2,000 babes. What chance has your girl or mine to marry and to build a home? Not 1 in 100 will ever feel the breath of a babe at her breast. No," he closed in thunder tones, "I'll fight the encroachment of the Negro on our life with every power of body and soul." 100 men leaped to their feet at once, shouting and gesticulating. The chairman recognized a tall, dark man with a Russian face, but who spoke perfect English. "I, gentlemen, am an anarchist in principle, and differ slightly in the process by which I come to the same conclusion as my friend who has taken his seat. I grieve at the necessity before the working man of returning to slavery. All we can hope now for a century or 2 centuries is socialism. Socialism is simply a system of slavery, that is, enforced labor in which a bureaucracy is master. We must enter again a condition of involuntary servitude for the guarantee by the state of food and clothes, shelter and children. It is no time to weep over slavery. The one thing we demand now is the nationalization of industries under the control of State Bureau, which will enforce labor from every citizen according to his capacity, for the simple guarantee of what the Negro slave received, the satisfaction of the two elemental passions, hunger and love. Again a clamor broke out that drowned the speaker's voice. A socialist and an anarchist clinched in a fight, and for 5 minutes pandemonium reigned. But at the end of it Harris was lying on the sidewalk with a gash in his head, and Halliday was bending over him. When Harris had recovered from his wound, Halliday took him on a round of visits to big mills in the populous manufacturing city across in New Jersey. "These mills are all owned by Simon Legree," he informed Harris, "and the unions have been crushed out of them by methods of which he is past master. I don't know, but it may be possible to get you in there." They tried a half dozen mills in vain, and at last they met a foreman who knew Halliday, who consented to hear his plea. "You are fooling away your time and this man's, Halliday," he told him in a friendly way. "I'd cut my right arm off sooner than take a Negro in these mills and precipitate a strike." "But would a strike occur with no union organization?" "Yes, in a minute. You know Simon Legree, who owns these mills. If a disturbance occurred here now, the old devil wouldn't hesitate to close every mill next day and beggar 50,000 people." "Why would he do such a stupid thing?" "Just to show the brute power of his 50 millions of dollars over the human body. The awful power in that brute's hands, represented in that money, is something appalling. Before the war he cracked a black snake whip over the backs of a handful of Negroes. Now look at him, in his black silk hat and faultless dress. With his millions he can commit any and every crime from theft to murder with impunity. His power is greater than a monarch. He controls fleets of ships, mines, and mills, and has under his employ many thousands of men. Their families and associates make a vast population. He buys judges, juries, legislatures, and governors, and with one stroke of his pen today can beggar thousands of people. He can equip an army of hirelings, make peace or war on his own account, or force the governments to do it for him. He has neither faith in God nor fear of the devil. He regards all men as his enemies and all women his game. They say he used to haunt the New Orleans slave market when he was young and owned his Red River farm, occasionally spending his last dollar to buy a handsome Negro girl who took his fancy. Look at him now, with his bloated face, beastly jaw, and coarse lips. He walks the streets with his lecherous eyes twinkling like a snake's, and saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth, practically monarch of all he surveys. He selects his victims at his own sweet will, and with his army of hirelings to do his bidding, backed by his millions, he lives a charmed life in a round of daily crime. How many lives has he blasted among the population of the multitude of souls dependent on him for bread, God only knows. It is said he has murdered the souls of many innocent girls in these mills." "Surely that is an exaggeration," broke in Halliday. "On the other hand, I believe the picture is far too mild. I tell you no human mind can conceive the awful brute power over the human body his millions hold under our present conditions of life." There was a tinge of deep personal bitterness in the man's words that held Halliday in a spell while he continued. "Under our present conditions, men and women must fight one another like beasts for food and shelter. The wildest dreams of lust and cruelty under the old system of Southern slavery would be laughed at by this modern master." He paused a moment in painful reverie. "There lies his big yacht in the harbor now. She is just in from a cruise in the Orient. She cost $500,000 and carries a crew of 50 men. With them are beautiful girls hired at fancy wages, connected with the steward's department. She ships a new crew every trip. Not one of those young faces is ever lifted again among their friends. He paused again, and a tear coursed down his face. I confess I am bitter. I loved one of those girls once when I was younger. She was a mere child of 17. His voice broke. Yes, she came back shattered in health and ruined. I am supporting her now in a quiet country place. She is dying. Think of the farce of it all, he continued passionately. The picture of that brute with a whip in his hand beating a Negro caused the most terrible war in the history of the world. 3 millions of men flew at each other's throats and for 4 years fought like demons. 1 million men and $6 billions worth of property were destroyed. He was a poor harmless fool there, beating his own faithful slave to death. Compare that, Legree, with the one of today, and you compare a mere stupid man with a prince of hell. But does this fiend excite the wrath of the righteous? Far from it. His very name is whispered in admiring awe by millions. He boasts that dozens of proud mothers strip their daughters to the limit the police law will allow at every social function he honors with his presence, and offer to sell him their own flesh and blood for the paltry consideration of a life interest in 1/3 of his estate. And he laughs at them all. His name is Magic. I know of one weak fool, a petty millionaire, whom Legree lured into a speculative trap and ruined. On his knees in his Fifth Avenue palace, the whining coward kissed Legree's feet and begged for mercy. He kicked him and sneered at his misery. At last, when he had tortured him to the verge of madness, he offered to spare him on one condition, that he should give him his daughter as a ransom. And he did it. No, the brute power of such a man today is beyond the grasp of the human mind. His chances for debauchery and cruelty are limitless. The brain of his hirelings is put to the test to invent new crime against nature to interest his appetites. The only limit to his power of evil is the capacity of the human mind to think, and his body to act and endure. When he is exhausted, he can command the knowledge and the skills of ages and the masters of all science to restore his strength, while satellites lick his feet and sing his praises. Risk the whim of such a man with the lives of these poor people dependent on me? No, I'd sooner kill that Negro you have brought here and take my chances of detection. Halliday gave up the task, returned to New York, and sought the aid of the greatest labor leader in America, who had arrived in the city from the West the day before. "No, Halliday," he said emphatically, "send your Negro back down South. We don't want any more of them, or to come in contact with them. I have just come from the West, where a desperate strike was in progress in one of Legree's mines. Our men were toiling in the depth of the earth in midnight darkness, never seeing the light of day, for just enough to keep body and soul together. They tried to wring one little concession from their absent master, who had never condescended to honor them with his presence. What did he do? Shut down his mines, and brought up from the South a herd of Negroes who came crowding to the mines to push our men back into hell. We begged them to go home and let us alone. They grinned, shuffled, and looked at their white driver for the signal to go to work. I ordered the men to shoot them down like dogs. We made the governor issue a proclamation driving them back South and warning their race that if they attempted to enter the borders of the state he would meet them with Gatling guns. No, send your friend South. The winters up here are too cold for him and the summers too hot." In the meantime, Harris walked the streets with a storm of furious passion raging in his soul, the realization of the shame and the horror of his position. He was the son of Eliza Harris, who had fled from the kindliest form of slavery in Kentucky. He had a trained mind and the brightest gifts of musical genius. Yet he stood that day at the door of Simon Legree and begged in vain for the privilege of serving in the meanest capacity as his slave. What a strange circle of time, those 40 years of the past. And then the tempter whispered the right word at the right moment, and his fate was sealed. "There is but one thing left to do. I will do it," he exclaimed. He entered the employ of a gambling joint and deliberately began a life of crime. After a month he won $500 and went on a strange journey, visiting the scenes in Colorado, Kansas, Indiana, and Ohio, where negroes had recently been burned alive. He would find the ash heap and place on it a wreath of costly flowers. He lingered thoughtfully over the ash piles he found in Kansas, made from the flesh of living negroes. He tried to imagine the figure of John Brown marching by his side, but instead he felt the grip of Simon Legree's hand on his throat, living, militant, omnipotent. His soul had conquered the world, yet even Legree had never dared to burn a Negro to death in the old days of slavery. He found one of these ash heaps at the foot of the monument in Indiana to the great Western colleague of Thaddeus Stevens, and with a sigh placed his wreath on it and passed on into Ohio. He went to the spot where his mother had climbed up the banks of the Ohio River into the promised land of liberty, and followed the track of the old Underground Railroad for fugitive slaves a few miles. He came to a village which was once a station of this system. Here, strangest of all, he found one of these ash heaps in the public square. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 9, The New America. Another year of struggle and suffering, hope and fear, Gaston had passed, and still he was no nearer the dream of realized love. If anything had changed, the general's pride had added new force to his determination that his daughter should not marry the man who had defied him. His chief reliance for Gaston's defeat was on time and the broadening of Sally's mind by extended travel. He had sent her abroad twice, and this year he sent her to spend another 3 months in Europe. These absences seemed only to intensify her longing for her lover. On her return, the general would burst into a storm of rage at her persistence. She had ceased to give him any bitter answers, only smiling quietly and maintaining an ominous silence. He had a new cause now of dislike for the man of her choice. Gaston had become a man of acknowledged power in politics, and was the leader of a group of radical young men who demanded the complete reorganization of the Democratic Party, the shelving of the old-timers, among whom he was numbered, and the announcement of a radical program upon the Negro issue. Radicalism of any sort he had always hated. Now, as advanced by this young upstart, it was doubly odious. The general had never given much time to his political duties, but his name was a power, and he gave regularly to the campaign committee the largest cash contribution they received. He tried in a clumsy way to put Gaston off the state executive committee, but failed. He saw Gaston quietly laughing at him. Then he opened his pocketbook and worked up a machine. It was a formidable power, and Gaston feared its influence in the coming convention. While this fight was in progress and Sally was in Europe, the destruction of the Maine in Havana Harbor stilled the world into silence with the echo of its sullen roar. There was a moment's pause, and the nation lifted its great silk battle flags from the Capitol at Washington and called for volunteers to wipe the empire of Spain from the map of the Western world. The war lasted but 100 days, but in those 100 days was packed with the harvest of centuries. War is always the crisis that flashes the searchlight into the souls of men and nations, revealing their unknown strengths and weaknesses, and the changes that have been silently wrought in the years of peace. In these 100 days, statesmen who were giants suddenly shriveled into pygmies and disappeared from the nation's life. Young men whose names were unknown became leaders of the Republic and won immortal fame. We were afraid that our nation still lacked unity. The world said we were a mob of money grubbers and had lost our grasp of principle. The president called for 125,000 men to die for their flag, and next morning 800,000 were struggling for place in the line. We feared that religion might threaten the future with its bitter feud between the Roman Catholic and Protestant in a great crisis. We saw our Catholic regiments march forth to that war with screaming fife and throbbing drum, and the flag of our country above them, going forth to fight an army that had been blessed by the Pope of Rome. The flag had become the common symbol of eternal justice, and the nation the organ through which all creeds and cults sought for righteousness. We feared the gulf between the rich and the poor had become impassable, and we saw the millionaire's son take his place in the ranks with the working man. The first soldier wearing our uniform who fell before Santiago with a Spanish bullet in his breast was an only son from a palatial home in New York, and by his side lay a cowboy from the West and a plowboy from the South. Once more we showed the world that classes and clothes are but thin disguises that hide the eternal childhood of the soul. Sectionalism and disunity had been the most terrible realities in our national history. Our fathers had a poet leader whose soul dreamed a beautiful dream called E pluribus unum, but it had remained a dream. New England had threatened secession years before South Carolina in a blind rage led the way. The Union was saved by a sacrifice of blood that appalled the world, and still millions feared the South might be false to her plighted honor at Appomattox. The ghost of secession made and unmade the men and measures of a generation. Then came the trumpet call that put the South to the test of fire and blood. The world waked next morning to find for the first time in our history the dream of union a living fact. There was no North, no South, but from the James to the Rio Grande the children of the Confederacy rushed with eager flushed faces to defend the flag their fathers had once fought. And God reserved in this hour for the South, land of ashes and tombs and tears, the pain and the glory of the first offering of life on the altar of the new nation. Our first and only officer who fell dead on the deck of the warship with the flag above him was Worth Bagley of North Carolina, the son of a Confederate soldier. The gallant youngster who stood on the bridge of the Merrimac, and between two towering mountains of flaming cannon, in the darkness of night blew up his ship and set a new standard of Anglo-Saxon daring, was the son of a Confederate soldier of North Carolina. The town of Hambright furnished a whole company of 86 men, a captain, 3 lieutenants, and a major, who saw service in the war. When they were drawn up in the courthouse square under the old oak, the preacher stood before them and called the roll from 4 browned parchments. They were Campbell County Confederate rosters. Every one of the 86 men was a child of the Confederacy, and the immortal Company F that was wiped out of existence at the Battle of Gettysburg furnished more than half these children. "Aye, boys, blood will tell," cried the preacher, shaking hands with each man as they left. A single round from the guns, and it was over. The yellow flag of Spain, lit with the sunset splendor of a world empire, faded from the sky of the West. A new naval power had arisen to disturb the dreams of statesmen. The Oregon, that fierce leviathan of hammered steel, had made her mark upon the globe. In a long black trail of smoke and ribbon of foam, she had circled the earth without a pause for breath. The thunder of her lips of steel over the shattered hulks of a European navy proclaimed the advent of a giant democracy that struck terror to the hearts of titled snobs. He who dreamed this monster of steel, felt her heart beat, saw her rush through foaming seas to victory, before the pick of a miner had struck the ore for her ribs from a mountainside, was a child of the Confederacy. That Confederacy whose desperate genius had sent the Alabama spinning round the globe in a whirlwind of fire. America, united at last and invincible, waked to the consciousness of her resistless power. And most marvelous of all, this 100 Days' War had reunited the Anglo-Saxon race. This sudden union of the English-speaking people in friendly alliance disturbed the equilibrium of the world and confirmed the Anglo-Saxon in his title to the primacy of racial sway. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 10, Another Declaration of Independence. Almost every problem of national life had been illumined and made more hopeful by the searchlight of war, save one. The irrepressible conflict between the African and the Anglo-Saxon in the development of our civilization. The glare of war only made the blackness of this question the more apparent. While the well-drilled Negro regulars, led by white officers, acquitted themselves with honor at Santiago, the Negro volunteers were the source of riot and disorder wherever they appeared. From the first it was seen by thoughtful men that the Negro was an impossibility in the newborn unity of national life. When the Anglo-Saxon race was united into one homogeneous mass in the fire of this crisis, the Negro ceased that moment to be a ward of the nation. A Negro regiment had been in camp at Independence during the war and was still there awaiting orders to be mustered out. Its presence had inflamed the passions of both races to the danger point of riot again and again. The Negro who was editing their paper at Independence had gone to the length of the utmost license in seeking to influence race antagonism. When the regiment of which the Hambright Company was a member was mustered out at Independence, Gaston was invited to deliver the address of welcome home to the soldiers, and a crowd of 5,000 people were present, one half of whom were Negroes. While Gaston was speaking in the square, a Negro trooper passing along the street refused to give an inch of the sidewalk to a young lady and her escort who met him. He ran into the girl, jostled her roughly, and the young white man knocked him down instantly and beat him to death. The wildest passions of the Negro regiment were roused. McLeod was among them that day seeking to increase his popularity and influence in the coming election, and he at once denounced Gaston as the cause of the assault, and urged the leaders in secret to retaliate by putting a bullet through his heart. The white regiment had been mustered out, and their guns in most cases had been retained by the men. The Negro troops were to be mustered out the next day. Late in the afternoon, Gaston had received information that a plot was on foot to kill him that night, when a Negro mob would batter down his door on the pretense of searching for the man who had assaulted the trooper. The colonel of the regiment, just disbanded, heard it, and that night his men bivouacked in the yard of the hotel and slept on their guns. A little after 12 o'clock, a mob of 500 Negroes attempted to force their way into the hotel. They met a regiment of bayonets, broke, and fled in wild confusion. This event was the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the morning paper a blazing notice in display capitals covered the first page, calling a mass meeting of white citizens at noon in Independence Hall. The little city of Independence was one of the oldest in the nation. It boasted the first Declaration of Independence from Great Britain, antedating a year the Philadelphia document. The people had never rested tamely under tyranny, nor accepted insult. The McLeod Negro Farmer Legislature had remodeled the ancient charter of the city, and under the new instrument a combination of Negroes and criminal whites had taken possession of every office. One half of these office holders were incompetent and insolent Negroes. The chief of police was an ignoramus in league with criminals, and their white mayor, a white demagogue elected by pandering to the lowest passions of a Negro constituency. Burglary and highway robbery were almost daily occurrences. The two largest stores in the city and 4 residences had been burned within a month. Appeal to the police became a farce, and it was necessary to hire and arm a force of private guards to patrol the city at night. When arrests were made, the servile authorities promptly released the criminals. Negro insolence reached a height that made it impossible for ladies to walk the streets without an armed escort, and white children were waylaid and beaten on their way to the public schools. The incendiary organ of the Negroes, a newspaper that had been noted for its virulent spirit of race hatred, had published an editorial defaming the virtue of the white women of the community. At 11 o'clock the quaint old hall, built in Revolutionary days to seat 500, was packed with a crowd of 800 stern-visaged men, standing so thick it was impossible to pass through them, and thousands were massed outside around the building. Gaston, whose ancestors had been leaders in the Great Revolution, was called to the chair. The speech-making was brief, fiery, and to the point. Within 1 hour they unanimously adopted this resolution. Quote, Resolved, that we issue a second Declaration of Independence from the infamy of corrupt and degraded government. The day of Negro dominion over the Anglo-Saxon race shall close now, once and forever. The government of North Carolina was established by a race of pioneer white freedmen for white men, and it shall remain in the hands of freemen. We demand the overthrow of the criminal and semi-barbarian regime under which we now live, and to this end serve notice on the present mayor of this city, its chief of police, and the 6 Negro aldermen and their low white associates, that their resignations are expected by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We demand that the Negro anarchist who edits a paper in this city shall close his office, remove its fixtures, and leave this county within 24 hours. A committee of 25, with Gaston as its chairman, was appointed to enforce these resolutions. By 4 o'clock, an army of 2,000 white men was organized and placed under the command of the Reverend Duncan McDonald, pastor of the First Presbyterian Church of the city, who had been a brave young officer in the Confederate Army. Every minister in the county was enrolled in this guard and carried a musket on picket duty or in a reserve camp that night. At 6 o'clock, Gaston summoned 35 of the more prominent Negroes of the county, including 2 of the professors in Miss Susan Walker's college, to meet the committee of 25 and receive its ultimatum. Stern and hard of face sat the 25 chosen representatives of that world-conquering race of men at one end of the room, while at the other end sat the 35 Negroes, anxious and fearful, realizing that their day of dominion had ended. Gaston rose and handed them a copy of the resolutions. We give you till 7:30 tomorrow morning as the leaders of your race to carry out these demands, he said gravely. But we have no authority, sir, replied the Negro preacher to whom he handed the paper. Your authority is equal to ours, the authority of elemental manhood. If you cannot execute them in peace, we will do it by force. We must decline such responsibilities, unless, the Negro started to argue the point. The meeting stands adjourned, quietly announced Gaston, taking up his hat and leaving the room, followed by his committee. At 7:30 next morning no answer had been received. Gaston called for 75 volunteers to execute the decrees. Within 30 minutes 500 men swung into line at 8 o'clock and marched 4 abreast to the office of the Negro paper. It was promptly burned to the ground, its editor paid its cash value, and with a rope around his neck, escorted to the depot and placed on a northbound train. As Gaston handed him his ticket for Washington, he quietly said to him, "I have saved your life this morning. If you value it, never put your foot on the soil of this state again." "Thank you, sir. I'll not return." While this guard, under strict military discipline, was executing this decree, a mob of 1,000 armed negroes concealed themselves in a hedgerow and fired on them from ambush, killing 1 man and wounding 6. Gaston formed his men in line, returned the fire with deadly effect, charged the mob, put them to flight, driving them into the woods outside the city limits, and placed the town under informal but strict martial law. By 10 o'clock the resignation of every city and county officer was in his hand, and the mayor and chief of police were at his feet begging for mercy. He posted a notice over the county warning every Negro and white associate that no further insolence or criminality would be tolerated. The county and municipal election was but 3 days off, and there was but 1 ticket on the field. When the white men elected were sworn in, the guards went to the woods and told the terrified and half-starved Negroes they could return to their homes. A competent police force was organized, and the volunteer organization disbanded. Negro refugees and their associates once more filled the ear of the national government with clamor for the return of the army to the South to uphold Negro power. But for the first time since 1867 it fell on deaf ears. The Anglo-Saxon race had been reunited. The Negro was no longer the ward of the Republic. Henceforth he must stand or fall on his own worth, and pass under the law of the survival of the fittest. This event made a tremendous impression on the imagination of the people. It increased the popularity and power of Gaston, its intended victim. The general was more than ever determined to destroy Gaston's power in the convention, which was to meet in a few weeks. He had his candidate for governor well groomed, and he had captured the largest number of pledged delegates. There were 3 other candidates, but none of them apparently were backed by Gaston. The general was puzzled at his methods and failed to discover his program, though he spent money with liberality and exhausted every resource at his command. A strange thing had occurred that had upset all calculations. Beginning at Independence, a race fire had broken into resistless fury and was sweeping along the line of all the counties on the South Carolina border and over the entire state with incredible rapidity. Everywhere the white men were arming themselves and parading the streets and public roads in cavalry order, dressed in scarlet shirts. This red shirt movement was a spontaneous combustion of inflammable racial power that had been accumulating for a generation. The Democratic Executive Committee was called together in haste and made the most frantic efforts to stop it, but there was no head to it. It had no organization except a local one, and it spread by a spark flying from one county to another. McLeod laughed at the address of the Democratic Committee and swore Gaston was the organizer of the movement. He determined to nip it in the bud by putting Gaston under a cloud that would destroy his influence. He did not dare to attack him for his part in the revolution at Independence. He preferred to belittle that affair as a local disturbance. But at an election for congressman to fill a vacancy, the Democratic candidate had won by a narrow margin in a campaign of great bitterness under Gaston's leadership. Charges of fraud were freely made on both sides. McLeod determined to utilize these charges, and by producing perjured witnesses before a packed court, placed Gaston in jail without bail until the convention had met. He had every advantage in such a conspiracy. The United States judge whom he intended to utilize was a creature of his own making, a trickster whose confirmation had been twice defeated in the Senate by the members of his own party on his shady record. But he had won the place at last by hook and crook, and McLeod owned him body and soul. Accordingly, Gaston was arrested with a warrant McLeod had obtained from his judge, arraigned before him, and committed without bail. He was charged with a felony under election laws, taken to Asheville, and placed in jail. The audacity of this arrest and the vehemence with which McLeod pressed his charges created a profound sensation in the state. It was rumored that the graver charge of murder lay back of the charge of felony and would be pressed in due time. A murder had been committed in the district during the exciting campaign, and no clue had ever been found to its perpetrator. McLeod knew he had no evidence connecting Gaston with his event, but he knew that he had henchmen who would swear to anything he told them and stick to it. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michelle Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 11, The Heart of a Woman. A week after Gaston's imprisonment, Sallie Worth arrived in New York from her last trip abroad. She had cut her trip short and cabled her father of her return. She was in an agony of suspense and uncertainty about her lover. Gaston's letters had failed to reach her for a month by reason of the war, which had demoralized the mail service. Her own letters had failed to reach Gaston for a similar reason. The general hastened to New York to meet his wife and daughter and persuade Sallie to remain in the North until December. He was hopeful now that her long absence and Gaston's absorption in politics, his bitter opposition to him personally, and the cloud under which he rested in prison, would be the final forces that would give him the victory in the long conflict he had waged for the mastery of his daughter's heart. Before informing Sallie of the stirring events at Independence, and the part Gaston had taken in them, or allowing her to learn of his imprisonment, the general sought to find the exact state of her mind. "I trust, Sallie," he began, "you are recovering from your infatuation for this man. You know how dearly I love you. I have never taken a step in life since I looked into your baby face that wasn't for you and your happiness." She only looked at him wistfully, and her eyes seemed to be dreamy. "I want you to have some pride. Gaston has attempted to kick me out of the councils of the party and become a dictator of the state. His course is one of violence and radicalism. I regard him as a dangerous man, and I want you to have nothing to do with him." She was gravely silent. "Do you believe he has been faithfully dreaming of you in your absence?" asked the general. "Yes, I do." "Then let me disabuse your mind. It is not the way of strong men. He is absolutely absorbed in a desperate political struggle in which his personal ambitions are first. I have seen him paying the most devoted attentions to the daughter of our rival down East, whose influence he wants, and it is rumored among his friends that he has proposed to her." "Who told you that?" she asked impetuously. "I had it first from Allen, but I've heard it since from others." "I do not believe a word of it," she declared. "That's because you're a woman and hold such silly ideals. I tell you, he wants you only because he knows you are rich, and he wishes to browbeat me. Such a man will try to whip you before you have been his wife 5 years. I know that kind of man. Why can't you trust my judgment?" "I had rather trust my heart's intuitions, papa. I cannot be deceived in such a question." "Well, you are being deceived. He is anything but a languishing lover. At present he is a political tiger at bay. Unless you hold him to you by some pledge he has given, he will forget you and marry another in 2 years. I am a man, and I know men. I thought I was desperately in love twice before I met your mother. I got over both attacks without a scratch, fell in love with her, married, and have lived happily ever since. You have overestimated your own importance to him and your influence over him." A great fear awed her into silence. For the first time in all her struggle with her father, the sense suddenly came into her heart of her dependence on Gaston's love for the very desire to live, and for the first time she realized the possibility of losing him. What if he should press his great ambitions to successful issue, while she stood irresolute and tortured him with her indecision? If he could win the world's applause without her, might not he, when successful, cease to need her? Her breast heaved with the tumult of uncertainty. What if another woman saw and loved him, and drew near to him in his hours of soul loneliness and struggle, and he had learned to see her face with joy? The conviction came crushing upon her that she had not responded bravely to this powerful man's singular devotion into which he had poured without reserve his deepest passion. Had he weighed her and found her wanting in some dark hour in her absence? Her heart was in her throat at the thought. The general watched her keenly for several moments, and thought at last he had broken the spell. He believed he could now tell her of the cloud that hung over Gaston. "I said, Sally, that I believed Gaston was a dangerous man. I did not speak lightly. We have had terrible riots in Independence while you were absent, in which Gaston was the leader of an armed revolution which overturned the city and county government. 2,000 men were under arms for a week, and several were killed and wounded on both sides. The results were good as a whole, I confess. We have a decent government, and we have security of property and life, but such methods will lead to civil war." Her face grew tense, and she looked at her father with breathless interest during this recital. "Was he in danger in those riots?" she slowly asked. "Yes, and I expect him to be killed at an early day if he continues his present methods. A mob of 500 negroes attempted to kill him. This was one of the causes that led to the revolution." She was on her feet now, pale and trembling with excitement. "Where is he?" she gasped. "Now, my dear, it's useless to get excited. The trouble is all over, and a new mayor and police force are in charge of the city. But he is resting under a serious cloud at present. He is held in jail at Asheville on a charge of felony, and a charge of murder is being pressed." "In jail?" she cried incredulously, while her eyes filled with tears. "Yes, and Allen believes these ugly charges will be proved in the United States court, and he will be convicted." She did not seem to hear the last sentence. "In jail?" she repeated. "My lover, to whom I have given my life? And you, my father, while I was 3,000 miles away, stood by and did not lift a hand to help him?" "Has he not been my bitterest enemy, seeking to insult me?" thundered the general. "No, he never insulted you, or spoke one unkind word about you in his life. Oh, this is shameful! God forgive me that I was not here." Tears were streaming down her face. "You hold me responsible for the crazy young scamp's career?" cried the general indignantly. "Not another word to me," she exclaimed. "You shall not abuse him in my presence." The General was afraid of her when she used the tone of voice in which she uttered that sentence. He had heard it but once before, and that was when she told him she was a free woman 21 years old, and he had broken down. He looked at her now, fearing to speak. At length he said: "I have engaged a suite of rooms for you here at the Waldorf Astoria, my dear, for the winter. I hope you will enjoy the season. Let us change this painful subject." "I do not want the rooms," she firmly replied. "I'm going to Asheville on the first train." The General stormed and raged for an hour, but she made no reply. Her mother was suffering from the effects of the voyage and took no part in this storm. "But your mother will not be able to accompany you. Surely you will not disgrace me by visiting that man in jail." "I will, and when he is released I will return. I will visit Stella Holt. I shall have ample protection." The General was afraid to oppose her in this dangerous mood, and begged her mother to try to prevent her going. Sallie sent Gaston a telegram that she was coming. In obedience to the General's request, her mother called her into her room that night, and they had a long talk and cry in each other's arms. Mrs. Worth did not try very hard to persuade her not to go. Down in her own woman's soul she knew what she would do under similar conditions, and she was too honest with her child to try to deceive her. She only made love to her, mother fashion. "Oh, mamma," cried Sallie, burying her face beside her mother as she lay in bed, "I am in a great soul crisis. I don't know what to do. I feel lonely, helpless, and heartsick. You are a woman. Put your dear arms about me and help me know the truth and my duty. I want to ask you a question." "What is it, darling?" "I'll answer it if I can," she replied, stroking her dark hair tenderly. "Do you believe these stories about Charlie's character?" "Not one word of them," she promptly answered. An impulsive kiss and a sob. "Dear mother," she said in a low, tearful voice, "and now one more. Papa has been dinning into my ears his own fickleness in love when young, and the fact that he knows in a long life that love is of little importance in a man's existence. He says that I can forget and love again with equal intensity and better judgment. Can one treat thus lightly the soul's deepest instincts and still find life rich and worthy of effort?" Her voice broke, and she continued slowly and tremblingly, as she held one of her mother's hands tightly. "Now, mamma dear, heart to heart, tell me as you would talk in your inmost soul to God. Do you believe this is true? You have sounded life's deep meaning. Is this all you know of life? You love me. Tell me truly." "No, darling, a woman cannot deny this deep yearning of her soul and live. I would tear my tongue out sooner than deceive you in such an hour." "Sweet mother," she softly murmured again as she kissed her good night. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michelle Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 12, The Splendor of Shameless Love. When Gaston received her telegram in jail, he was seated by a window looking out through the bars on Mount Pisgah's distant peak, looming in grandeur amid a sea of smaller blue mountain waves. He read the message and his soul was filled with a great peace. At last, these prison bars, they are good. I could kiss them. I could never be grateful enough to my enemies. He had taken his prison as a joke from the first, sneering at the judge who had committed him. He knew that every day he stayed in that jail he was becoming more and more the master of the people. If McLeod had tried, he could not have played into his hands with more fatal certainty. 500 citizens of Independence had wired him their congratulations and offered him any assistance he desired, from unlimited money for defense to a delegation to tear the jail down. He declined any assistance. He knew the storm would break over their heads soon enough, and they would be delighted to get rid of him. In the meantime he gave himself up to his thoughts about the woman he loved, and wondered what change had suddenly come over her to send him that message. He felt sure the great crisis in their life had come. What would it be? A sorrowful surrender on her part to her father's iron will, and a tearful good-bye forever, or the full surrender of her woman's soul and body to the dominion of his love? He was glad the hour had struck that should decide. He trembled at the import of her answer, but he was ready to receive it. A carriage rolled into the jail enclosure, and two young ladies alighted. One of them stopped in the sitting room for visitors, and he heard the tramp of a man's heavy feet on the stairs, and after it the tread of a woman like a soft echo. The key grated in the lock. The door opened. She looked into his eyes for just an instant of searching soul revelation, saw the yearning and the grateful tears, and with a glad cry sprang into his arms. "You do love me!" she passionately cried. "Love you? I drew you back across the sea with my love. I knew you would come. I willed it with a power you couldn't resist." "I never got your letters, and I was hungry to see you," she whispered. "And I never got yours, and drew you back by the power of a great heart purpose." "Forgive me for being away from you when you were in danger." "I was glad you were safe. Don't let this jail alarm you. I'll be out too soon for my own good, I'm afraid." "No other woman has come into your heart to cheer it, even with her friendship, since I've been away, has she?" "What a silly question. I've never looked at any other woman since the day I first saw you." "Tell me you love me again." "I love you unto the uttermost, in life, in death, forever," he whispered tenderly. She sighed and smiled. "The sweetest music the ear of a woman ever heard," she half laughed, half cried. "Now, my dear, are you a full-grown woman in the beauty of a perfect womanhood? For 5 years and more I have waited and suffered. My life is an open book before you. When are you going to end this suspense? You must decide now whether your father's will shall rule your life or my love." "Must I decide to-day?" she asked tremblingly. "Yes," he answered. "It is not fair to torture me longer." "Then I give up," she tearfully exclaimed. "God forgive me if I am doing wrong. I cannot resist you longer. I do not desire to. I will not. I am all yours forever, soul, body, will, honor, life, all. I cannot live without you. I love you. I love you. Kiss me again. Ah, your lips are sweeter than honey. Am I bold to say it? I do not care. I am yours. Your arms are the bonds of my slavery, and they are sweet." Gaston was trembling with the joy that flooded his being with these, the first words of perfect faith and submissive love that had come from her lips, and he winced at the memory now of those hours of dissipation when he had doubted her. He tried to confess it and receive her absolution. "My dear, my joy is too great. It is pain as well as joy. In the dark days of our first year of separation, I thought once you had forgotten me. I went away into 2 weeks of debauchery. Your perfect love crushes me with its beauty and purity. I must confess this wrong to you. I must not deceive you in the smallest thing in this hour." She placed her hand over his lips. "I will not hear it. I ought to have been braver and fought for my rights and yours. I will not hear one word of humiliation from you. I love you. You are my king. I love you good or bad. I would love you if you were a murderer on the gallows. I cannot help it. I do not wish to help it. I will follow you to the bottomless pit or to the throne of God, and say it without fear to devil or angel. Kiss me again. There, do not cry. Let me see your beautiful brown eyes. I'll kiss the tears away. Tears are for my eyes, not yours." "Then you will fix the day, dear?" he softly urged. "How soon would you like it?" "The sooner the better." "Then I fix to-day," she said impulsively. What, here in this jail? Yes, where you are is heaven to me. I haven't noticed the jail, she said soberly. He looked at her a moment, strained her to his heart, and brushed the tears of joy from his eyes. My beautiful queen, this hour is worth every pain and every throb of anguish I have suffered. Its memory will encompass life with a great light. I'll go tell Stella. See Dr. Durham, who is here looking after your case. Have him get the license, and we will be back in half an hour. The preacher greeted her with delight. Ah, Miss Sallie, if I had known a little thing like this would have brought you back, I would have hired a jail for him long ago and put him in it. Doctor, I want you to get the license and marry us now. Will you do it? Will I? Just watch me. I'll have the documents and be ready for the ceremony in 15 minutes, cried the preacher as he hurried to the office of the Register of Deeds. Sallie ran up to Mrs. Durham's room, told her, and asked her to be one of the witnesses. Of course I will, Sallie. You are the one girl in the world I have always wanted Charlie to marry. Sallie slipped her arm around Mrs. Durham. You don't think I'm doing wrong to disobey my parents thus, do you? She faltered. I feel just for a moment, now that I have decided, bruised and homesick. I want my mother. Let me feel your arms about my neck just once. You are a woman. You love me as well as Charlie. Tell me, am I doing wrong? Mrs. Durham kissed her. I do love you, child. It is a solemn hour for your soul. You alone can decide such a question. Any intrusion of advice in such a trial would be a sacrilege. Under ordinary conditions it would be a dangerous thing for a girl thus to leave her father's roof and take this step that will decide forever her destiny. Marriage is something that swallows up life, the past, the present, the future. We seem to have never known anything else. I can only say if I were in your place, knowing all, I would do as you are doing. Sallie impulsively kissed her, bit her lips to keep back a tear, and held her hand. I know your father well, she continued. He is a man I greatly admire, but he is unreasonable with anyone who dares to cross his will. You could never get his consent now that his pride is aroused, except by forcing it. When it is over, he will forgive you, and when he knows your lover as I know him, he will be as proud of his son-in-law as a peacock of his plumage. Oh, it is so sweet to hear just the advice one wishes in such an hour, cried Sallie. I shall always love you for these words. Yes, I congratulate you on the end of your long hesitation. I know you will be happy. Any woman would be happy with the love of such a man, and he was made for you. Then you don't believe with Papa, she said with a smile, that his mouth is cruel, and that he will try to whip me in 5 years, do you? Mrs. Durham laughed. Yes, he will whip you, but they will be love licks, and you will cry for more. Your lover is a rare and brilliant man. He is strong, rugged, resistless in will, fierce in his passions from the blood of sunny France in his veins, and masterful in life from the iron heritage of the hardier races. You have seen these traits. Wait until you know him as I do in his daily life, and you will find a wealth of patience and a depth of tenderness that will startle. I envy you. Thank you, Sallie interrupted. You don't know how glad your words are to my heart. I've not seen much of that trait yet. I've been half afraid of him sometimes. Let me kiss you again. The keeper of the jail treated Gaston with every consideration and arranged for the marriage to take place in the little sitting room where he allowed him to come on parole. The bride wore a plain traveling dress in which she had come from New York. She had driven from the depot past Stella Holt's home, and with her straight to the jail. Gaston thought her the fairest vision that ever greeted the eye of a man as he stood by her side, for he had seen that day the soul of a radiantly beautiful woman in the splendor of shameless love. His own soul was drunk with the joy of it all, and his eyes now devoured her with their intense light. Standing there before the preacher whom he loved as his father, and the foster mother who had wrapped his little shivering body in the warmth of a great heart, that night the light of life went out in his own mother's room. With Stella Holt's sympathetic face reflecting her friend's happiness, The marriage ceremony was performed. He took Sally's trembling hand in his and promised to love, honor, and cherish her as long as life endured. And under his breath he added, "Here and hereafter, forever." And then she looked into his smiling face with her blue eyes full of unspeakable love, and in a voice low and soft as a note of a flute, gave to him her life. And the preacher said, "What God hath joined together, let not man put asunder." She stayed there with him until the gathering twilight. "Now I must hurry back to my father and win him. I will not come to you a beggar. My father shall not disinherit me. I am going to bring you my fortune, too." "Oh, curse that fortune, dear. I've feared it was that keeping us apart so long." "Don't curse it. I like it, and I'm going to win it for you. You are a man of genius. Your success is as sure as if it were already won. I will not come to you a helpless pauper. I have never been taught to do anything. I should like to cook for you if I knew how, and I am going to learn how. I am going to make you the most beautiful home that the heart of a woman can dream. I'd rob the world for treasure for it. I am going to rob my dear old father. He has sworn to disinherit me if I marry without his consent. He shall not do it. Then don't be long about it. You are my treasure. I can build you a snug little nest at Hambright. I will only ask 4 weeks. Now do what I tell you. Sit down and write Papa a letter telling him I am your affianced bride, and ask his consent to the celebration of our marriage within 3 weeks. That will produce an earthquake, and something will surely happen within 4 weeks." He wrote the letter, and she looked over his shoulder. "You see, dear," she said as she kissed him good-bye, "I love Papa so tenderly. You can't understand how close the tie is between us. Perhaps some day in our own home, of which I am dreaming, you may understand as you cannot now," she added softly. "Then for your sake, dearest, I hope you can win him, but I'm afraid of this plan of yours." "Leave it with me for a month. Do just as I tell you, and then I'll obey you all the rest of our lives. If your orders suit me," she playfully added. She returned to Stella Holt's, and Gaston went back to his jail room and dreamed that night he was sleeping in the governor's palace. End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michelle Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 13, A Speech That Made History. When General Worth received Gaston's brief and startling letter, the wires were hot between New York and Asheville for hours. His last message was a peremptory command to his daughter to join him immediately at Independence. When Sallie arrived at Oakwood, the general was already there, and the storm broke in all its fury. At every bitter word she only quietly smiled, until the general was on the verge of collapse. Day after day he begged, pleaded, raged, and finally took to hard swearing as he looked into her calm, happy face. In the meantime, McLeod and his henchmen on the judge's bench had seen a new light. The excitement over the arrest of Gaston seemed to have fanned the flames of the red shirt movement into a conflagration. He was alarmed at its meaning. The judge heard a rumor that 5,000 red shirts were mobilizing at the foot of the Blue Ridge near Hambright, and that they were going to march across the mountains into Asheville, demolish the jail, liberate Gaston, and hang the judge who had committed him without bail. The rumor was a fake, but he was not taking any chances. He issued an order releasing Gaston on his own recognizance and left for a vacation. Gaston returned to Hambright showered with congratulatory telegrams from every quarter of the state. He received a brief note from Sallie saying the war was on, but had not reached its final climax, as the general was now devoting his best energies to the Democratic Convention, which was to meet in 10 days, when he expected to crush any, "fool movement of young upstarts." Gaston knew of his organization, but he was sure the number of delegates pledged to the general's machine was not enough to dominate the body, even if he could hold them in line. When this convention met at Raleigh, no body of representative men were ever more completely at sea as to the platform or policy upon which they would appeal to the people for the overthrow of an enemy. The coalition that conquered the state and held it with the grip of steel for 4 years was stronger than ever and was absolutely certain of victory. The enormous patronage of the federal government had been in their hands for 4 years, and with the state, county, and municipal officers, a host of powerful leaders had been gathered around McLeod's daring personality. Apparently he was about to fasten the rule of the Negro and his allies on the state for a generation. When Gaston entered the convention hall he received an ovation, heartfelt and generous, but it did not reach the point of a disturbing element in the calculations of the 3 or 4 prominent candidates for governor. General Worth had drilled his cohorts so thoroughly in opposition to him that any sort of stampeding was out of the question. The platform committee was composed of 7 leaders, among whom was Gaston. There was a long wrangle over the document, and at length when they reported, a sensation was created. For the first time since their triumph over Simon Legree, the committee was divided, and refusing to agree, submitted majority and minority reports. The committee stood 5 for the majority and 2 for the minority. Gaston and a daring young politician from the heart of the Black Belt signed the minority report. The majority report, as submitted, was merely a rehash of the old platform on which they had been defeated by McLeod twice, with slight additional impeachment of the incapacity and corruption of the state administration. The delegates from the Black Belt and the counties where the red shirts had been holding their noonday parades received it with silence. General Worth's machine cheered it vigorously and gave a rousing reception to their chosen champion who made the presentation speech. When Gaston rose to offer and defend his minority report, a sudden hush fell on the sea of eager faces. A few men in the convention had heard him speak. All had heard that he was an orator of power and were anxious to see him. His leadership in the Revolution of Independence and his subsequent arrest and imprisonment had made him a famous man. Mr. Chairman and gentlemen of the convention, he began with a deliberate, clear voice which spoke of greater reserve power than the words he uttered conveyed. I move to substitute for this document of meaningless platitudes the following resolution on which to make this campaign. You could have heard a pin fall as in ringing tones like the call of a bugle to battle he read, quote, Whereas it is impossible to build a state inside a state of 2 antagonistic races, and whereas the future North Carolinian must therefore be an Anglo-Saxon or a mulatto, resolved that the hour has now come in our history to eliminate the Negro from our life and reestablish for all time the government of our fathers. End quote. The delegates from New Hanover, Craven, and Halifax counties, the great centers of the Black Belt, sprang on their seats with a roar of applause that shook the building, and pandemonium broke loose. When one great wave subsided, another followed. It was 10 minutes before order was restored, while Gaston stood calmly surveying the storm. Just before him sat General Worth, pale and trembling with excitement. The audacity of those resolutions had swept him for a moment off his feet and back into the years of his own daring young manhood. He could not help admiring this challenge of the modern world to stand at the bar of elemental manhood and make good its right to existence. He was about to summon his messengers and rally his lieutenants when Gaston began to speak, and his first words chained his attention. While the tumult raised by his resolutions was in progress, he lifted his eye toward the gallery, and there, just above him, where it curved toward the platform, sat his beautiful secret bride. His heart leaped. Her face was aflame with emotion, her eyes flashing with love and pride. She slyly touched with her lips the tip of her finger and blew a kiss across the intervening space. He smiled into her soul a look of gratitude, and with every nerve strung to its highest tension, resumed his place by the speaker's stand. When the tumult died away, he began a speech that fixed the history of a state for 1,000 years. His resolutions had wrought the crowd to the highest pitch of excitement, and his words, clear, penetrating, and deliberate, thrilled his hearers with electric power. Gentlemen, he said, and the slightest whisper was hushed. The history of man is a series of great pulse beats, whose flood overwhelms his future and fixes its life. Like the dammed torrent on a mountainside, it breaks the conservatism that holds it stagnant for generations and floods the world with its sweep. Theories, creeds, and institutions hallowed by age are cast as rubbish on the scarred hills that mark its course. The old world is buried and a new one appears. The Anglo-Saxon is entering the new century with the imperial crown of the ages on his brow and the scepter of the infinite in his hands. The Old South fought against the stars in their courses, the resistless tide of the rising consciousness of nationality and world mission. The young South greets the new era and glories in its manhood. He joins his voice with the cheers of triumph which are ushering in this all-conquering Saxon. Our old men dreamed of local supremacy. We dream of the conquest of the globe. Threads of steel have knit state to state. Steam and electricity have silently transformed the face of the earth, annihilated time and space, and swept the ocean barriers from the path of man. The black steam shuttles of commerce have woven continent to continent. We believe that God has raised up our race, as he ordained Israel of old, in this world crisis to establish and maintain for weaker races, as a trust for civilization, the principles of civil and religious liberty and the forms of constitutional government. In this hour of crisis, our flag has been raised over 10 millions of semi-barbaric black men in the foulest slave pen of the Orient. Shall we repeat the farce of '67, reverse the order of nature, and make these black people our rulers? If not, why should the African here, who is not their equal, be allowed to imperil our life? A whirlwind of applause shook the building. A crisis approaches in the history of the human race. The world is stirred by its consciousness today. The nation must gird up her loins and show her right to live, to master the future or be mastered in the struggle. New questions press upon us for solution. Shall this grand old commonwealth lag behind and sink into the filth and degradation of a negroid corruption in this solemn hour of the world? No, no, screamed 1,000 voices. What is our condition today in the dawn of the 20th century? If we attempt to move forward, we are literally chained to the body of a festering Black Death. 50 of our great counties are again under the heel of the Negro, and the state is in its clutches. Our city governments are debauched by his vote. His insolence threatens our womanhood, and our children are beaten by Negro toughs on the way to school while we pay his taxes. Shall we longer tolerate Negro inspectors of white schools and Negroes in charge of white institutions? Shall we longer tolerate the arrest of white women by Negro officers and their trial before Negro magistrates? Let the manhood of the Aryan race, with its 4,000 years of authentic history, answer that question. With blazing eyes and voice that rang with the deep peal of defiant power, Gaston hurled that sentence like a thunderbolt into the souls of his 2,000 hearers. The surging host sprang to their feet and shouted back an answer that made the earth tremble. Lifting his hand for silence, he continued. It is no longer a question of bad government. It is a question of impossible government. We lag behind the age, dragging the decaying corpse to which we are chained. Who shall deliver us from the body of this death? Hear me, men of my race. Norman and Celt, Anglo and Saxon, Dane and Frank, Huguenot and German martyr blood. The hour has struck when we must rise in our might, break the chains that bind us to this corruption, strike down the Negro as a ruling power, and restore to our children their birthright, which we received, a priceless legacy, from our fathers. I believe in God's call to our race to do his work in history. What other races failed to do, you wrought in this continental wilderness, fighting pestilence, hunger, cold, wild beasts, and savage hordes, until out of it all has grown the mightiest nation of the earth. Is the Negro worthy to rule over you? Ask history. The African has held 1/4 of this globe for 3,000 years. He has never taken one step in progress or rescued one jungle from the ape and the adder except as the slave of a superior race. In Haiti and San Domingo he rose in servile insurrection and butchered 50,000 white men, women, and children 100 years ago. He has ruled these beautiful islands since. Did he make progress with the example of Aryan civilization before him? No, but yesterday we received reports of the discovery of cannibalism in Haiti. He has had 100 years of trial in the northern states of this union with every facility of culture and progress, and he has not produced one man who has added a feather's weight to the progress of humanity. In an hour of madness the dominion of the 10 great states of the South was given him without a struggle. A saturnalia of infamy followed. Shall we return to this? You must answer. The corruption of his presence in our body politic is beyond the power of reckoning. We drove the carpetbagger from our midst, but the scallywag, our native product, is always with us to fatten on this corruption and breed death to society. The carpetbagger was a wolf. The scallywag is a hyena. The one was a highwayman, the other a sneak. So long as the Negro is a factor in our political life, will violence and corruption stain our history. We cannot afford longer to play with violence. We must remove the cause. Suffrage in America has touched the lowest tide mud of degradation. If our cities and our Southern civilization are to be preserved, there must be a return to the sanity of the founders of this republic. A government of the wealth, virtue, and intelligence of the community by the debased and the criminal is a relapse to elemental barbarism to which no race of freemen can submit. Shall the future North Carolinian be an Anglo-Saxon or a mulatto? That is the question before you. Nations are made by men, not by paper constitutions and paper ballots. We are not free because we have a constitution. We have a constitution because our pioneer fathers, who cleared the wilderness and dared the might of kings, were freemen. It was in their blood, the tutelage of generation on generation beyond the seas, the evolution of centuries of struggle and sacrifice. If you can make men out of paper, then it is possible with the scratch of the pen in the hand of a madman to transform by its magic 1,000,000 slaves into 1,000,000 kings. We grant the Negro his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, if he can be happy without exercising kingship over the Anglo-Saxon race, or dragging us down to his level. But if he cannot find happiness except in lording it over a superior race, let him look for another world in which to rule. There is not room for both of us on this continent. Again and again Gaston raised his hand to still the mad tumult of applause his words evoked. And we will fight it out on this line if it takes 100 years, 200, 500, or 1,000. It took Spain 800 years to expel the Moors. When the time comes, the Anglo-Saxon can do in 1 century what the Spaniard did in 8. We have been congratulated on our self-restraint under the awful provocation of the past 4 years. There is a limit beyond which we dare not go, for at this point self-restraint becomes pusillanimous and means the loss of manhood. He then reviewed with thrilling power the history of the state and the proud part played in the development of the republic. He showed how this border wilderness of North Carolina became the cradle of American democracy and the typical commonwealth of freemen. He played with the heartstrings of his hearers in this close personal history as a great master touches the strings of a harp. His voice was now low and quivering with the music of passion, and then soft and caressing. He would swing them from laughter to tears in a single sentence, and in the next the lightning flash of a fierce invective drove into their hearts its keen blade so suddenly the vast crowd started as one man and winced at its power. Through it all he was conscious of 2 blue eyes swimming in tears looking down on him from the gallery. The crowd now had grown so entranced, and the torrent of his speech so rapid, they forgot to cheer and feared to cheer lest they should lose a word of the next sentence. They hung breathless on every flash of feeling from his face or eloquent gesture. "I am not talking of a vague theory of constructive dominion," he continued, "when I refer to the Negro supremacy under which our civilization is being degraded. I use words in their plain meaning. Negro supremacy means the rule of a party in which Negroes predominate, and that means a Negro oligarchy. I call your attention to one typical county of over 40 thus degraded, the county of Craven, whose quaint old city was once the capital of this commonwealth. What are the facts? The Negro office holders of Craven County include a congressman, a member of the legislature, a register of deeds, the city attorney, the coroner, 2 deputy sheriffs, 2 county commissioners, a member of the school board, 3 road overseers, 4 constables, 27 magistrates, 3 city aldermen, and 4 policemen. There are 62 Negro officials in this county of 12,000 inhabitants, and their member of the legislature is a convicted felon. The white people represent 95% of the wealth and intelligence of the community and pay 95% of its taxes and are voiceless in its government. Would a county in Massachusetts submit to such infamy? No, 10,000 times no. There is not a county in the North from Maine to California that would submit to it 24 hours. Will the children of Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill demand such submission from the children of Washington and Jefferson? No. The passions that obscured reason have subsided. The Anglo-Saxon race is united and has entered upon its world mission. We will take from an unprofitable servant the ballot he has abused. To him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. It is the law of nature. It is the law of God. Yes, I confess it, he continued. I am in a sense narrow and provincial. I love mine own people. Their past is mine, their present mine, their future is a divine trust. I hate the dishwater of modern world citizenship. A shallow cosmopolitan is the mask of death for the individual. It is the froth of civilization, as crime is its dregs. Race and race pride are the ordinances of life. The true citizen of the world loves his country. His country is a part of God's world. So I confess I love my people. I love the South, the stolid, silent South that for a generation has sneered at paper-made policies and scorned public opinion. The South, old-fashioned, medieval, provincial, worshiping the dead and raising men rather than making money, family-loving, home-building, tradition-ridden. The South, cruel and cunning when fighting a treacherous foe, with brief volcanic bursts of wrath and vengeance. The South, eloquent, bombastic, romantic, chivalrous, lustful, proud, kind, and hospitable. The South with her beautiful women and brave men. The South, generous and reckless, never knowing her own interest, but living her own life in her own way. Yes, I love her. In my soul are all her sins and virtues, and with it all she is worthy to live. The historian tells us that all things pass in time. Wolves whelp and stable in the palaces of dead kings and forgotten civilizations. Memphis, Thebes, and Babylon are but names today. So New Orleans and New York may perish. African antiquarians may explore their ruins and speculate upon their life. But we may safely fix upon 1,000 centuries of intervening time. On your shoulders now rests the burden of civilization. We must face its responsibilities. For my part, I believe in your future. The courage of the Celt, the nobility of the Norman, the vigor of the Viking, the energy of the Angle, the tenacity of the Saxon, the daring of the Dane, the gallantry of the Gaul, the freedom of the Frank, the earth hunger of the Roman, and the stoicism of the Spartan are all yours by the lineal heritage of blood, from sire and dame through hundreds of generations and through centuries of culture. Will you halt now and surrender to a mob of ragged negroes led by white cowards who at the first clash of conflict will hide in sewers? I ask you, my people, freemen, North Carolinians, to rise today and make good your right to live. The time for platitudes is past. Let us as men face the world and say what we mean. This is a white man's government, conceived by white men and maintained by white men through every year of its history, and by the God of our fathers it shall be ruled by white men until the archangel shall call the end of time. If this be treason, let them that hear it make the most of it. From the 8th day of November we will not submit to Negro dominion another day, another hour, another moment. Back of every ballot is a bayonet, and the red blood of the man who holds it. Let cowards hear, and remember this: man has never yet voted away his right to a revolution. Citizen kings, I call you to the consciousness of your kingship. Gaston closed and turned toward his seat, while the crowd hung breathless, waiting for his next word. When they realized that he had finished, a rumble like the crash in mid-heaven of two storms rolled over the surging sea of men, broke against the girders of the roof like the thunder of the Hatteras surf lashed by a hurricane. 2,000 men went mad. With one common impulse they sprang to their feet, screaming, shouting, cheering, shaking each other's hands, crying and laughing. With the sullen roar of crashing thunder, another whirlwind of cheers swept the crowd, shook the earth, and pierced the sky with its challenge. Wave after wave of applause swept the building and flung their rumbling echoes among the stars. These patient, kindly people, slow to anger, now terrible in wrath, were trembling with the pent-up passion and fury of years. What power could resist their wrath? Through it all Gaston sat silent behind the group of the majority of the platform committee, with eyes devouring the beautiful face bending toward him from the gallery. She was softly weeping with love and pride too deep for words. While the tumult was still raging, before he was conscious of his presence, General Worth's stalwart figure was bending over him and grasping his hand. My boy, I give it up. You have beaten me. I'm proud of you. I forgive everything for that speech. You can have my girl. The date you fixed for the marriage suits me. Let us forget the past. Gaston pressed his hand, muttering brokenly his thanks, and his soul sank within him at the thought of this proud old iron-willed warrior's anger if he discovered their secret marriage. The general turned toward the side of the platform, for he had seen the flash of Sally's dress on the stairs of the balcony leading to the stage. He knew her keen eye had seen his surrender, and his heart was hungry for the kiss of reconciliation that would restore their old perfect love. He met her at the foot of the stairs, and she threw her arms impulsively around his neck. "Oh, Papa dear, I am the happiest girl in the world. The two men of all men, the only two I love, are mine forever." While the applause was still echoing and re-echoing over the sea of surging men, and thousands of excited people were crowding the windows from the outside and blocking the streets in every direction, clamoring for admittance, a tall man with gray beard and stentorian voice sprang on the platform. It was General Worth's candidate for governor. He had not consulted the general, but he had an important motion to make. The crowd was stilled at last, and his deep voice rang through the building. "Gentlemen, I move that the minority report offered by Charles Gaston," again a thunder peal of applause, "be adopted as the platform by acclamation." A storm of "ayes" burst from the throats of the delegates in a single breath like the crash of an explosion of dynamite. "And now that our eyes have seen the glory of the Lord, as we heard his messenger anointed to lead his people, I move that this convention nominate by acclamation for governor Charles Gaston." Again 2,000 men were on their feet, shouting, cheering, shaking hands, hugging one another, and weeping and yelling like maniacs. A speech had been made that changed the current of history and fixed the status of life for millions of people. End of Book 3, Chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 14, The Red Shirts. As soon as Gaston could leave the throngs of friends who were congratulating him on his remarkable speech and his certainty of election, he hastened to find Sallie. "My lover, my king!" she cried impulsively as he clasped her in his arms. "Your eyes kindled the fire in my soul and gave me the power to mold that crowd to my will," he softly told her. "It is sweet to hear you say that." "Now, my love, we are in an awful situation. What are we to do with the general storming around preparing for a grand wedding? What if that jailer gives out the news? McLeod can get it out of him if he ever suspects anything." "Don't worry, dear. I'll manage everything. We've fixed the wedding on the inauguration day, so you can't be defeated. We will be busy day and night getting ready my trousseau and issuing our invitations. Papa will never dream that one ceremony has been performed already. He need never know it until we are ready to tell him. If he discovers it, he will swear I have tried to humiliate him, and he will never forgive it. Telegraph me if anything happens, and I will come immediately. I can't see you for weeks in the campaign, but I will write to you every day." "His Excellency, the Governor of North Carolina," she softly exclaimed with a dreamy look into his face. "My lover." "Don't make me vain. I may be the governor, but I shall always be the slave of a beautiful woman who came one day to a jail and made it a palace with the glory of her love." "I'm glad I didn't wait for your success." The campaign which followed was the most remarkable ever conducted in the history of an American commonwealth. In the dawn of the 20th century, a resistless movement was inaugurated to destroy the party in control of a state and affiliated with the most powerful national administration since Andrew Jackson's, on the open declaration of their intention to nullify the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the Republic. There was no violence except the calm demonstration in open daylight of omnipotent racial power and the defiance of any foe to lift a hand in protest. When Gaston spoke at Independence, 5,000 white men dressed in scarlet shirts rode silently through the streets in solemn parade, and 6,000 negroes watched them with fear. There was no cheering or demonstration of any kind. The silence of the procession gave it the import of a religious rite. 1,000 picked men were in line from Hambright and Campbell County, and they formed the guard of honor for their candidate for governor. Like scenes were enacted everywhere. Again the Anglo-Saxon race was fused into a solid mass. The result was a foregone conclusion. End of Book 3, Chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele T. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 15, The Higher Law. McLeod knew from the day of that outburst which followed Gaston's speech in the Democratic Convention that no power on earth could save his ticket. To the world he put on a bold face and made his fight to the last ditch, predicting victory. His secret anger against the preacher and Gaston, his pet, knew no bounds. Chagrined at his repulse by Mrs. Durham and the attitude of contempt she had maintained toward him, his tongue began to wag her name in slander to the crowd of young satellites loafing around his office in Hambright. "Yes, boys," he said, "the preacher is a great man, but his wife is greater. She's the handsomest woman in the state, in spite of a gray thread or two in her rich chestnut hair. She has the most beautiful mouth that ever tempted the soul of a man, and boys, my lips know what it means to touch it." And when they stared with open eyes at this statement, McLeod shook his head, laughed, and whispered, "Say nothing about it, but facts are facts." McLeod chuckled over the certainty of the shame and suffering that would wring the preacher's heart when dirty gossips of the village had magnified these words into a complete drama of scandal. For all preachers McLeod had profound contempt, and he felt secure now from personal harm. The day the preacher first heard of these rumors was the occasion of Gaston's campaign address under the old oak in the square. He had looked forward to this day with boyish pride mingled with a great fatherly love. It would be his triumph. He had stirred this boy's imagination and molded his character in the pliant hours of his childhood. He had told himself that day he spent with him in the woods fishing that he had kindled a fire in his soul that would not go out till it blazed on the altar of a redeemed country. And he was living to see that day. The streets and square were thronged with such a multitude as the village had never seen since it was built, but the preacher was not among them at the hour the speaking began. A simple old friend from the country asked him about these rumors. He turned pale as death, made no answer, and walked rapidly toward his study in the church where his library was now arranged. He was dazed with horror. It was the first he had heard of it. One thing in his estimate of life had always been as securely fixed and sheltered in his thought as his faith in God, and that was his love for his wife and his perfect faith in her honor. He closed the door and blocked it and sat down trying to think. Had he not grown careless in the certainty of his wife's devotion and his own quiet but intense love? Had he not forgotten the yearning of a woman's heart for the eternal repetition of love's language of sign and word? The tears were in his eyes now, and he felt that his heart would beat to death and break within him. He saw that his enemy had struck at his weakest spot, and struck to kill. He lifted his face toward the walls in a vague, unseeing look, and his eyes rested on a pair of crossed swords over a bookcase. They had been handed down to him from a long line of fighting ancestors. He arose, took them down mechanically, and drew one from its scabbard. How snugly its rough hilt fitted his nervous hand grip. He felt a curious throbbing in this hilt like a pulse. It was alive, and its spirit stirred deep waters in his soul that had never been ruffled before. He recalled vaguely in memory things he knew had never happened to him, and yet were part of his inmost life. "Damn him!" he involuntarily hissed as he gripped the sword hilt with the instinctive power of the fighting animal that sleeps beneath the skin of all our culture and religion. And then his eyes rested on a quaint little daguerreotype picture of his wife in her bridal dress, her sweet girlish face full of innocent pride and warm with his love. By its side he saw the portrait of their dead boy. How he recalled now every hour of that wonderful period preceding his birth, the unspeakable pride and tenderness with which he watched over his young wife. He recalled the morning of his birth, and the heart-rending, piteous cries of young motherhood that tore his heart until the nails of his own fingers cut the flesh and drew the blood. How the minutes seemed long hours, and how at last he bent over her, softly kissed the drawn white lips, and gazed with tearful wonder and awe on the little red bundle resting on her breast. He recalled the tremor of weariness in her voice when she drew his head down close and whispered, "I didn't mind the pain, John, though I couldn't help the cries. He's yours and mine. I am as proud as a queen. Now our souls are one in him. I am tired. I must sleep." Every movement of his past life seemed to stand out in this crisis with fiery clearness. He seemed to live in an instant, whole years in every detail of that closeness of personal life that makes marriage a part of every stroke of the heart. At last he set his lips firmly and said, "Yes, damn him. I will kill him as I would a snake." He sat down and wrote his resignation as pastor of the church, left it on his desk, and strode hurriedly from the study, leaving his door open. He purchased a revolver and a box of cartridges and walked straight to McLeod's office. The speaking was over, and McLeod was alone writing letters. He looked up with scant politeness as the preacher entered and motioned him to a seat. Instead of seating himself, he closed the door and, standing erect in front of it, said, "Allen McLeod, you are the author of an infamous slander reflecting on the honor of my wife." "Indeed?" McLeod sneered, wheeling his chair. I always knew that you were a moral leper." "Of course, doctor, of course. But don't get excited," laughed McLeod, enjoying the marks of anguish on his face. "But that your lecherous body should dream of invading the sanctity of my home, and your tongue attempt to smirch its honor, was beyond my wildest dream of your effrontery. How dare you?" "Dare? Dare, preacher?" interrupted McLeod, still sneering. "Why, by the higher law, of course. You have been teaching all your life that there are higher laws than paper-made statutes. You have trained this county in crime under this beautiful ideal. Surely I may follow the teachings of a master in Israel." "What do you mean, you red-headed devil?" "Softly, preacher," smiled McLeod. "Simply this. You expound the higher law for political consumption. I apply it to all life. There are but two real laws of man's nature, hunger and love. All others change with time and progress. These are the higher laws. In fact, they are the highest laws. The stupid conventions that superstition has built around them may hold back the weak, but the powerful have always defied them. Your brilliant exposition of the higher law in politics first set my mind to work, and led me to a complete emancipation from the slavery of conventionalism, in which fools have held society for centuries. There are conventional laws and superstitions about the little ceremony called marriage, cherished by the weak-minded. There is a higher law of nature. The brave live this life of daring freedom, while cowards cling to forms. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly so, you mottled leper. You think that because I am a preacher, I am a poltroon, and that you can play with me without danger to your skin. Well, I was a man before I was a preacher. There are some things deeper than the forms of religion, if you wish to push the higher law to its last application. You have found that quick in my soul, mine enemy. I have resigned my church to kill you. There is not room for you and me on this earth." McLeod sprang to his feet, his soul chilled by the tone in which the threat was uttered. He started to call for help, and looked down the gleaming barrel of a revolver. "Move now, or open your mouth, and I kill you instantly. Sit down. I give you 5 minutes to write your last message to this world." McLeod sank into his seat, trembling like a leaf, with the perspiration standing out on his forehead in cold beads. Now and then he glanced furtively at the stern face of blind fury towering over his crouching form. Unable to endure the terrible strain, he sank to the floor, whining, slobbering, begging in abject cowardice for his life. He crawled toward the preacher, reached out his hand, and touched his foot. "My God, doctor, you are mad. You will not commit murder. You are a minister of Jesus Christ. Have mercy. I am at your feet. Your wife is as pure as an angel. I only said what I did to torture you." "Get up, you snake," hissed the preacher, stamping his body with all his might until McLeod screamed with pain and scrambled to his feet, cowering and whining like a cur. "Finish your letter. You will never leave this room alive." A long, pitiful sob broke the stillness, and McLeod was looking into the preacher's face in vain for a ray of hope. Suddenly Gaston burst into the room, trembling with excitement. "My God, doctor, what does this mean?" he cried, seizing the revolver. McLeod sprang toward Gaston, groaning and crawling toward his feet. "Save me, Gaston! The doctor's gone mad. He is about to kill me." "Charlie, I must," pleaded the preacher. "No, no, this is madness. I thank God I am in time. I missed you at the speaking, and hearing a rumor of this slander, I hurried to find you. I saw your study opened and read your letter. I knew I'd find you here. I'll manage McLeod." The preacher sat down crying. McLeod had crawled back to his desk and was mopping his face. Gaston walked over to him and said with slow, trembling emphasis, "I give you 12 hours to close this office, wind up your business, and leave. In the meantime, you will write a denial of this slander satisfactory to me for publication. If you ever open your mouth again about my foster mother or put your foot in this county, I will kill you. I expect your letter ready in 2 hours." Gaston took the preacher by the arm and led him down the stairs and back to his study. In the reaction there was a pitiable breakdown. Oh, Charlie, you've saved me from an unspeakable horror. Yes, I was mad. I was proud and willful. I thought I knew myself. Today I have looked into the bottom of hell. I have seen the depths of my own heart. Yes, I have in me the germs of all sin and crime. I am the brother of every thief, of every murderer, of every scarlet woman of the streets that ever stood in the stocks or climbed the steps of a gallows. Hush, I will not listen to such talk. You are a man, that's all, interrupted Gaston. But God's mercy is great, he went on. I have tried to live for my people and my country, not for myself. If I have failed to be a faithful husband, this is my plea to God. I have not thought of myself or of my own, but of others. After an hour he was quiet, and turning to Gaston, he said, Charlie, go tell your mother to come here. I want to see her. When she came and sat down beside him with quiet dignity, she said, Now, doctor, say what you wish. Charlie has told me much, but not all. Let us look into each other's souls today. I only want to ask you, dear, he said tenderly, just how far your friendship for this villain may have led you. I know you are innocent of any crime. I only want to know the measure of my own guilt. You know, John, she said, using his first name as she had not for years, he has always interested me from a boy, and in the darkest hour of my heart's life, when I felt your love growing cold and slipping away from me, and my faith in all things fading, he attempted to make vulgar love to me. I repulsed him with scorn, and have since treated him with contempt. You know that I have kissed him once, when he was a boy. I have told you all. What do you propose to do? What will I do, my darling? He softly asked, taking her hand. Begin anew from this moment to love and cherish, honor and protect you unto death? You are my wife. I took you a beautiful child, innocent of the world. If you have failed in the least, I have failed. If you have stumbled in the dark, even in your thought, I will lift you up in my arms and soothe you as a mother would her babe. If you should fall into the bottomless pit, into the pit and down to the lowest depths of hell, I would go and lift you in the arms of my love. To break the tie that binds us is unthinkable. It has passed into the infinite. Not only are our souls one in a little boy's grave, but there is something so absorbing, so interwoven with the hidden things of nature in our union, that I defy all the fiends in perdition to break it. Love is eternal, and your love for me was the great fixed thing in my life, like my faith in the living God. Oh, John, you are breaking my heart now, when I think that I doubted your love. I could have brooked your anger, but this overwhelms me. It has always been my character, he gravely said. Then I have never known you until now. And in a moment she was sobbing on his breast. The years had rolled back, and they were in the sweet springtime of life again. End of Book 3, Chapter 15. Book 3, Chapter 16 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire, Chapter 16, The End of a Modern Villain. 2 days after McLeod's flight from Hambright, the press dispatches flashed from New York a startling two-column account of the attempted assassination of the Honorable Allen McLeod, the Republican leader of North Carolina, in a terrific campaign in progress, and that he was compelled to flee from the state to save his life. Gaston was elected governor by the largest majority ever given a candidate for that office in the history of North Carolina. McLeod was promptly rewarded for his long career of villainy by an appointment as our ambassador to one of the republics of South America, and the Senate at once confirmed him. The salary attached to his office was $15,000, and his dream of a life of ease and luxury had come at last. For 6 months he had been quietly going to Boston, paying the most ardent court to Miss Susan Walker, whom he had met at her college at Independence. She was a matured spinster, now approaching 60 years of age, and worth $5,000,000 in her own name. He had easy sailing from the first. He joined her church in Boston, after a brilliant profession of religion that moved Miss Walker to tears, for he had told her it was her love that had opened his eyes. And it was true. McLeod timed his last visit to Boston so that he arrived the day the city was ringing with the sensation of his attempted assassination, and the desperate fight he was making to uphold law and order in the South. When Miss Walker read the article in her paper, she resolved to marry him immediately. She gave McLeod a wedding present of $500,000. He wept for joy and gratitude, and kissed her with a fervor that satisfied her hungry heart that he was the one peerless lover of the world. End of Book 3, Chapter 16. Book 3, Chapter 17 of The Leopard's Spots by Thomas Dixon, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michele Fry. Book 3, The Trial by Fire. Chapter 17, Wedding Bells in the Governor's Mansion. 2 days after McLeod and his bride reached Asheville on their wedding trip, General Worth received a letter which threw him into a paroxysm of rage. Sallie's wedding had been fixed for the day of the inauguration of the governor. The invitations were out, and society in a flutter of comment and gossip over the romantic and brilliant career of young Gaston, and his luck in winning power, love, and fortune in a day. The letter was from McLeod at Asheville, informing him that his daughter was already married, and that Gaston was simply seeking his fortune by a subterfuge, and showing his power over him by humiliating him at the last moment before the world. He enclosed a transcript of the marriage record, signed by the Reverend John Durham, and witnessed by Mrs. Durham and Stella Holt. This record was certified before the clerk of the court and bore his seal. There was no doubt whatever of the facts. When the general handed this letter to Sallie, she flushed, looked wistfully into his face, saw its hard expression of speechless anger, turned pale, and burst into tears. Her father, without a word, went to his room and locked himself in for 24 hours, refusing to see her or speak to her. On the following day she forced her way into his presence, and they had the last great battle of wills. All the iron power of his unconquered pride, accustomed for a lifetime to command men and receive instant obedience, was roused to the pitch of madness. If you marry him, I swear to you 1,000 times you shall never cross my doorstep, and you shall never receive 1 penny of my fortune. He is a gambler and an adventurer, and seeks to make me a laughing-stock for the world. Papa, nothing could be further from his thoughts. He has always loved and respected you. I assume all the responsibility for our secret marriage. Then sharper than a serpent's tooth is the ingratitude of a disobedient child. But, Papa, I waited 5 years of patient suffering, trying to obey you, she protested. I had rather see you dead than to see you marry that man now and have him sneer his triumph in my face. We are already married. Why talk like that? She pleaded tearfully. I deny it. I am going to annul that marriage. Felony is ground for the dissolution of the marriage tie. A ceremony performed under such conditions, when one of the parties is in prison charged with felony without bail, is illegal, and I'll show it. The lawyers will be here in an hour, and I will take action tomorrow. Never with my consent, she replied firmly. She left the room, consulted with her mother, and hastily dispatched a telegram to Hambright, summoning Gaston to Independence immediately. When this telegram came, he was in his office hard at work on his inaugural address, outlining the policy of his administration. He was in a heated argument with the preacher about the article on education, which followed his recommendation on the disenfranchisement of the Negro. He had advised large appropriations for the industrial training of Negroes along the lines of the new movement of their more sober leaders. It's a mistake, argued the preacher. If the Negro is made master of the industries of the South, he will become the master of the South. Sooner than allow him to take the bread from their mouths, the white men will kill him here as they do North when the struggle for bread becomes as tragic. The Negro must ultimately leave this continent. You might as well begin to prepare for it. But we propose to train him principally in agriculture. We need millions of good farmers, persisted Gaston. So much the worse, I tell you, replied the preacher. Make the Negro a scientific and successful farmer, and let him plant his feet deep in your soil, and it will mean a race war. It seems to me impracticable ever to move him. Why? Asked the preacher. Those over certain ages can be left to the end of their days here. The Negro has cost us already the loss of $7 billion, a war that killed 500,000 men, the debauchery of our suffrage, the corruption of our life, and threatens the future with anarchy. Lincoln was right when he said, quote, "There is a physical difference between the white and the black races, which I believe will forever forbid them living together on terms of social and political equality." End quote. Even you are still laboring under the delusions of Reconstruction. The Ethiopian cannot change his skin or the leopard his spots. Those who think it possible will always tell you that the place to work this miracle is in the South. Exactly. If a man really believes in equality, let him prove it by giving his daughter to a Negro in marriage. That is the test. When she sinks with her mulatto children into the black abyss of a Negroid life, then ask him. Your scheme of education is humbug. You don't believe that any amount of education can fit a Negro to rule an Anglo-Saxon or to marry his daughter? Then don't be a hypocrite. But can we afford to stop his education? The more you educate, the more impossible you make his position in a democracy. Education? Can you change the color of his skin, the kink of his hair, the bulge of his lips, the spread of his nose, or the beat of his heart with a spelling book? The Negro is the human donkey. You can train him, but you can't make him a horse. Mate him with a horse, you lose the horse, and get a large donkey called a mule, incapable of preserving his species. What is called our race prejudice is simply God's first law of nature, the instinct of self-preservation. Gaston was gazing at the ceiling with an absent look in his eyes and a smile playing around his lips. You are not listening to me now, you young rascal. You are dreaming about your bride. Gaston quickly lowered his eyes and saw the messenger boy who had been standing several minutes with his telegram. He read Sally's message with amazement. What can it mean? He handed the telegram to the preacher. It means he has discovered the facts, and there is going to be trouble. He is a man of terrific passions when his pride is aroused. I must go immediately. He closed his office and caught his train after a hard drive. When he reached Independence, he sprang into a carriage and ordered the driver to take him direct to Oakwood. What had happened he did not know, and he did not care. Of one thing he was now sure, Sally's love and the swift end of their separation. His heart was singing with a great joy as he drove over the familiar avenue through the deep shadows of the woods, and turning through the gate saw the light gleaming from her room. God bless her, she's mine now. I hope I can take her home tonight, he cried. She had walked down the drive to meet him. He leaped from the carriage, kissed her, and asked, What is it, dear? McLeod wrote him about our marriage, and now he swears he will bring a suit to annul it. Leave your carriage here and come with me. If he don't send these lawyers away and receive you, I will be ready to go with you in an hour. Queen of my heart, he whispered, you are all mine at last. She called her father from the library into the parlor and stood on the very spot where Gaston had writhed in agony on that night of his interview with the general. He started at the expression on her face and the tense vigor with which she held herself erect. His suit had not been progressing well with his lawyers. They had tried to humor him, but had declined to express any hope of success in such an action. He saw they were half-hearted, and it depressed him. "Now, papa," she firmly said, "it will not take us 10 minutes to decide forever the question of our lives. If you take another step with these lawyers, if you do not dismiss them at once, I will leave this house in an hour, go with the man of my choice to his home, and you will never see me again. You shall not humiliate me or him another hour." The General looked at her as though stunned. His voice trembled as he replied: "Would you leave me so in an hour, dear?" "Yes, Charlie is waiting there on the porch for me now, and his carriage is outside. I will not subject him to another insult, nor allow any one else to do it." The General sank heavily into his chair and stretched out his hands toward her in a gesture of tender entreaty. "Come, child, and kiss me. You know I can't live without you. Forgive all the foolish things I've said in anger and pride. Your happiness is more to me than all else." She was crying now in his arms. "Go, bring Charlie. The youngster has beaten me. I've fought a foeman worthy of my steel. It's no disgrace to surrender to him." In a moment she led Gaston into the room, and the General grasped his hand. "Young man, for the last time I welcome you to this house. It is yours. You can run this place to suit yourself. I've worked all my life for Sallie. I give up the ship to you." "General, let me assure you of my warmest love. I have never said an unkind thing or harbored a harsh thought toward you. I shall be proud of you as my father. I have loved you and Mrs. Worth since the first day I looked into Sallie's face." The invitation stood. Gaston returned immediately to Hambright, and on the morning of the inauguration, accompanied by Bob St. Clair and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, he entered the grand old mansion with its stately pillars and claimed his bride. The Chief Justice performed a civil ceremony, and the party started a triumphal procession to the Capitol. The General was bubbling over with pride in the handsome appearance the bride and groom made, and tried to outdo himself in kindliness toward Gaston. "Come to think it over, Governor," he said to him after the inauguration, "it was a brave thing in my little girl marching into that jail alone and marrying her lover in a prison, wasn't it? By George, she's a chip off the old block. I don't care if the world does know it." "General, that was the bravest thing a woman could do. She is the heroine of the drama. I play second part." They did not wait long for the people to know it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon an extra appeared with a startling account of the fact that the Governor's beautiful bride had braved the world and secretly married him when his fortunes were at ebb tide, and he was a prisoner in the Asheville jail. That night when Sallie entered the banquet hall of the Governor's mansion, leaning proudly on Gaston's arm, she was greeted with an outburst of homage and deep feeling she had never dreamed of receiving. When the Governor acknowledged the applause of his name, he bowed to his bride, not to the crowd. The preacher rose to respond to the toast, "The master and mistress of the Governor's mansion," and seemed to pay no attention to the Governor, but turning to Sallie, he said: "To the queenly daughter of the South, who had eyes to see the glorious manhood behind prison bars, the nobility to stoop from wealth to poverty and transform a jail into a palace with the beauty of her face and the splendor of her love; to her, the heroine who inspired Charles Gaston with power to mold 1,000,000 wills to his, change the current of history, and become the Governor of the Commonwealth; to her all honor and praise and homage. My daughter, it is meet that our wealth and beauty should mate with the genius and chivalry of the South. May it ever be so, and may your children's children be as the sands of the sea." Sallie bowed her head as every eye was turned admiringly upon her. The General trembled, and when the crowd rose to their feet and re-echoed, "To her all honor and praise and homage," and the Governor bent proudly kissing her hand, he bowed his head and wept. Her mother, sitting by her side with shining eyes, pressed her hand and whispered, "My beautiful daughter, now my work is done." As Gaston strolled out on the lawn with his bride after the banquet, they found a seat in a secluded spot amid the shrubbery. "My sweet wife!" he exclaimed. "My husband," she whispered as they tenderly clasped hands. "Tell me now, who was the author of all those lies about me to your father?" Why ask it, dear? You know Allen wrote the last letter. The dastard! I was sure of it from the first. Well, he had the facts in that last letter, didn't he? Yes, she answered with a smile. They rose to return to the mansion, roused by the stroke of midnight from the clock in the tower of the city hall. "From tonight, my dear," he said with enthusiasm, "you will share with me all the honors and responsibilities of public life." "No, my love, I do not desire any part in public life except through you. You are my world. I ask no higher gift of God than your love, whether you live in a governess mansion or the humblest cottage. I desire no career save that of a wife, your wife." She hid her face on his breast as a little sob caught her voice. "And I would not change places with the proudest queen that ever wore a crown." She said this looking up into his face through a mist of tears. With trembling lips and dimmed eyes he stooped and kissed her as he replied, "And I had rather be the husband of such a woman than to be the ruler of the world." End of Book 3, Chapter 17. End of The Leopard's Spots, A Romance of the White Man's Burden, 1865 through 1900, by Thomas Dixon, Jr.